evening. It is Friday. It's episode 284 of the longest running episodic, whatever it is, we don't know. And there are comments in the chat. Paul, it's Friday night. You know what that means? It's because I'm Eric and I'm paying for the like button. Facts.
Nope.
That's all I heard. Zach says, just imagining what's being said on the Patreon stream right now. Listen, you don't want to know. What's going on? What happens in Patreon stream stays in Patreon stream and in Fight Club. Bagwell Bijou Berkman. Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening to you.
I don't think name calling's necessary, but okay.
Says you. It's always necessary. So, first, Big Scott, how are you? How are things?
Doing well. Doing well. Another fun week, and glad it's the weekend. Glad it's Friday night to spend it with you guys for a little while.
Hey, it works out. We're here. It is the longest running episodic, whatever it is. And I did the new episode of Cardboard Cynics dropped earlier today, this morning. Dropped. It's been received well so far. Thank you to everybody that commented in there. One of the comments actually let me know that the CSC show is tomorrow, Eric. I completely forgot that was happening.
All right.
I was like, hope to see you at the CSC show. I'm like, that's tomorrow? In this economy? The funny thing is, it actually wouldn't be a bad idea for me to pop in and drop some stuff off at Slab Sharks. So I'm trying to think. I basically have to make the call tonight. I'm gonna have to take a look at the box, because if I can find enough things, Eric, to justify dropping something off at Slab Sharks, it could be put into an auction and sold, and I could generate a little bit extra fundage for the expo, because while the CSC show is not actually my main focus here, Eric, it is now time. I can unveil the Spring Expo countdown timer.
Oh,
bam!
Goodness gracious.
40 days, 19 hours, 56 minutes, and 10 seconds. And
that's
counting.
Crazy.
I know.
Now do November, so I'll know how long it is before I show up.
Yeah, that's about how long. I mean, that's, I'm about ready to start my road to the national here pretty soon.
Yeah. I have to keep an eye out for that one, because since I do stay over at that one, I have to probably book the hotel in the next week or so. I was like, oh yeah, I probably should do that. 40 days, about, a week is a little over a month out. That's about the right time to like book and have the stuff ready to go. And I'll be like, yeah, I should probably get that done. It was a good reminder. So I was like, all right, let me set the timer. If it was the national, we would have started that countdown timer like 6 months ago. We would have started that countdown timer like 6 months before the last national. That's how long the countdown timer starts.
Yeah. It's a good
It's not
show.
that we're late. It's that all y'all are late for the national countdown timer for 2028. Should have started it already. Good evening, Sven. Good evening, Philly Joe. So yeah, 40 days I figure is enough time, Eric, that I should probably start the countdown timer. There we go. We did it. We're good to go.
There's a good show around here this weekend, but I'm not gonna be able to get to it. It's on Sunday, and it's in I believe it's in Dedham, and they're bringing in Chris Chelios, who I've never met and would love to meet and hang out with a bit, and Dave Christian, who was on the 1980 Olympic gold medal Miracle on Ice team. Plus, he was the Boston Bruin. Plus, his nephew just won a gold medal at the last Olympics. And his father and uncle won a gold medal for the United States in the 1960 Squaw Valley Olympics. So everyone in the family plays in the Olympics and wins gold medals. And they started, some of you may remember, the Christian Hockey Stick Company. That was really popular in the 80s, 90s. They're out of business now. But that's the same Christian family that had the Christian Hockey Stick Company. It said Christian USA on all the hockey sticks. I had one. Believe it or not, I'll tell you that we have 4 hours to kill, so I'll give you an insight. It was actually my idea. Now, you hear that? I didn't add the R, so I'm not talking in the Boston accent right now, because usually it would be idea. but it was my idea.
So what you're saying is you're proving once again that you are not in fact American, as some of us have alluded to.
Yeah. So it was actually my idea to reach out. That's nice.
Yeah, sounds awfully the German.
To Dave and invite him up to Massachusetts to do a signing. Phil and I actually called him, talked to him on the phone, planned it all out. And then Phil got a call from another promoter and asked if he could kind of take the reins. And Phil was like, yeah, that's fine. So it was actually my idea to bring Dave Christian here. And now, because I have to work on Sunday, I won't see Dave Christian or Chris Chelios. So I'm a little disappointed about my weekend plans.
I don't know how lucky they are.
Do we have to have him here? I mean, it's not necessary, right? I mean, he doesn't. He's got his own show. He can go be a dick on his own show. Him and his dad can go off, and he can, he can be a dick on that show. He's got his right.
Are you saying he's the dick or that his dad's a dick? Which one?
No, I said he can be a dick on that show. I would never disparage dad.
As far as I know, Senior Scott is a man of peace. As far as I'm aware, I have no knowledge of the contract.
He has 2 shows. Right, he's got 2 shows to go be a dick on. I don't know why we have to give him a 3rd platform. That's all I'm saying.
Wow,
I don't understand.
Wow, gonna be pretty
2 shows. Don't need a 3rd platform to be.
I'm trying to be Hall of Fame adjacent.
Yeah, there's multiple levels of adjacency at this point. It's expanding.
I mean, I'm even in the second Hall of Fame 2.0. Came close, Carlos.
That is true. Yeah, got in the top 6. Top 6.
Hall of Fame's stupid again.
Yeah,
screw the Hall of Fame. Screw everybody in it. Screw all the voters. Screw everybody. We don't want your stupid Hall of Fame. It sucks.
Speaking of Hall of Fame, Carlos, did you get the pictures I sent you yesterday?
Oh, hold on. I think I know the one you're talking about. It was was it an Instagram?
I said it. I think I texted it to you.
All right, I'll take a look. I'll see if I can find it
on your cell phone.
Let's see here. I will see if I can find it. Let's see. Let's take a look. It was. Oh yeah. It was Ed and his childhood hero.
That's right. Mike over video.
The first one looks like the legitimate one. The second one I question a little bit. Sven says going to the Ultimate Card Show inside a casino hotel ballroom tomorrow. Dilemma is, should I gamble or buy cards? I like it. Good evening, guys. I had a Christian Stink as a kid. Good evening, Rob. Good evening, Hodges. Bionic Eric had a good idea. Facts. Dan says, where's Geoff? I thought we were friends now. Well, Dan, you have to tell Geoff. That's how that works.
Go.
You can't just declare it. You have to actually tell him. Wiener Schnitzel? It's a valid question.
I like mustard on my hot dogs.
Wow.
You eat it on your yard of sausage?
I like mustard on Italian sausages also.
Interesting. Italy was once an ally of a country that Eric is a big fond of.
Yeah.
Just saying. Anyway, moving on. That's a historical reference. Dylan, yo fellas, good evening. Orlando, good evening. Eric likes mayo on everything. Facts. Not everyone but Dylan knows I'm a man of peace. I've heard this rumor. I don't know if it counts if you declare yourself a man of peace. That's a different conversation entirely. You have to kind of earn the moniker man of peace. See, the only reason I can declare myself a man of peace, Scott, is because I coined the term man of peace. Because I declared it initially, I can then declare anything I want man of peace. It's fine. But if you don't, after that, you can't declare yourself, man. It's not going to work. Good evening, Bobby.
Bobby!
Gentlemen.
Hey, Bobby.
Hey, Scott. Oh, Scott, I got a question for you. Would you like to be on my show?
Oh, yeah, sure. I need a 4th show.
That's the 4th. That's
Yeah.
triple adjacency.
That's
Yeah,
right.
triple adjacency. That is true. That would
Mm.
that would qualify.
I like to be adjacent to somebody. Adjacent to somebody has enough literacy to write books. That'd be nice.
They're price guys, but I'll take the
Hey, you put words
compliment.
together.
True enough. Yeah, there's some paragraphs in there for sure.
I'm thinking now you're saying that we're gonna have to probably come up with like an adjacency scale. There has to be like a poster maybe, and it's got all the different levels of adjacency.
Out of 5 or 10, maybe.
Like, look, we got to figure it out, and then you can ascend. It's like you can
Yes.
ascend different levels of adjacency as you move up the ladder.
So actually, if you get to level 1 or the the top level of adjacency, what's next?
At that point, you're no longer adjacent. You're it.
You're it. Okay.
Yeah,
So
like the ultimate level beyond adjacency is being it. Then people are adjacent to you, not the other way
I don't
around.
want to be it.
Or do you graduate to the assistant to the assistant?
mm,
Look, like I said, all I'm saying is that once you have achieved ultimate level, Scott, you are no longer adjacent. Now all are adjacent to you.
uh-huh.
That's the final boss.
You control adjacency. Yes.
Mhm. Everything is but a mere adjacency to where you stand.
I
That's how
like
it
it.
works. It's very simple, straightforward. Them's the rules.
Make another
Thanks,
list there, Eric.
Yep, it'll work out. Yanks fan 58. Eric, are you going to get Roger Clemenzato when it comes to Sports World? Eric is already on this.
No, I'd probably not. I don't even want to be there.
Wow. Good evening. Yellow mustard or spicy brown mustard? Eric, which is it?
I like both, but I lean towards the yellow.
Mm-hmm. The superior show would be the starting level. So that means Sanderson to Orr could be it and not adjacent.
No.
Maybe.
These are valid philosophical questions, man.
I don't want to be it. I have no interest in being it. Adjacency is fine with me. All right.
Wow.
I think too many people in this world set standards too high for themselves. Okay. If you lower the standards, you will achieve your goals. I only want mediocrity. I have achieved mediocrity. I'm a happy little camper.
I don't know if you've even achieved mediocrity. Have you even gotten that far?
I don't know. Then it's downhill from here. I don't know.
That's asking a lot.
Bobby, it's sure the fuck not going to get any better.
True enough.
That's the most accurate statement you've ever said. That's
Yeah.
the truest words that you've ever spoken.
That's got to be on the one list there of the 10 or whatever adjacencies.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
That is
Profound.
kind of sad.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I don't know. That's probably I don't think I've ever heard Eric utter more correct words than the ones he just uttered. That might be it right there.
Yeah. He grew up in quest for mediocrity.
Yeah. Well, it's very similar to the ride for adjacency. We had
Oh,
the ride
yes,
for
that's right,
adjacency, and it's like, here it is. Ham
Hmm.
here chimes in, says mustard is Mayo's first cousin.
Oh, yes, it is.
I mean, if you saw my show last Saturday night, I was the king of adjacency. I had a new Hall of Famer on my show and an original Hall of Famer on my show. So
It's true.
I was very adjacent.
There you go. Good evening, Jeff. I'm just here for the own appeal sticker promo code. Valid.
Mhm.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
As
We gotta
Eric,
get
what do you
those
do for Bobby
stickers.
Orr's birthday? That should be like a national holiday for you, shouldn't it?
Nothing. I'm just, just hanging out.
Mhm.
So when
Yeah.
are you getting? So are you getting your Chicago Blackhawks jersey for it to commemorate Bobby Orr's time, his adjacency to ultimate?
No. I think we'll refrain from,
When you're doing Bobby Orr, you have to drink like that.
Probably sounds about right. Yeah.
No, I think we'll refrain from, any of that Chicago nonsense, and we'll just double fist, Bobby Orr Bruins.
Or you should have said double fist Bobby Orr. Then the question would really.
Wow, I turned my head.
I didn't want to go there, but it went there.
Oh, it was double fist.
There's a reason Eric can't be it because adjacency is the best he can hope for.
I ain't gonna tell you when my birthday is. Jeez.
Yeah, it's like please
Damn.
Don't do that. Don't do that. I am man of peace adjacent. Eric is like George Costanza. If you break down everything I've done in my life and put it in 1 week, it looks impressive.
Yes.
It is true.
I still don't think I don't think anybody would be impressed.
Yeah, it's sort of like serial killers. You know, they were only bad like once or twice, you know. Anyways.
Wow. Mayo and French fries are amazing, says Sven.
Yeah.
All right. I'm starting to get that feeling. I'm going to start burping.
Is it a rumble involving crumble?
Ooh,
And then I'm going to end up
the Royal Crumble Rumble.
throwing up
Yes.
the trash can.
Promises. Scott's still talking about the Hall of Fame no one cares about. Which one? There's a couple at this point.
Now we have 2.
Yeah. Or his favorite meal was poutine. By the way, for the record, I didn't realize, Scott, like I knew Dustin had put the thing in the back end of a video, but then because he did that, and all it was just people in the comment section, Dustin literally used AI to count everything. So
Yeah,
because it was so I'm sitting there like, the only reason, Scott, it would have been funny is to make Dustin ship the bowling pin.
Right.
That was like, if I had realized that was the case, I would have told a couple of you guys just to be like, yeah, just put my name 10 times. Let's see if I can get Dustin to ship the bowling pin. It cost him a fucking fortune, an actual fortune.
$150? What? To Canada?
You're like, what?
Yeah, he would have immediately said Canadians are not eligible.
That's not my. He specifically left it open. Sorry.
Mhm.
We had that conversation on Discord, Eric, and he was. I think he was getting nervous. I think it was so. He goes, I didn't exclude anybody. Oh my god! If I have to ship internationally, the sweat. He goes, I might need a couple more sponsors.
You should have said just in the lower 48, man. That's it.
For Bobby's birthday, I thought I'd pack both my knees with ice.
That's funny.
Solid.
I'd say.
Hitman 23 says, I come in and fisting is the first thing I hear. See? Look what you did,
no.
Eric.
My
Look what
mother
you did.
This.
Well, it's not our fault that you did this. You could have just said, you could have been a normal person and said, I will celebrate Bobby Orr like a normal person.
I'll get an ice cream cake.
Yeah, I'll get an ice cream cake. I'll get a cupcake with a candle on it. Like, there are options, Eric. I will have a chocolate stick in his honor. Like, you could have said anything except what you actually said. It's not my fault. You sat there and thought to yourself, here are all the options. Oh, I'm going
and what
for
you
this
say on the
one right
internet is there forever.
I'm going right here.
Damn, don't remind me.
Zero would have to be more than one, yes.
2 shows, Scott. 2 shows.
Forever.
2 shows. You son
3
of a
now.
bitch.
So now, can I be 2 times Scott?
Yeah. Maybe
I don't know.
not
Eric's
so
making
big,
decisions
Scott.
today. Eric's making decisions about this. I have no idea.
You're getting divided out. Maybe not so big, Scott, now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this was the other piece as well. Dustin had positive over for Mangini and negative over for John Mangini. That's because he used AI.
Oh,
AI can't tell the difference. He literally said, AI, read my comment section and tell me how many times these names are mentioned and put it on a list. That's basically what he did.
well, he's too busy getting sponsors. So
Well, the thing is, like, look, if you, I don't mind the idea of doing a counter Hall of Fame just to be an asshole. I actually could approve of that, but despite the fact, I am against effort. But if you're gonna do it, you can't just let the AI do it. It's not smart enough to do it on its own. You have to kind of like help it along a little bit.
Yes. Yet.
Suitable for certain things. Double stuffed mayo and cheese cookies. See here, Ham is here to help.
Another.
Yeah, not good yet at Hall of Fame voting. Yes, I gave him the AI idea to count it. We got to do better. Got to do better, Ham. Tell him not to use the tag AI. Tell him to use a good one next time. Gave you 9 votes and took one from another channel. Fair. Are we going down that road about ice cream cake again? To Bobby, it never ended. It's like Nom.
Yep.
Even
The only thing worse for that would be eating ice cream cake in Georgia.
Mm.
The ice cream cake is gone. Mom and I finished it off
with forks. Yeah.
There is no more ice cream cake left.
Did you keep it in the fridge or the freezer? I can't remember.
If it was what?
Was it in the fridge or the freezer that you kept it?
The freezer.
Thank you.
Ice cream cake. And you can put cake in the freezer and defrost it anytime you want.
Takes time though. Just saying.
I mean, you can defrost ice cream. It's just a milkshake.
Yeah,
That is true. Ice cream cake is like Atlanta to Bobby, or is Atlanta like ice cream cake?
mm-hmm.
Ham says, I voted for myself 9 times and -1 for Neo, and I only had 2 votes. So are you saying somebody else voted negatively for you? Ham, you gotta make your mind. Like, are you aligned? Are you aligned with the AI, or are you fighting the AI right now? Like, is the Terminator gonna come by? You know, it's Terminator versus Florida Man. Is that the new Terminator movie?
Maybe. It is coming back, those 2 movies. I think they're doing when are they doing? 2 more Arnold movies are coming.
They're doing Conan. I know they're doing Conan.
Again?
And
They already did a Conan. I thought it was
Conan and Predator, I've heard.
Predator, yeah. Predator, I guess 3.
Well, they've done like they did like a different. I think they did one that was called Prey that was basically Predator. Like,
Oh,
I think
was
it was
it?
still I think it's still in the Predator universe or
Yeah,
whatever.
it was.
Well,
Yeah.
they just did Predator Badlands.
Badlands, yeah.
See, the problem is James Cameron. I think it was James Cameron, whoever it was, made a mistake with the whole Terminator thing. The issue here is if you go look at it, it's like with the whole time traveling thing, you can immediately have 457 different movies of this. It's like, and then they didn't kill this person, and then they did kill this person, and then they sent another one to stop the first one from trying to kill the second one. I'm like, stop it, please, just stop.
I mean,
Terminator 2 was the last Terminator. Terminator 2 is the last Terminator. Let us never speak of the others again.
Sarah Connor. Oh my God.
I actually kind of like the TV show. Yeah.
Oh, the Sarah Connor Chronicles.
Yeah, I think
it was okay. I didn't mind it, but my point is, like, I'm done with the movies. I think we needed to stop several movies ago and just stop. Just quit while you're way behind. Like, and we're getting only further behind. It's not getting better. What demented mind would negative vote Ham? Oh wait, I see who. Upper right. That's right.
Oh, I totally would.
Was the ice cream cake
Listen,
fudge?
everything
The
about
whale for
this
Dairy
is
Queen.
wrong. Everything about this is wrong. It's Fudgy the Whale, and it was from Carvel. Okay? So everything about that is wrong. It's not Fudge the Whale from Dairy Queen. It's Fudgy the Whale from Carvel. And
You're awfully particular about this, bougie man.
yes.
Like Scott, he seems very like out of all the horrible things we hold on.
I kind of want to agree with him on this one, as hard as that's to say. But yeah,
But Scott, I think an important note. We need to have a point of order here. We have already, within minutes of this starting, we already had like a clip of the year candidate where Eric talks about what he wants to do with Bobby Orr, which I will not repeat. So we've had that already tonight. And Eric didn't fight. Eric did not fight back nearly that hard as he did with the audacity to say Fudge the Whale as opposed to Fudgy the Whale from Carvales.
Wasn't it Carvel?
Whatever. It sounds awfully bougie. My point is, it's very bougie.
And that guy's voice was like, "Welcome to Carvel ice cream." It was like, holy crap, dude. Like
that was Eric's favorite part.
Maybe. Because we used to get those commercials up here because of the Buffalo stations, right?
But I do think Dairy Queen bought Carvel eventually.
It would surprise me. Dairy Queen's been around. At this point, if you're one of those brands like Dairy Queen, if you haven't been bought out, you probably are buying some other people out.
More than likely.
Just to keep yourself around, because Dairy Queen's still around. I believe this. We got robots fighting in Ukraine, maybe. Eric knows all about the robots. Worst sequel, Caddyshack 2, says Carlisle.
Oh, that's true.
Wasn't good. That's for damn
Revenge of the Nerds 2, says Rick. Good evening, Rick.
Meatballs 2 was horrible.
Oh, Meatballs 2 sucked.
That was pathetic.
Yeah. For sure.
It's a valid question. Worst sequels. Interesting.
Bobby Orr.
Little Mascot. Boston Bruins. Oh, jeez. That's awesome.
That's kind of scary.
Oh,
that's what we call nightmare fuel.
That is.
Is that like a blow up?
Yeah, they're mascot dolls.
Do we, Bobby? Do we need Eric to know about a blow up after we already found out about Eric and the Bobby Orr thing?
Yeah.
The last thing we need Eric to have access to.
That's a Bobby or blow up doll. Oh, okay. We're going.
See what I say? See what I'm saying?
No, it's for piggyback rides.
Sure, it is.
Did all the things. So these are about 24 inches tall.
Oh, don't give him dimensions.
I'm just saying.
he's calculating things.
I know he's using AI to calculate it too.
We don't want that. Look, we've already said this. Eric watches women's cross country biking for the articles. We've talked about this already.
I watched 5 hours. 5 hours today of women's mountain bike racing from South Africa for the Cape Epic race. 5 hours of it was awesome. What a great day.
Tell me the truth. It was like paused for 4.5 of those hours. Like nothing actually happened.
And then he woke up from his nap. Yeah.
He was like, whoa.
Nope.
Like, are you doing something else while this is on?
But Scott, you don't want to know where his hands. Scott, you don't want to know where his hands
no
were.
More double fisting.
Never mind.
Bad question to ask. Yeah. Let us never ask these questions again, please.
The APSA Cape Epic is a week-long event.
That literally sounds like something you made up.
It is.
Can you spell that?
It is the hardest mountain bike race in the world.
Oh, I'm sure it was after you were watching it.
About 5 hours of, depending on the course, but the elevation today was enormous. So it's anywhere between like 3 to 5 hours, and it's
almost everything he said, Bobby, could literally be turned into an innuendo.
Oh yeah.
As soon as we started down this path, how high it is, 3 to 5 hours. By the way, if that last 3 to 5 hours, you should seek medical attention.
Mm-hmm. Oh yes.
I know a good tie-in right now. American Gladiators is about to come back on, and if they would have had the tennis ball shooter or the person there with the thing, the jousting tools.
The jousting, yes.
Yeah, that would have been fun to watch. That would have been.
Then I'd watch the bicycle races. Yeah, if they tied
30
them to their
minutes.
bikes.
I would have been there for about 30 minutes.
They would have figured. Look, if it was American Gladiators, you'd be on the bicycle, and there'd be like a thing that you could launch somebody with. That's what would happen. It'd be like if you push the button, they launched. See, that'd be fun to watch. R.I.P. Chuck Norris. Yes, that is true.
Yeah.
Good call out, Ham. Paul says, Eric, pretty much you said was Pool Noodle and Bobby or blow up doll. It's all true.
Yep.
No lies detected. These are facts. Wait till you find out where he gets that blown up. I know. Keith says, I've got a Cardboard Dairy Queen within walking distance. All right, fair. Blow up doll and the show just started. We're already in rare form. Like maybe, Scott, the problem was I started the Cardboard Cynics right in the morning. Got everybody already ready to go just to start. And by the way, replaying one of my favorite clips, an excuse to play G.I. Joe. It could have been anything else. Yeah, it's a beautiful moment in the hobby. And we all got duped agreed. And that was still my favorite.
Yep. He'll never live that one down.
No.
And there's no reason, just going back to what you guys said on the Cardboard Critics there, or whatever it's called. He graded a tape seal. He didn't even grade nothing. Like it was not even a pack. It was like, yeah, tape looks good. Yeah.
What was great about it is he said all those things and all of them were wrong.
Everything.
He literally just went and he droned on and on about the tape and how it was, thing. He literally talked to this whole, and then literally seconds after he went through that whole thing, they opened it up. It's like, yeah, it's full of G.I. Joe cards. Never mind.
You were wrong.
But like I said, my favorite part, the part that killed me, and the reason I laughed so hard was that we all got duped. Yes. The part where we say we all got duped agreed. I'm like, literally all the guys in the room are looking at you going like, but you're supposed to be the expert. Yeah. Logan Paul is a dumbass. Everybody knows that. Shine doesn't know anything. Who else is supposed to be the expert in that room, supposedly?
Nobody.
Theoretically, there's only one person who's talking about the sanctity of the tape, and you're saying we all got duped. Who's we? We is too many people.
He had to pluralize it just to make everybody else feel guilty, I guess.
No, everybody else is like, you're a dumbass.
I guess it was fair money is what he was pointing out.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they got there, whatever. But I just died of laughter. It was good. Emmanuel in the mountains. Yes, that's right. Steve of BBCE. He's suspending operations for a while. He has been working too much. He publicly. So that was specifically what we were talking about, Baz. Specifically, we were referring to.
Yeah.
So it worked out.
I just came in and I heard of blow up dolls and double fisting Bobby Orr. So what the hell?
And the best part about it is it came from the only person it could have come from, right here.
Of course.
He even had the AI generate whatever it is that's going on there.
And these were made by Vandelay
Industry. They're in latex.
And you
Eric
want
knows.
to be my latex salesman.
Oh no.
I can see Eric making a bid under a desk. I can see that.
Boy, I don't even know, man.
I don't know. It's Friday night.
Yep.
How are you guys?
Good.
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 Doing good, Yannick.
He's
Busy
got-
week.
Eric's already in rare form. He's having a good time. Maybe too good a time.
So y'all
Maybe-
starting to thaw out? Got the sleeves off tonight, or what's going on?
I always have the sleeves off.
I know you do.
It wasn't just the first day of spring. It was like that the first day of winter. It was like that the first
Like
day
I
of fall.
basically had all the weathers in the last 10 days. And yesterday went almost from, well, not almost, we're on grass, and now I had to move some snow off my truck today. So, one day to another. But it's spring. It's officially spring, isn't it? Or tonight?
No,
Mo?
I think the first day of spring is pretty close. If it's not, I think it's
20th
right around now.
Today's the first day of spring.
Yeah.
Is it today first?
There you
officially?
go.
Okay.
Yeah, I considered the first day of
Oh.
spring today.
That's why
Yeah,
the
it was-
CSC shows
So-
on.
That's why the sleeves are off. Sleeves off. Tarps
right.
off.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at the temperature outside. I'm gonna gauge it based on that. It's still hoodie season until I see a couple more degrees above zero.
Mhm.
then,
It was 5
no.
today.
then
5
we'll
degrees.
have a conversation.
And
We're not
I
there yet.
appreciate the countdown, Carlos, to the expo, because I can
Yes.
officially stated that I'm in. Like
All
I
right,
booked,
you in for the spring.
I booked my house sitter, everything, and
Nice.
confirm. And I'm gonna book 2 this week. I don't know what yet. Maybe a car, maybe a van, maybe I'll
Motorhome.
fly. I don't know yet.
All right.
Are
Sounds
you already
good.
planning your excuses of why you're not going to show up in November, though? Are you going to dig a trench? paint a house?
No, this time, like
What you gonna do?
He only needs one. He goes, "Fuck Eric."
I
That's
only
literally
had-
just Citrus.
I only
just
had to
wondering.
dig for water and spend the winter once. Now the place is ready, Eric. So I'll be fine next freaking time.
Mhm.
I was just wondering if you're just planning your excuses ahead of time. I was just
No, I was heartbroken the whole time.
What's your excuses for not coming down here now?
Because basically, that was day 1 of the expo, and that was November 6th, and that was the first day of winter for me.
Okay, so when are you coming down here?
Soon,
When are you
Okay.
leaving?
We'll see.
like coming up,
All
coming
right,
up.
fine.
Waiting to get the van out, so late April. So by the expo, right after the expo,
All right, we'll see.
We shall see.
we'll see.
We'll
We'll
see.
see.
Oh, we'll
He's, like,
see.
daring you.
We'll see.
We'll
Sounds
see.
like a threat. Sounds like a threat right there.
Was.
Where he says it's only 90 here in California. I think you should get a hoodie.
Only 90.
Yeah, it was 80
Like,
here.
It's like
can.
weather.
Yep. Nothing grabs my gear more than seeing a nice looking boxer pack covered with BBC logos all over. Completely takes away from the look and appeal of unopened items. Well, I think the problem is that having it covered doesn't guarantee anything. But the having a box that's not covered that is also fake doesn't do anything for you either. It's like, oh, it's really nice. It's like, yeah, but all those packs have been opened. Eric, like, how can you tell? Well, my keen eye tells me that you can still see fingerprints from the chocolate stick stains after Eric went to Dunkin' Donuts.
Mhm.
beforehand.
Chocolate sticks, crumbs.
My
still
keen
in the
eye
box.
has detected this.
I think I'm going to get into the sticker business where I'm going to authenticate the graded packs to see if they're in higher condition too. Going along with Dan, but I'm going to go into the other end. I'm going to be the Bobby Baker kind of guy. Yeah.
Bobby Baker.
Well, technically, Bobby, you could just put the stickers over the PSA ones. Do have a grade on it. You can literally put the sticker on it.
Oh, that's good. Perfect. Yeah. Done.
Yeah, you can literally just put the sticker right on top of it. So it'd be the same idea. You could 100% do that.
Mhm.
75 in Miami. It snowed this week. It's single digits, been up to 92 all week.
It's like
Well,
30 here.
Yeah, thereabouts. Yeah, sounds about
We're
right.
about 40 here, 45.
It's 50 here.
Just
Does anybody
had to
have
be that
60?
day.
Scott, does anyone have 60?
65.
We're going from 90. We've working our way from 30. We got
Five
90.
here,
We got 60. We got 40. We got 50. Anybody got 60? Do I hear a 60?
I like this. We got a
Soul
Rainbow.
American.
Yeah, G.I. Joe's surely become the American heroes when they open that case up. It's still my favorite thing. The sequence. And,
I like
you know,
that.
Logan. You know, I tend to agree with this one on Rattle Pokemon that obviously like Logan Paul kind of knew it was bullshit, but he
It was
has
a nice
but he,
touch.
he's not a great actor. He's a
You know?
terrible actor. Like he's trying so hard.
You had to come up with like, let's stuff the box with GI Joes. Like, you know, they could have picked anything else. They picked GI Joes.
Could have been anything else, man. Could have been anything else.
We got
So
Dupe. No,
is
you got
your
Dupe.
feeling that was staged, or
Yep. It was staged 100%.
Oh, 100%. So Scott, the only person that
I've
didn't
heard
know was Steve Hart. The only person that did not know was Steve.
Yeah.
Because look, so Logan Paul is a bad actor, but I would bet you Steve Hart is a worse actor. He literally was perplexed. He was like, but
He
the
had to
tape,
be, yeah.
and I examined the tape and the thing and he's literally sitting there looking like a complete moron. He has no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Yeah, it was funny.
And then everybody's just staring at him like, we got duped? Really? Okay. Whatever you say, bud. All right, Card Deal here says, how they say the BBC doesn't own a scale to check those. So I know you made a comment to this effect. A scale doesn't mean shit. If you switch out cards that are the same, if you switch out cards for cards that are different, then the scale will change. But if you take like 86 Fleer cards and you swap it out with other 86 Fleer cards, the box is going to weigh the same. You put the same amount of cards in there with the same packs, the weight isn't going to change enough to throw anybody off. So a scale isn't going to help you.
A case would be hard. There's nothing to go with right there. You know, if you had one box, yeah, you could weigh it.
You could, but if you put the same amount, the same amount of cards in the box with the same amount of packs, and you weigh it like sealed, and then you weigh it when it's been reopened, but the same amount of cards have been put back in, just the wrong cards, the weight isn't going to change fundamentally.
I don't even think that was a sealed box that anybody had, to be honest with you.
I don't think so. No.
It was made up from the beginning. Actually, even the boxes were remade because they said they were lighter yellow or something like that. So
yeah, the font and shape.
So basically, what I'm getting at is Card Deal's thing. What he's talking about weighing a box and then weighing it with the stuff inside. Yeah. If you still got the same amount of cards, same type of cards, your weight is not going to change.
No.
In the case of the Pokemon one, you had G.I. Joe cards, so they're different types of cards.
They'd be heavier than
You would have a difference there probably, but for that specific case, sure. But if you replace the same type of card with the same type of cards, just get rid of the good cards, then you wouldn't be able to tell.
And then you have to consider the weight of the tape.
Oh, the tape. This is important. You got to have the weight of the tape. That's critical.
Steve would know. Sorry.
G.I. Joe. That's right, Gold. G.I. Joe is right. 104 in Imperial Valley, CA. We got 100.
This should have been a Topps moment card.
Great. Topps now.
Topps now.
I want Steve's face on the Topps Now's card, Scott, and it just says
we got duped.
We all got duped. Agreed. I would buy that shit. I would buy that
exclamation mark.
I think that'd be a better Allen and Ginter card, but
amazing.
Either one, I'll take.
Question mark, exclamation mark.
What I want, Scott, is instead of Topps Now, I just wanted to say top this day in hobby history. Because as far as I'm concerned, Scott, go get Wesker Griff on this. That is one of the great moments. Hobby history.
Let's talk about TCG.
Yeah. Zach here says, I don't care who authenticates a sealed item. I just don't think anyone believes anything with 100% certain to be tampered with. It's crazy. There's only one way to actually know it's open. So yeah, that's what I was kind of talking about with Dan with it. The problem with boxes is that there is no 100% no doubt, no question way. All you can do is say, oh, that one's been tampered. Like if you can tell if there's telltale signs of tamper, you can point that out. You can find red flags and say, hey, that's wrong. Or, hey, like that's been messed with, or that looks, like somebody's touched it up. You can find those things. And so basically you can prove a negative, Scott. You can say, oh yeah, that's 100% been tampered with, but you can't say it's 100% not been tampered with. That's the one where you can't get to 100%. And that's the problem, is that a lot of people have put a lot of money into wrap boxes with it, and they're crossing their fingers and hoping that no one ever checks, because a lot of that stuff is going to be no good when the time, but if it gets expensive enough, who's going to open a Scott? If the box gets expensive now, who is going to be the one?
I've
It
saying
already
that for years
surpassed
now.
it.
We're collecting wax now because
Correct.
it's so expensive.
Correct. So at that point, it's like you're not going to find out. I'm sorry. Like, it's not going to happen. Yeah, that's what I mean with the Pokemon case. Yeah, that's completely fair. No, with the Pokemon case, I'm in agreement with you. That's fine. 100%. There's just some boxes where it won't matter, but for the Pokemon, I agree with you. That's fair.
Yep.
At least we know there's the case has no not CT scan. I think CT scanning though would be interesting
Yeah.
because
I
with that,
would, no.
that
That
would
was
be
Steve
something.
Hart.
That's
would
maybe
buy
where
a
the tech.
scanner.
That's maybe where the tech Bobby could help you with something.
It would. Yeah.
Yeah. That's maybe Eric. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe for that one we have to use the technology. If you actually want to be 100% sure it hasn't been messed with, that maybe would be your only angle to make sure that things haven't been disturbed.
You're telling me in this day and age now that your job is to authenticate boxes and to get everything right, and you don't have a scanner yet or a way to scale and measure and have like some kind of a, I don't know. I find it odd. I would, if I was, just saying.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't wanna know
vintage
what's
product
the
and
hit
new
or
product are
nothing.
different, so right.
You know?
Okay, I'll be devil's advocate for just 1 second with the scale thing. How many cases of Pokemon are laying around from that year that you can weigh to compare it to? So
Where's the data that? Yeah.
Well, you
to
just do the
compare it
math
with?
on a box and extrapolate
got one
that.
of those.
Yeah.
Because wasn't that like the first year cards?
Yeah, that was the.
Yep.
I think that was the first one. Yeah, yeah. Finago year. Even opening the question, unless you pull something great, no one would have left. So with opening it, Zach, the only one there are some ones where you're going to know. So like for an 86 Fear box, you're pretty much guaranteed to get a couple Jordans. So if one you get the wrong amount of Jordans, but it's way off, like way off, a little bit off, you've got a little tolerance in there. But if it's way off, you're going to question it. And if the cards, so that's what happened with the Card Collector 2 box years ago. If you guys remember the Card Collector 2 box, people were looking at it and seeing the sequencing was off.
Yep.
And so because there is a sequencing with 86 Fleer, there is a known sequence and you can actually look at it and go, all right, if this player comes, then this player should be next. This player should be next. This player should be next. There are very few exceptions. It should stay within a certain range, but if suddenly it's way off, which is what happened with a couple of the packs, it was like, no, absolutely not. That isn't normal. That's where you kind of can bring it into question.
Well, the Peachy boxes were sealed, tape sealed, so that is one helping. It's hard to redo the tape originally on them because it's that old masking on the old
moving tape.
Reuben.
Tape.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's thin tape. It was just a tape, regular tape, right?
I'm gonna need to bring in my. I'm Bobby. I'm gonna need to bring in my tape expert, Steve Hart.
Mm-hmm.
No one has studied the intricacies of tape.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The other point y'all brought up too. I mean, do we think that he's done screwed something else up? It's just not public yet. That's why he's taking time.
If you only knew.
Oh, I think
But it's not public yet.
So hold on. Let's kind of play that question, and then I'll get to Cartio's question because it's a valid question. But let me ask a question though. At this point, the video that I showed that clip from has over 8 million views.
Oh God!
Millions of people have seen. Like, Scott, what could I do that would make him look like a bigger idiot? Like, what could I do? He's the we got duped agreed guy.
Agreed.
For 8 million people. 8 million people have seen him be the we got duped agreed guy.
Yeah, he doesn't need your help. You're good.
It's the biggest commercial that we can have. And guess what? He still had a job. 4 years later, he still has a job. So it's like, is there anything we can do at that stage? Like, honestly. So this question is a fair one. Is there less fraudsters in the hobby than collectors? So I'd like folks to take a stab at this. So the question is less fraudsters in the hobby than collectors. So it's one or the other. So go ahead, Eric. Tell us about your fraudster friends. I mean, fraudsters.
Yeah, I listen. I'd like to think that there's more good guys than bad guys, but the bad guys, are the ones that need to be, talked about, and the light needs to be shown so the cockroaches run. And it really, the good guys need to do two things. They need to smarten up and realize that the bad guys exist. And once the bad guys are pointed out, the good guys need to hold them accountable. Like, stop going to their website, stop doing business with them, stop going to their whatnot streams, stop sending the bad guys money. That's the biggest issue I have is that there are more good guys than bad, but rule number one applies to the good guys, not the bad guys. The bad guys are the smart ones. They're conning everyone. The good guys are stupid. And even when they're shown that these bad guys are out there, they just go, oh, well, all right, I'll just send them more money. Oh, yeah, they'll solve the problem, you fucking morons.
So now I don't even know if I want to be a good or bad guy.
Yeah, like I'm undecided, Scott. After Eric's thing, I'm
If
so
I'm doing
distracted. After the initial discussion about what he wanted to do with Bobby Orr, I'm not sure if he's a good guy or a bad guy. I'm really confused.
That's none of your business.
I mean, as long as it's, both people are okay with it.
Oh, as long as the inflatable is consenting, as long as the inflatable is consenting.
Consent is everything.
All right, Scott. Is there less fraudsters in the hobby than collectors? Yay or nay?
Yeah.
I have to say there's more collectors, but
yeah, I think it's a math problem. I honestly like it comes down to this. It is physically impossible for there to be more fraudsters, or else they'd run out of people to fraud. There have to be more collectors. There have to be.
I just think that people are so
Stupid
and gullible that it's not going to happen to them. I mean,
why would you say stupid?
It's hard for me
to be a man of peace, Eric.
Cases from offline. I'd rather go from. I don't even like it when blowout and everybody buys boxes and cases at the show. I see them buy boxes and cases, at the shows and give a lot of money. The one person I see it sell, I trust that person, but how many other people are doing the same, that are doing that? So, and they're just buying it quick. So,
yep. And one of the things is that what I would agree with is that I think we know more about the fraudsters now because there is plenty of incentive. Where there's more money, there is plenty of incentive for more of them to come out of the woodwork. So that's why you are going to hear more about that stuff. And that's the key piece. So there will always be more collectors because there have to be. Otherwise, who are you going to defraud? Fraudsters aren't falling for it because they're kind of doing their own thing. Their job is to make the money. That's kind of the whole point. But truthfully, a lot of collectors are also kind of operating under the radar. Like a lot of the stuff we're talking about. The BBC thing was fun to talk about because honestly it was very entertaining. I got to play the video. It was fun. But realistically, most people are not operating in that world where it's going to impact them too much because the boxes they're playing with are not expensive enough. Like a lot of the boxes, especially if somebody's opening up new boxes, well, the ripoff they have to worry about is the manufacturer, not somebody messing with their box because they're probably getting it from a direct source. So that's not what they're concerned about. And then the boxes that are $1 million, the average collector isn't buying that box. Doesn't matter what it is. They don't happen to have $1 million lying around. So they're not in the market either way. Good evening, Stu. Good evening, Louis. I forgot about the 86 clear. Yes. Bazir says, true story. I ordered some whack boxes from BBC once and only once, maybe 15 years ago. They were tampered with. BBC sent me replacement product, one and done. That's fair.
Wow.
Yeah. I'll say I bought some stuff from BBC years and years and years ago before their shipping rate went up a lot, but it was junk wax stuff. So like 87 Donruss, 87 tops and such. And guess what? Because the 87 tops rack packs were like $3. Well, guess what? Those are also sequenced. Number one, they're sequenced, and number two, they were $3. So it's like, is that worth tampering with? No, it's also a rack pack. It's plastic, literally plastic all the way through. You can pretty much, if you really wanted to, Scott, if you really had your heart set on making sure, you can look at the sequencing because literally the cards themselves have a sequence in 87 tops. So you can double check if you want.
I mean, I have bought junk wax from them at the National before.
Yeah,
open it just fine for fun, at night.
Yeah, and it was dirt cheap, so at that point it's fine.
Well, it was one of the times.
Here we go.
It was the year of the all the big trade nights. So we sat right in the middle of the lobby and opened up like a 92 clear and a 91 clear, I think. And everybody was stopping to see what we're doing. And
that's fun.
You were just quite specific there. So I was like,
I should have.
late at night.
No,
nobody's around.
Bobby, I should have made an overlay. This we started off at BIC after dark. Like we got there fast.
Yeah, very fast. Yeah, actually, right out of the gate, almost.
It was like.
It's
I should put I should put like a warning video before I started. Yeah, I should have warned everybody.
I hope you clicked not for kids. Yeah,
I always do.
We talk about Emmanuel.
We're trying to protect the children.
Even in the Attitude Era, they had to wait to the third hour. You know,
that is true. Yeah, here we go. Zach says, no one cares about scammers and thieves. I'm looking at the guy that pulled off the Dallas card show heist, and no one cares.
Yeah, I know.
First
Still
hand,
on the run.
that's what I speak.
Still on the run.
Allegedly.
Mm.
Yeah. What happened to those 2 million in cards? Yes. Once the case is open, almost no specific box can be guaranteed to be fully authentic. Yeah. That's basically the upshot of a lot of that stuff. Never side twitch engages the mention of 87 tops. I know, Paul. I hear you. There's Carlos, you're Dan, a great combo. Hope the show takes up. Appreciate it. Thank you. That's why I mentioned at the beginning of the show, and I'll mention to the other folks, if you do enjoy it, feel free to share it. Because Scott, I think you know a little bit about this. Like, we're not going to get a lot of the promotion from some of the channels because they're not as keen on. Alas, look, I'm out here trying to be a man of peace, but Dan was trying to stoke the dogs of war. So I have to do my best.
That's what you guys were mentioning. I actually enjoy you guys' show. I listened to it doing all the errands this afternoon and shopping and stuff. So it's pretty.
Appreciate it.
Interesting.
Yeah, we try to have a little fun with it. Dan kind of pitched the format and everything, but I figured it'd be a good combo. But I do, you can see from the episodes, I kind of cheat, Scott, because sometimes the cynical is also cheerful because I have a good time with some of the stuff.
Right.
Some of it's so stupid. It's so entertaining. You have to laugh.
So the part I do like the last few weeks is sometimes you're talking and then you have to preference when you're getting serious.
I have to. Like,
okay,
they don't.
Now
let me be serious for a moment. Yeah,
Scott, Scott, I am always operating right on that line. I'm always right on that line, and you have to understand. I have to specify, or else somebody's like, "Wait, you're." Okay, I'm going to slow this down so that you understand, because I find the whole thing absurd. Scott, we're talking about cardboard. We're talking about people collecting stupid pieces of cardboard. If I really broke it down, Scott, the whole thing is stupid. All of it is idiotic. It's more that people spend legitimate money on any collectible. I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's the rarest thing. It's still a piece of cardboard, or it's a knickknack, or it's this. It should be $1, but I don't care. It should be $1, but it's not. People are willing to pay more for it. Well, then fine. Then you're also going to have fraudsters. You're also going to have people doing all these different things. You're going to have another person trying to make a buck on your buck. So as long as if all of it was worthless, Scott, then none of this would matter.
Yeah, and it's this too right now, even like during COVID and stuff, like with the collectibles going up when you would think right now they should be kind of going down, but they just seem all collectibles. It's just not cards. I mean, it seems to be just going up and up. So,
yeah. Well, I think I mentioned on one of the things where I was talking about it is that there is it's going to be interesting, and this will be fun for me, Yannick. There is an element of it that is fueled by credit.
Oh yes,
because we didn't all magically, because I mentioned before. I go, during COVID, a lot of people were like the stimulus checks, which by the way, I still haven't received any money. I think Eric stole my money. I think he stole my COVID free money.
I didn't get a penny from COVID.
Not a dime. Nope. Not a dime.
I didn't get as much as everybody else because I ain't got kids.
So I can't. So Scott, I can't use that excuse because now we're years past that. That's gone. So that's no longer. So when you go to the card show and it's full and everybody and their brother has Pelican cases and stacks of cash, so the cash has to come from somewhere, man.
Exactly.
Like,
and the shows are not going away. We're having more and more. We all thought, how many of these big shows can we have? How does everybody have money week in and week out?
Yeah.
And the money is in having the shows.
Yeah, and then that money.
I mean, people at the shows got the money. And you see the same people.
Yeah.
And then but then you also have to take into account the whole concept of the consolidation. Because that is a tactic. If you want to get into bigger items, then you can consolidate, you can move certain cards, and then that gives you some funding to then be able to purchase some of these bigger items, which is fine. Then you have some card equity in some of this stuff. But there is a limit. Unless you've got a gigantic inventory, you will eventually consolidate your way out of the ability to consolidate any further. You can only consolidate so far before you've got one card to rule them all and there's nothing left. You can't consolidate beyond one.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a limit to that version of the game too. So at a certain point, Scott, I have to assume that we're playing with some credit along the way here. So what happens when it gets a little bit too expensive to fund it credit? Well, then the spigot stops. Then there's nothing more in the tap. So then it's pretty much up to Eric's money tree to carry us from there on out.
Mm-hmm. Stop telling people about the money tree.
Just saying. But that's kind of what I'm wondering, Scott, because like even for that show, if I had wanted to go to the CSC show, I could. It's not far, but at the same time, like I'm probably not going to find anything. And also the other show is like 40 days away. So realistically, I've got an account where I'm putting some money into it. Plus I have to pay for my hotel and the other stuff. So I'm already kind of allocating funds in that direction. Now,
but Carlos, there's always credit.
There is that. The one thing though that I mentioned earlier though, where there could be some value is if I did drop off stuff at Slab Sharks, because then they would list it because I've got some stuff that potentially they could use. Well, then by the time I got paid, Scott, and they listed the stuff and I got paid, well, then that money would be available for said show. So that might be the only thought where maybe I could justify it just from the perspective of literally showing up to drop it off and being like, all right, put it up for auction. I'll see you guys later.
Well,
And you can make.
I'm selling a lot of my collections right now for the National and also the big space. I'm sorry about
So it's something I have to think about because I could move it. Some of it I could sell myself. It would be no problem. Some of it I could let them handle it. So I'll make the game time decision tomorrow morning. I'll kind of think about it and see where I'm at. But if I do go there, it'll be a very short trip. Just drop some stuff off and then leave. And that'd be the entire show for me at that point.
There's also another benefit. You can make another video about it.
I could, but the CSC shows have gotten too generic. Like the one that they did with Menzie and those guys was good because they had the rest. And then they are going to be, and obviously then they'll be back at the Spring Expo with their whole marketplace section.
Area. Yeah.
So it's like you got another show right around the corner, like the actual show. So it's like, all right, we'll see.
The big show.
So,
yeah, there's a lot of shows out right now. Wow. So,
Can I ask y'all a question too? I know. So we're talking about prices and credit and all this stuff. Well, like as part of your reasoning, maybe not to go to the show, even though it's not that far away, is like gas, because I haven't been going to shows because I'm not willing to drop it so far right now because of gas prices. So is that not just gas, but hotels and everything else?
Tire wear. Yeah.
Right. I mean, food, everything. Is that just normal stuff? Is that,
I mean,
back at lunch.
That's why I'm not coming. That's why I only go to, the expo once a year, not twice a year, because I have to factor in all those things. There's 25 tolls each direction. That's 50 tolls. I got to fill up the tank. Like
they're $1 a toll.
All right. Yeah. Right. I gotta, I got to fill up the tank a few times on the highway.
That's true.
Everyone knows that the highway rest stops are always more expensive. So now with the gas situation, imagine what they are now. All right. Hotel, food. I haven't walked into the front door of the expo yet.
Mm-hmm.
And he pruned the hell out of the money tree a few weeks ago.
So this was a little bit of what I talked about Saturday with my guys on my channel. Was this for collectors? We don't necessarily sell a lot or things like that for this. So we kind of have to think about it differently now at this moment.
Or we just get stuff from Eric's money tree.
Stop with the money tree.
I just want to know where does Eric sneak across the border at?
That's none of your business.
Buffalo, where else?
None of your business.
He swims across. He swims across one of the lakes. He's like, he starts off in sunny scenic Tonawanda, Western New York. If you know, you know.
Yeah.
He starts off in sunny scenic Tonawanda, evades the bullets. It's like an Indiana Jones flick. He's running, evades the bullets because again,
Well,
Tunnel
lights
1,
a few houses on fire because they're made of wood.
That's right. And then as he's running by, he tries to attack the buffalo. No, like the Buffalo Bills mascot. He tries to attack the buffalo and then uses a distraction and people throwing themselves through tables. Again, they do. They throw themselves through tables.
That they do
The
that.
distraction, and then he makes for the lake. Now, usually Eric has to do this a couple of times because he usually starts off with the wrong lake. Usually he's going in the wrong direction, and then eventually he finds the correct lake, and then he swims across. And this whole time we're sitting there going like, you could just let him out. No, this is funnier. Just let it play out. Let it play out. Just let it happen.
Mm-hmm.
Badger says, Adjacency of Dunces, new hobby insider industry book coming out by author Geoff Wilson, with forward Ken Golden, footnotes by Bill Mastro, illustrated in crayon by Mojo Swartz. I'd buy that shit.
Mm-hmm. I'd want it signed.
Yep. I'm in. I want it. A piece of me dies every time I pay for parking now. We have to pay to drive over the roads. Damn, Paul. Damn.
Tough time.
Well, there's free parking at the expo, which is great, you know.
Yeah,
That
no,
helps.
wait until that changes.
What that it can't change. There's too many events going on.
Bobby, shh. I've been talking to Menzie. We came up with a great way of generating some additional income for the expo.
Really?
We're going to charge people for parking.
With Massachusetts license plates.
Yes.
Especially Massachusetts plates.
Yes.
Yeah,
Just people whose names rhyme with Derek.
I've heard of that.
Just saying.
Yeah.
They're going to make past Lockport. I'm depressed now. Canceling my Strongsville reservation. Anyone want to buy a VIP ticket? Go for it, Keith.
Oh, so
Secondary market is everything.
why are you canceling?
He's probably worried about gas prices
Life.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Nice.
sorry. I didn't mean to get you depressed. I was
You
just making
depress
sure
the people with gas prices, Scott.
I'm driving to the National.
Nice job. Hey,
My bad. I know
Scott,
you.
you could have just hired Eric to push your car. Like, you don't have to use gas.
I mean, you can go downhill both ways. I don't know.
Yes.
I'll try to
Yes.
help you slowly.
Maybe we could attach a solar panel on top.
I hate that.
Maybe that'll get you somewhere. Hoping for the best. Hoping
I
for the
mean,
best.
you know they moved it from Strongsville right, to Independence.
Well, here's the funny thing. This is kind of a quick side conversation in chat. We can go in whatever direction. Feel free to chat. We already look after Eric his Bobby Orr thing at the beginning of the episode. Now we're all in whatever direction this is going to go now. Like we've lost control of this runaway train. It's over. It's over now. But we do have like I said, the spring show is going to be at the end of April. But then at the beginning of kind of middle-ish April is the Strongsville thing. So that's the next, praise the content gods. I'm going to get some entertainment value out of this. That is the next, trip along the way. So Scott, we don't have, the broken down jalopy, dilapidated boat path to the National.
The expo is officially on the 30th of April starting and ending on May 3rd.
Yes. So before we get there, though,
It's a 2-month show.
On that trip, we got Strongsville just before that, or Strongsville Independence, Independence Strongsville, Interdependence, Inner Strong, whatever they're calling it. That thing.
Stay
They got that
strong,
going on.
Independence.
Yes, something to that effect.
I
Eric
have
doesn't even
heard,
know his.
I did hear today though that one of the really big vintage guys at the last show had a display case full of Pokemon cards. So we're trying to figure out which side of the curtain he was going to be on.
Here we go. Again.
Maybe they put him right on the border, and his Pokemon case has to be on the other side of the curtain.
Just that
He is
part
the
you can't-
official. He is the dividing line. His table is the dividing line.
Where is he cutting his grass? I like to know.
Well, Scott, here's your historical reference. What I'm hearing right now is that will be the Berlin Wall. We're gonna need security on each side of the wall. This
Tear
is
down
East
the
and West
wall.
Germany. East and West Germany.
No, we need to tear down the wall, Carlos.
Well, I'm gonna need somebody to take up. Look, I would love to tell you that once upon a time we had a revolutionary. Unfortunately, Neo took over the role. Moynihan would have been perfect as a revolutionary
We had a revolution.
Mr. Menzie, tear down this wall.
Please.
And now what? Scott, now what are we going to do?
Pink Floyd said it.
I
Tear
don't
down the
know.
wall.
Screw Pink Floyd. They suck.
See, Eric, that's why
Man,
Eric
your
can't be in
life.
charge.
Eric's just another brick on the wall.
He is just another brick in the wall.
They suck.
He's a hole in the wall.
Bill Negro fan, good evening. Dan's around. I think it's one of. I think he's got a leg, so
A peephole in the wall.
There you go. Listen, Eric already got way too excited earlier tonight, so we don't need to encourage him too much here.
He's he's working on his set there. Where are you, Eric, about in the set though?
On this specific set, well, I'm keeping track of it in my Nita map right now. Not that I want to promote that stupid thing because it was invented by a mean man who makes fun of me all the time. So I don't want to promote his app.
I didn't invent it.
Mean to me.
Andy Malecki invented it, created it.
Calls me names. Calls your names.
What names?
That was a slap.
Are you asking for name?
That was a slap.
Name. NEI? What?
That was a slap shot reference, and he's over there in the Chiefs jersey and didn't even respond. Didn't even get that. They called his names.
Call
Eric.
It's hard to
Yannick
tell.
right now. Yannick is aghast. And how could anyone possibly understand your ridiculous German accent? Like, we can't tell what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
I
Say
think
Tina
Blah blah
Turner,
blah
Eric.
the fatherland. Blah 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 the fatherland.
Eric.
Blah 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 Kaiser.
keep it up. I'm going to get my German aunt
Eric.
to join the show one night and just
Eric.
go off on you in German.
Can you say Tina Turner?
You know what's going to happen.
Come on, tell us.
Concentrate. No, because if I concentrate, I can say Tina Turner.
Yeah.
But if I
Not
don't,
Tina.
it's going to come off as Tina Turner. If I don't concentrate, you know it.
Second the Deutsch Fräulein.
Everybody
Right.
makes fun of the Boston guy. Ha 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 ha. Mean bastards.
Anyway, the tournament's the hobby president. We're making up the rules as we go along, man.
Mean
We're making up
bastards.
all the rules.
Tonight for sure. Yeah.
So I don't know, Scott. Anything you're looking forward to? I look. I'm all about the content. Is what I want. Is I want some good content. I would enjoy if they were like, look, we're gonna have the people going through the tables. I know that we're gonna have. They got the trade night thing going on. Like, but I want something. We need a little spice, Scott. Like, I need something on my, casually stroll to Spring Expo before I get there, Scott. In my casually stroll, we got to stop here at Strongsville, Dependenceville, whatever that is, Margaritaville, whatever this thing is. I need something here, Scott. I need something entertaining. Like, can we light something on fire? Can someone overturn a car? Can anything?
It's always a good time in
I think
Margaritaville.
that'll happen anyways by default.
I think it's going to be some TCG crossing over because it's just easy money to make. It just sells right now.
Of course. Look, if you're a dealer,
Those
your
guys
job
are
is-
there to make money. That's what they're there for. They're not there to make sure the vintage guys get all the vintage cards.
How many of these do I need?
A lot.
That's what
One more.
I need more.
you need.
One
One
more.
more.
15.
You
Okay.
need 5. 5 is the number.
All right. I didn't know.
Because I still
everybody-
want to go for because it's supposed to be a lot of vintage there. It's still on my.
There's
list.
still going to be, Scott.
Yeah.
They're one. Like I said, I want overturned cars for the content gods. But the reality, there's still going to be tons of vintage dealers. There's going to be a ton of that stuff. Like, it'll be there.
Right.
What I'm curious though is there's always a storyline. So in this case, it's really 2 shows in one. They're going to have 2 different things. And from what I'm hearing from the show promoters, they've got a pretty good idea how they're going to set up the stuff. But what I'm curious about is what's the play going to be coming out of it? Did they find enough variety of stuff? Because don't forget, here's the thing, regardless, even if they had kept the old format, every time some of the stuff gets sold and gets put in permanent collections, sourcing more gets more difficult as time goes on. Unless we're printing new vintage, I expect that it gets a little tougher as you go along to source. You have to find these cards from somewhere. And as these dealers go through their inventory and the stuff gets picked through, you have to find more stuff. A lot of these dealers may have extensive inventories, but there are limits to everything. You have to find new stuff. Unless, Scott, someone is out there taking out the vintage people and making new cards show up.
His name is Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
No, there's a lot of guys who are passing away and getting to the age, the vintage guys who are selling off their collections. So a lot of that is actually happening lately. So
You always recycle collections that way.
it is.
It is the
But
it is the
everybody's
circle
a
of how
dealer
life-
now, so you have to watch it. It's not like the old days, where you only sold to a dealer.
You see,
Well, the reason I'm mentioning this,
a lot
Scott,
of
the reason
vintage guys selling stuff too, but
Yeah. The reason I'm mentioning it though, Scott, is that obviously you can go to these shows and the dealers can have inventory. But as some of the items become more desirable or tougher to come by, or sourcing gets more expensive as the people that are selling to you also know what they have,
Sure.
then the price is also going to go up. So then you as the collector are going to have to be a little bit more discerning. So I figured the trade night they're going to have, there's probably going to be some maneuvering in the trade night. There may be some collector to collector dealing in that sense. So that can be part of the story. That could be part of the story. When I'm talking about the story, Scott, I'm talking about what is the story going to be about this particular show? Is it going to be like, yeah, we saw some cool stuff, we did some deals, but it was more collector to collector? Is it that kind of thing? Or were they still able to find plenty of stuff? Or that's what I'm curious about, what the storyline is going to be coming out of the show.
I think it's going to be bland because they're going to have a good time regardless. I mean, it's going to be a bunch of like-minded people together. So it doesn't matter if Pokemon is there or not there. They're still going to have a good time.
All I want to know is how many Cap Ansons Wesker Griff arranges via proxy. That's what I want to know.
Oh, who's on
Story.
eBay?
Somebody's on the eBays.
There's
That's
the
the person that
warning.
says
You
you-
only got 10 minutes left.
I turned off the notifications on that.
That's the defense shilling bell.
Yeah.
Storkzilla says, good evening, gentlemen. Patrick Waugh is a golden god. We got a golden god reference.
Really? Hmm.
Oh, yes.
Number
Does
33.
Mr. Mint
Patrick
realize
Waugh?
if he was Patrick Roy? Does Mr.
Patrick
Mint realize
Roy.
today if he was alive, he would need to change his name to Mr. Gem Mint? True.
Mr. Gem
Use them.
I got better than Patrick Waugh. I got Dryden.
Ken Dryden.
Nice.
74 bucks.
Collect them all to 164.
But you have a
Ah, it's a
You
very
have-
rare box.
That's a variation of box.
auto.
Yeah.
But do you have a Ken Dryden auto? That's the question.
Well, I heard a conversation on the Sports Card Clubhouse that we are defacing the cards with autographs. Eric, why are you
No,
defacing?
God.
Why are you ruining
Oh.
vintage?
What?
I didn't know I was defacing. I'm sorry.
Stop defacing.
I'll stop.
Cease the
doing it.
defacing.
You're
Stop
ruining the
All
cards.
right. I won't deface anymore.
You're ruining the cards.
I'm gonna deface the shit out of them.
Mm.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. This is the attitude of the claw
Mm.
over in Sports World.
Yep.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take these in front of your face, and then I'm going to deface them all. All right, fine. Be that way.
I'm gonna deface the shit
So-
out of
So that was a message from somebody that was mailing me something. We got it returned back because our postal service is horrible right now for some reason in this place. I have
Well, the next video
Is this
I'm
stuff-
doing,
is
I'm
this
going
stuff
to put
just
a
not-
claw in there for Eric.
Is this stuff
and
just
see
not
if he
getting
gets
it?
it.
Yeah, so it's a lot of issues with especially like the envelopes, which I guess they're going to get away from anyway. Postal Service will stop taking them, but it just seems like stuff's taking forever, or it's just not getting there. I mean, I've been having a lot of problems on one of my just. I'm having a funny feeling that the sorters people are knowing what's coming through when they see certain packages.
I found.
Are you
a-
saying
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I found a fifth one.
There you
Number
go.
5.
That's enough
You can plead the fifth now.
I didn't even know I had that one, but I now have 5.
They're
Because
all
when I,
OPCs, right?
when I send them to a certain post office, they get to where they go. But if I send them through somewhere else, they tend to not go to where they need to be. So,
Mm,
Are you saying they get redirected to somewhere in Massachusetts?
I
maybe.
think so.
PBD.
I don't live in Peabody anymore.
No.
Mm.
Mm.
But guess who? Guess who just moved there?
I know.
Uh,
Kiddo.
my kiddo just moved there.
To Peabody?
Yeah.
Is it just because he wants us to say Peabody? Is that the reason
The
why?
old-
Tell us the truth.
The funny part is it's the old neighborhood. She can walk to the old house.
Where she grew up.
Well, why would she go to the old house?
She knows where Eric hid the ill-begotten goods.
Yeah,
The
She's
money,
like,
the money,
she's
the old,
digging for
the
it.
old money trees there.
yeah.
It is, yes.
In the backyard.
Buried in the back.
Scott, so all of a sudden Eric gets a text message. The text message says is from his kid. He says, "Hey, I found the Dallas cartridge." And Eric's like,
Are these worth anything?
I'm just afraid that, some night I'm going to get a phone call from the Peabody cops that they found her in the backyard digging up her old pets or something so she could transfer them to her new, abode. And it's like, no, honey, you can't do that. You can't.
That's Pet Cemetery written right all over it.
Dig up the old house's backyard and get your pet bones, and no, you can't do that.
Eric, tell us the truth. The reason you're worried is that she starts off trying to dig for that, and she finds out, why are there human remains here?
That's a whole other story.
Dad?
That's that.
That was before his thievery.
We don't.
Eric is like, no one gets between me and the chocolate sticks. No one.
Nobody.
Or just mason jars with cards in them.
You guys can joke about the chocolate sticks, but Yannick, are the chocolate sticks worth killing for?
Yeah, they're pretty amazing.
Yeah, thank you.
But are they worth killing for? Amazing.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
You're hesitating, Yannick. That
You've been
wasn't
told how to
definitive.
answer.
I don't want to do time in the US. In Canada, I know I can get away with it, but not in the US.
So chocolate sticks or ice cream cake?
I can't live without chocolate sticks.
Chocolate sticks.
I could give up ice cream cake, but I'm not giving up chocolate sticks.
Crumble cookies, chocolate sticks.
One's a cake and the other one's ice cream.
I'm never giving up chocolate sticks. You can
Pretty
play
good,
this
man.
game all
One
night
day,
long.
by default, you will.
Eric,
Mountain biking or chocolate sticks?
No, we're stick to eating. Now, come on.
Now, Eric,
No.
Dropping a chocolate stick while you're mountain biting.
Oh my
now,
God.
Eric,
I have a
what
heart
I'm
attack.
hearing right
Don't
now.
tell him that he's gonna fall and
Awesome.
jab it in his mouth.
Yeah, what I'm hearing right now, he would literally throw himself off his bike while it's still moving. He goes, "I can get it."
Yes. Oh my God.
All I'm hearing right now is that Crumble X Dunkin' Donuts for the chocolate stick cookie.
Mm.
And Eric's like, "My life has led up to this moment. This is it.
It
Is the rapture."
And
I
he
would
said
just-
earlier it couldn't get any better.
No, I just kill myself because what's the point of going on? I mean, you hit. That's it.
Pinnacle.
You'll never have a better day than when someone hands you your first chocolate stick crumble cookie. It's never going to get better. You might as well just kill yourself.
Sunday morning at Eric's, we start the day. The Dunkin' Donut is pretty much across the street, man. But we still get in the car.
Yannick,
Drive through.
we've joked about this. It is a deeply
It's a
disturbing
drive-through?
thing that Eric is like, "We must have this house, Michelle." He goes, "Why?"
Look what's across the
Yeah.
street.
I can drive there.
I can
gotta
walk.
Is it like
Dunkin'
seriously? Like
Donuts
it's
get a
like it's less than a mile, or it's about that.
Oh,
Like seriously,
dude,
it's that close.
It's 300.
Michelle is like, "But this house was built on an Indian burial ground. It's fine. It's
Yeah,
fine.
fine.
This is literally the poltergeist house. It's
No.
fine. I said it's fine."
It is literally 300.
It makes
yards
TV
in a
more
bag.
interesting.
I got the ocean across the street where I can throw a rock
Yes.
and hit it, but about 300 yards down, there's the Dunkin'.
Now I've heard about your
Where the
shoulders,
chocolate sticks live.
so we don't want you throwing a rock. Okay.
It wasn't a rock. Rock lobster.
Well, he said he's gonna throw a rock. I don't want to hurt his shoulder.
No, I would if I tried to throw anything, I would need shoulder surgery. No.
So you couldn't throw a rock and hit the
I
one.
can't even swing.
That's
a hammer
right.
anymore. I had to
Eric, at this stage in the game, given your replaced hip and everything else that's falling apart on you, if you have a active thought, you get hurt.
it happens.
You don't have to move. It's like, wait a minute, I was thinking about movement. No, shouldn't have thought about that.
No.
Please don't think about Bobby Orr.
I will
Please.
never try to throw a football. I will never ever try to throw a baseball. No, my shoulder will tear. There's not much. I've crashed on it so many times that the doctor told me years ago I needed surgery on it, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing that.
But
It
you
is
can
like,
still double fist.
yes, well, yeah, you know, You got to have your priorities, man. It's
Yannick, don't encourage him. Yannick, don't encourage him.
You know.
Yeah, Scott started that.
Scott, we started off as such a family-friendly program.
How did I start? Wait,
Which part? Be more specific.
You were here.
Yeah, I was going to say you were literally here.
Hey, I encouraged you. Wait a minute, hold on. An hour and 20 minutes ago to leave the show and go back to your own 2 shows. You didn't listen. This is the punishment.
oh, this is fun. This is no punishment.
The Fist of Furies come back.
Yeah, I was going to say the double fist of fury. Good evening, Laura. Crumble,
Chuck Norris
Portos,
in that one?
across the street from Crumble, Portos, across the street from Burbank Sports Cars. Decisions. Fair. Fair.
Crumble.
Chuck Norris went to heaven and God stood up from his throne and said, I was keeping it warm for you.
Good
Yes,
one.
I think the great tribute shall be the Chuck Norris facts that come out of this.
I invented that one. So I texted that one this morning to my mountain biking group text.
I heard yesterday. I heard he was hospitalized yesterday. That I heard. So
Yeah, I think it all happened fast. I'm guessing he probably fell and hit his head like Ace Frehley or something, you know? Something happened fast. No, that's what happened. Ace, why is Bobby laughing? Ace Frehley was in his recording studio.
It probably happened just like that. It'll make you feel
All
good.
I heard was he fell, hit his head, heard Kiss, and he's like, "That's it,
Gone.
That's not
Nope.
funny. That's
Nope.
not, no, that's
I'm not dealing with this. We're
no,
done.
that's not funny. That's not funny. Everyone
Bruce,
loves,
I'm coming to visit.
everyone loves
We're
Kiss.
done. We're done."
Kiss is awesome. Everyone loves Kiss. You can make fun of it all you want. Kiss on
And I will. Oh, I will. I so will.
No, you don't know what you're talking about. You big stupid
Baz
face.
says, "Gee, Scott, sure left the Mets in the past and on to the Orioles." Listen, he's covered both angles at this point.
Gotta follow Pete, man.
There you go, Eric. Storkzilla is supporting you.
There you go.
That's right.
Somebody has to.
Very tragic that Ace passed away.
yeah, going that way kind of sucks. So
Mhm.
Oh, I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to say the tragedy was. He goes. He did all those wonderful things in his life, and unfortunately, he was stuck in a really crummy band. Would have been nice.
He wasn't in the band. He hasn't been in the band for a long time. So you're just stupid now. You're just talking stupid.
Oh, Eric, even being in the band for one moment is one moment too long.
Stupid. You're so stupid. I hate you.
Mhm.
So it seems.
Yeah.
Which one was his gimmick? Was he Starman?
yeah, he was
He's
the astronaut,
The spaceman.
Man.
the spaceman.
The spaceman.
They're not all spaceman.
I thought their whole gimmick was
Yeah,
they
but
were
he
all
had the
from
V
space.
thing.
Look, I
He
thought
had the-
Spaceman was Bill Lee.
Was their comic book? Was they were all from space?
Right, like he had the V shape uniform, right?
That was like
Yes.
Nanu. Anyways.
I could have said, was he the one that wore heels?
They all wore heels.
Peter Chris.
That was
Big
Eric.
ass
didn't wear
freaking
heels.
heels.
Peter Chris didn't wear heels.
And only you would know that.
Was he
Because
the
he was the
cat
drummer.
He could have wore heels. How do
He
you
did
know
it.
that?
I was gonna say-
When he wasn't drumming, maybe.
You can't
What kind
drum
of team?
with
Eric,
heels.
hold on, Eric. What kind of team spirit is that?
He didn't wear heels.
You think you can drum with heels, Eric?
He wasn't
did
good enough to
this.
drum with heels. What the
He
hell,
did
man?
not wear heels.
It
Did they
wasn't
think
like
about firing him and
a
getting a
double
good
bass.
drummer?
Get
They
Ringo?
They did fire him and get a good drummer. They got Eric's car, and then he
Did
died.
he wear heels?
He died of heart cancer. And
They
then
bought Eric's car?
They-
Who has heart cancer? What the
Eric
hell?
Carr
I
did.
never heard of that.
Well,
And
Eric
that's
Carr.
been
That's
made
how
up.
Eric Carr died.
They invented a new cancer to talk about shame being involved with Kiss.
And then brought in another Eric Singer, who's still the.
Oh, at this point, we're just being lazy. What the hell, man?
So were they
So
all?
there were two Erics in the band?
There were two Erics in the band.
That's
So
way
were
too
they all
many Erics.
cats when they were drumming?
Now it all makes sense.
Did come together right there. All of it. Summed right up.
See,
There we go.
Bobby, sometimes I could think I think to myself, I could make up some stuff to make it more entertaining. And then I just let Eric talk and he
Just let
actually
him
says
go.
what's true. And it's like, no, there's nothing I can do. Just
Eventually
let it ride.
How about
comes
this?
around and puts himself in a corner, and
All right, I'm gonna read some comments. Charlotte says Dark Side of the Moon is the best. Panda Eric's face. Facts. That's right. Darkzilla, yes.
Oh,
Listen, Orlando. Eric is not a very. Eric's had a lot of concussions. He's not very bright. Eric, remember, you're nothing without Carlos. He's nothing. Absolutely. Carlos, what are your thoughts on Ted DiBiase Jr., son of your favorite wrestler, being acquitted? Well, Macho Man Randy Savage is my favorite wrestler. Million Dollar Man Ted DiBiase's cackle, though, is the best. What are my thoughts on him being acquitted? I don't really care about Ted DiBiase Jr. Those are my
what
thoughts.
happened to him? Acquitted on what?
Well, he was up for trial for something. I forget, like fraud or
Embezzle-
stole something. I forget what it was.
Embezzling money from kind of doing the same thing as
At some
that
point, you're
Brett
not responsible for what your kids does. Your kids
Yeah.
do, right? So,
Yeah. And he's also Ted DiBiase Jr. Who cares?
yeah. Does he cackle?
not as good as Dad.
he wasn't
If he
even-
had the cackle, I'd be interested. He'd have had a career. You could have figured out the cackle, like Sonny and Cher. They told the Kiss drummer he didn't have to wear heels, and he asked if he could. What a weirdo! I know. Fraud with fraud. See, that's at least better. I appreciate that. Is fraud? I think COVID-related loan fraud. All right, fair enough.
Oh, one of those. Got too many checks.
Maybe.
So that's,
Maybe he
Wasn't
was
allowed to have so many checks.
so he got acquitted. So you won't add him to your PC. If you got charged, you would have started a PC.
Yeah, he's not a not swell fellow enough.
Right.
He lacks the
make
lack
sure.
of not swellness.
Okay.
He didn't murder anyone.
I wanted to clarify.
It's important. Maybe not case, but scheme. Indeed. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul and Paul. Appreciate the clarification.
The Pauls.
Yes,
can
we got
both
the dueling
suck it.
balls.
They can both suck it.
Hey, be careful. One of the Pauls has a wrench, and the other
Watch
Paul will
out,
hit you with a
man.
wrench. One of the Pauls has a wrench, and the other Paul will hit you with a wrench.
And he knows Bill Ranford.
True.
I don't want
And
to talk
where's
about
Paul
that.
at? Can Paul tell us how cold it is where he's at?
I don't want to talk
Probably.
about none of that.
If he's up
nonsense.
in the Arctic?
Probably right now thereabouts. He can give us a different temperature gauge.
Yeah.
The margin of not so fellow. See, Paul, you're thinking. Now you're
Yeah.
thinking. I like where your head's at.
White margarine.
Yeah, both balls will hit you with a wrench. There you go.
Now-
I like it.
Now, is that swell fella adjacent?
I think you have
No,
these
or
Jason
not
Jason.
so swell fella adjacent.
Not so swell fella adjacent.
There's two levels. Two levels. Carlos being the co-host business, would love to see a weekly podcast with Carlos and Big Brian. I can tell you what that would look like. It would look a lot like this. Eric, do you want to tell us a little bit about mountain biking? Are you sure, Eric? This is your moment. You can tell us about mountain biking. You can tell us about Puck Peterze. Are you sure?
Made up.
I
race
really
in South
want
Africa.
to.
Go ahead, tell us. So basically, it'd be like this. Hey, Big Brian, what do you think about something? He just does a lot of this and just flails a little bit, and that'd be pretty good. That's basically what the show would look
A
like.
lot of stuff jiggling.
Oh, it'd be a lot. Yeah. See, I got to tell you though, Scott, if we're going to do this, I want to get down to the bottom of the ultimate mystery because Paul has said it correctly. We've got two Pauls, obviously, but one of the Pauls has said it correctly. I want to know, before several of us said it in a mocking way, who actually called Big Bri Big Bri? Was it Big Bri,
It's
or was there
himself,
anyone else?
I would.
like Ricky Henderson way?
Bingo. Bingo, bango.
One does not, Scott, simply call oneself Big
Yeah.
Bri.
I didn't even call myself Big Scott. That was given to me.
If it's given to you, I think that's legitimate. But I think he gave it to himself, and I'm not okay with that.
No doubt. No doubt.
I have many nicknames. And that's just one of them.
We can't talk about Eric's nicknames. We would get thrown off the air.
I'm
And
not
then we'd
here-
have to go to the full time to the Patreon.
I'm not here to talk about the past.
I'm not here to talk about the big bottle of pills in my locker.
Yeah. If
Circus
this
Zero.
is the first card
First
ever
card.
used for Hall of Famer Murray Costello, okay, and it, you know, and he played like in the 50s, and this was one of those, you know, Parkhurst missing link cards or some crap. Is that really his rookie card? That's his first card.
That'd be a Victor question. If it's a card produced long after his playing days.
He had like 2 beehives. They don't consider beehives as rookie cards for people. And this is the first card ever made of him. So that has to be his rookie card.
I really don't think so.
So he just doesn't have a rookie card, even though I'm holding.
Yeah, I think honestly the situation would be he doesn't have a rookie
The
card.
beehives become, or he doesn't have it.
Well, I think in his situation that you're talking about, I don't think he has a rookie card at all.
It's a first card.
Yeah.
But I mean, I can say that with a lot of 86 Fleer basketball set that everybody calls rookie cards.
Yeah.
There's players in that
All
have
their
been
first
in
card.
3-4 years, and they call
Who
them
is that?
rookie cards.
Who is that card?
It is Murray Costello, Hall of Famer. Murray Costello. He's in for being
There's a lot of guys after the war that didn't, you know, because they didn't issue anything until 51. So if they were in the tail end of their careers.
Yeah. Well, the issue with that card, Bobby, is that that's one of the missing link cards. That was one of the ones
from 92 Parkers or something, right?
So he's got, I think he's got 2 beehives, right, in a Bruins uniform, and he never had a card. And then this is his very first card.
Yeah.
Therefore,
pose it to Victor, Eric. I think the answer is there's no rookie card. I think the answer is no rookie card.
Well, I put it in a rookie card holder, and nobody.
Well, you know, for what it's
You've had
worth,
a lot
you
of
could call it a
concussions.
rookie card. That's fine. They actually, for Bill Barocco, they did the pro set, and they called that the rookie card until I straightened them out and got it in this 51. But anyways, you know, technically, it is what it is. They didn't issue cards through 41 to 51, 10 years. So anybody in that career of 10 years and didn't, you know, do anything crazy, they didn't get it honored. So
yep.
There
So
you
my
go.
question here would be, I'd be curious, Circus, why would that be a thing?
What would be a thing?
So Circus goes, is there any chance Joey Votto denounces his Canadian citizenship to get to the Hall of Fame? What would you need to do that for?
Who is
Yeah, I'm wondering that.
Joey Votto is a baseball player.
Oh, who cares?
But there's no citizenship requirement for the Hall of Fame.
No, they just
And
let a
Murray
Japanese.
It's the
Costello,
baseball Hall of Fame. You just have
Yeah,
to play
okay.
baseball.
there's people from Japan.
Major League Baseball.
Why
Yeah.
does it matter?
Well, Scott, even Eric, even beyond that, Ferguson Jenkins is Canadian. He's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, Larry Walker.
Larry Walker is Canadian. He's in the Hall of Fame.
Go figure.
There's no nationality requirement.
What
There
is
You just had
nationality-
to play Major League Baseball for a minimum of 10 years.
what is the nationality of Vladimir Guerrero Jr.? Was he born in Canada?
He was born
He
in
was
Canada.
born in Canada.
He's got
was-
both.
Yeah. So he's a Canadian.
He could literally play for Canada if he wanted to.
Mhm.
in the World Baseball Classic.
Yep.
What did he
Yep.
play?
Yep.
in
He
the-
would have the option. He would have the option.
Like
if
he
wanted
was
to.
born in Canada when his dad was basically a rookie in Montreal. I think 97.
Okay.
Yep.
Did he play in the World Baseball Classic?
Yes.
for Dominican.
Yeah, for the
Like,
Dominican.
All right, that's
Yeah.
fine. It's got dual citizenship. He can do what he wants.
Yeah, based on your grandmother, based on like a grandmother, you can have that's how Team Italy filled out their team.
Yeah,
There's a lot of
you can go-
guys there with Italian grandmothers, and then like here you
Yeah,
go.
you can go both grandparents' sides, I guess.
Correct.
Or something that far. Yeah.
Well, I think I could be wrong. Scott,
I
refresh
think,
my memory.
There was 23 American on the Italian team. There is like
There was
a Canadian and other nationalities. So
was it A-Rod or was there another? I remember there was a player who played for Team USA in one of the Latin countries in different years.
Oh, I'm sure.
Like I feel like I want to say A-Rod, but I could be mistaken.
Hmm.
Because I feel like there's at least a couple of players who played for one team in one World Baseball Classic and a different team in another one.
Because it's like Newt Bar plays for Japan, but
Yeah.
that's Japanese because he was born like on a military base.
But wasn't
His mother is part Japanese.
did Freddie Freeman play for Canada? The one before
Yeah,
that?
Freddie
He did.
Freeman played for Canada.
Yeah, because his mom is Canadian.
Because I was
Yeah.
surprised he didn't play this year. I was.
Yeah, I was surprised.
Okay,
Too, actually.
thank you, Sturgzilla. I thought so. I was pretty sure A-Rod had
What
played for
A-Rod?
Team USA 1 year, and he had played for one of the Latin countries a different year.
Because I know
So
it was at the end of his career when
Yeah.
he probably
And
went
you
to
can
play for the
you can
Latin
declare
play.
for that specific event because of the grandmother or grandfather thing, the grandparents thing. You're allowed to declare, and if you make the team, you can play for any team you like, as long as you have a grandparent that qualifies.
With that
You're allowed to
card,
do that.
Eric, they didn't put him in the 61 all-time greats or the 55.
They were
or-
doing that for the
No,
women's World
course.
Cup basketball too.
That's the first
They were
card he
spreading
has,
it out.
as far as I can find.
Well, if he's a Hall of Famer,
Well,
he
as a
should have
builder,
been. Huh?
as a builder,
Well, that's why he's not in there. He's a builder. Most builders don't have cards.
but he still played. For
You
the
can
Bruins.
play. Obviously, he didn't get it from being a player, so there you go.
I never said he did. Okay, Bobby. Yes, sir.
There's no yes, sir. It's just yes, Bob.
Look, Eric, I'm gonna need you to come up to the Spring Expo, and you two are just gonna have to fight it out. And by fight it
so.
out, I mean we'll pelt you and then laugh.
I don't want to fight with Bobby.
I think you
Oh,
should
I don't
do it
want
for the
to.
content gods. Do it
No.
for the content gods.
No, I don't want to. I'm not going to fight with Bobby.
It's a bad set.
Very few builders who have cards, rookie cards. Very, very few. Toe Blake, maybe a few others.
Well, I knew he was going to play with Team USA,
Toe Blake, yeah.
even though he should have over Harper.
Yeah, sure.
Sure. Let's see here.
But I did
Carlos,
not-
if it's just Gen X or older buying vintage, well, it's not Gen X or older, but there's definitely a higher demographic. But no, there is still.
Lots
Still
of
no.
Boomer's still around.
Yeah.
For now.
I think as you get into younger, I think millennial generation you still got because
I see millennials.
yeah,
35 millennial.
because now you're a lot of your millennials are the older, so kind of in that middle ground there, you're in your 40s.
Yep.
So it's one of those things where you can, again, the reasoning may change as time goes on.
Mhm.
Like I think you have to kind of it's more about exposure to it, but also a reason to be interested in it, because a lot of times people will be like, oh, I like the history of it. Yeah, great. If I like the history of it, I can read a book. I don't need to buy cards for that. So it's what you're converting it into, because if the price point reaches a certain point, it's like, okay, for the novelty of owning a piece of cardboard, I want to pay a bunch of money, or I could just study the history of the game and just read the history of the game or watch the history of the game.
Well, if
Seems
they're
like-
currently a collector,
Yeah.
then, a lot of people like to go vintage, or, like we were talking before, you can average, selling a bunch of cards and then work on some key cards that you really wanted. So,
Haven't joined yet. Been engrossed in reading Pops and Comps. He's lying. He's using it to hold up the table. And by engrossed, he means he's trying to figure out if he can remove it from the table. If I remove it, will Jay Lee know? He knows. Ballpark memories. Yeah, he operates as a dealer, but yeah, he's definitely not Gen X. That's fair. That's fair. Phil Negro fan. People of today, age 18 to 25, don't even know players from the 90s. That's true.
is
What I'm
true.
looking forward to, Yannick, was going to be my favorite thing, is when the youths are like, who's Pavel Bure? And I'm like, disintegrates.
Who's Raymond Bork?
Shut up.
No,
Mhm.
you gotta go a little bit younger than that. It's like no Ray Bork, no Pavel Bure, no Pat LaFontaine, Timu Salane,
Gordy
Who's the-
who?
Jaromir Jagr.
Eric
Jaeger?
Lindros.
Is that a drink?
It might be by then.
Timu's coming back around here soon.
That's you got to introduce him to Sega '94 hockey.
It's true. That would work. Rob says, I have a 2003 Be a Player rookie of Valery Karlamov, and I believe it was made after he died because he had no card. I think they actually specifically made a card for him. Yeah, that sounds right to me.
Well,
I remember
he
Be a
died
Player
in
did
a-
something like that.
He died in a car crash, 1981, I think it was. Him and his wife and his child too. wasn't bad. But his autograph is worth about $1,500 because he
Who's
died
this?
early.
Who we talking about?
Valery Karlamov. He was like the Wayne Gretzky of Russia in the 70s. You don't know Karlamov?
No, I recognize the name. I don't think I'm as familiar with him as you are.
He
but
was-
I recognize the name.
He was a good player, like the Eric fucking off. He was good too.
I heard that.
I hope so.
It's one way
Okay,
you know-
Augie,
I heard
I
it.
am. I have assigned Eric to do the book review on Pops and Comps. First, Eric will have to figure out how to read. That'll be step one.
Mom's been
AI.
working with me.
He'll AI it,
Hey,
don't worry.
Mom's been working with me.
Mhm. I think the problem is Pops and Comps may not have enough pictures. That could be an issue.
Those are important.
That could present a challenge.
I do better with picture books. That's true.
Dan says there was a guy who was comparing Wemby and Kareem on Twitter and said Kareem didn't shoot enough threes. There was no 3-point line in his first 10 years. Yeah, that's accurate. Yeah, that's right.
Who scored the first? Who scored the first 3-pointer in NBA history? Does anyone know that one?
Larry Toyota,
It was not Larry Toyota.
Tom Lamborghini,
No.
Jeffrey Chrysler.
Larry Bird.
Chris Ford.
See, Bobby, I made up a bunch of names and then Eric made up a name.
I think so. Well, he's a builder.
So what you guys need to do is whenever you want to find out who got the first NBA 3-pointer according to Eric, you pick a generic name and then pick a car manufacturer.
Yeah.
Who wants to talk about Joe Pontiac?
Yeah.
Big fan. Great guy.
I don't think you are a big fan. No, I don't think so.
Danny Lada.
That
That-
says Eric
that's-
Fukinov was the famous Mayo line with Irv Hellman and Stan Dukes.
They were
Fair.
No, not funny.
That's what was true.
I do not accept your humor. I do not accept.
Last.
He's in
I
the
see.
rule number one.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Indeed.
I do not accept.
Eric, are you literally flipping through pages? What on earth are you doing right now?
I am using this stupid app again, the Needham app,
Wow.
to
There's a promo.
to document this 1976-77 top set to see how many cards I have in it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a really good app. It's just built by a big stupid face.
Wow.
Andy Malecki. Yeah. I'll tell him you said that.
You
You'll be
should
banished from the app.
banish it.
I don't
Hey,
want
what
to banish it from the
Well, you're
app.
calling Andy a big stupid head.
I said it's
I
stupid.
would say
I said
Oh.
stupid face. I mean, get the quote right, please.
that seems
Oh.
rather inappropriate. Eric was trying to fill out his 1990 Pro Set hockey set in near mint. Yes. Yes.
I was so bored at the last show, I bought PSA graded baseball. Go
Nice.
figure.
Fair.
All O-Peachy, though.
Wow. Everything's so peachy.
66, 65, 69.
Those are 65. Yeah.
Yeah, these are 65. Those are 66. Nobody big, really. But it's kind of nice. They're 5s and 6s and 7s.
That's cool.
Yep. 69s. Yep.
Nice.
You get a decent price on those?
Yeah, all of these were $40.
74.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. 60s are peachy. 60s are peachy or nice.
Well,
are
some
nice.
70s, a couple
Yeah.
74.
Yeah, those are 74, 75. Yeah.
75.
That's 75 right there, yeah. So
Yeah,
I got
one's
a
David's
stack of
69.
that many for $40. I went,
Nice.
yes, of course. Yes, I'll take those.
I bet we did. I bet you didn't expect, Dan, that we would get Bobby with everything's okay.
Yeah, actually,
What's going on?
Dan, you're gonna have to tap out and tap back in because you've got the Roboto thing going.
Broke the internet. Nice job,
Don't
Dan.
know what you're not to this door.
and
We had a
Yannick got all
similar
the
thing.
71 baseball.
That's true.
Oh, peachy.
Yeah, we had a similar thing, Scott, during the Cardboard Cynics. I was able to make it work because one of the things and here's a tip: if anybody does podcasts and stuff like that, and they want to do it
Hey,
on
I do
StreamYard, you can have the backup audio. So
backup
what I
audio.
do, yeah. So I specifically make sure that I have a offline backup copy of the audio, so that if anything happens, and for some reason it goes digital, the audio is
Yeah.
still clean.
Mm-hmm.
So if you actually check out the episode, obviously it's fine for people listening to it. But if they actually watch, Dan freezes a couple of times, but his audio is never interrupted because I have a separate audio track with the backup.
Yeah, that's actually smart. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Because it's more important that the audio is okay. As long as you can hear him fine, then if he freezes a couple of times, it's not an issue.
It's
Same thing
not a
with
big
me. I
deal.
back up my own audio too. So I have backups for both of us.
I don't know if StreamYard has that for the basic for the people who don't pay for it.
You'd have to double check. I think
it was
might.
a step up if you wanted this or this or this, you know.
Yeah, but super helpful, Scott, for anybody who does a podcast thing, because at the end of the day, the important thing is, can you hear the person? As long as you can hear the person, the image is a little bit messed up for a couple minutes. It's not a big deal. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Rather be able to hear you.
It might help me if my image is messed up.
Yep. And it happens. That's the reason I started doing it, is that I had one recording that I did once where I didn't do that. And I had to scrap the entire recording because the audio was unsalvageable. And that's the thing. I can't fix it. If the audio is no good, I can't fix it.
Is that an SRT file or something like that?
No, it's literally just it's a WAV file. It's just the audio.
Okay.
Yeah,
because it actually says, "Do you want to also back up an SRT file on my other download thing?"
It is. That's not a bad thing to have, but no, it's a WAV file. It's just an audio file.
Okay.
And what it actually does is it'll back up your audio. It'll back up the other person or people. And if you do any, like when I shared that Logan Paul thing, it actually backed up the audio for that too.
Oh,
so if for some reason it had frozen, it actually would have captured the audio separately if I needed it. So I was like, all right, that's fine. So it's good to have the backups, and that way nobody was the wiser. But I had to put all the pieces together, layer all the audio.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So
I know how to do that. That's for sure.
Jump off because I got a lot of stuff to do this weekend.
Go for it.
So I will talk to y'all later and have a good night. And tell Dan I'm available for a fifth show if he needs me. So.
Oh, yes. Well, we need like 450, 47 collectors. There's hundreds of them.
Because he ain't driving anywhere. We know that.
Take care, Scott.
Take it easy, Scott. Yeah, we'll try to get Dan back on. We were just having a little audio issue, and as long as we can hear him, I'm good. But I just want to make sure we can hear him okay.
Yeah.
So he can let me know. But yeah, I know we had a little bit of a challenge because unfortunately, if you got too many things connected to the network, then it'll freeze up. It can get really bad.
Yeah,
we'll figure it out.
My modem is too far away. I have to get it moved closer because it seems like I'm always glipping. So I don't know. It's 30 feet away in a cold cellar room.
So actually, let me ask you a question. I got a chance to catch it on replay. I think. So how did I know you and Yannick did the live. How'd it go? You guys got a decent amount of questions. I know you guys were playing the video and you did a little Q&A. How'd it go?
Yeah, it was first challenge, not too bad.
Still working out the kinks and everything.
Yeah, bringing the format in. I don't really want to run the video that long. It disenchants people. So maybe if I break it up into 3 different sections and have a little bit of a discussion in between each or something like that. It was really just to get the information out there. It's not really much of a social sort of thing, but it is if you're in the chat and you want to say some stuff, we'll answer it because the video is already kind of playing. So, yeah, it's really mostly for information or anybody who has a question about a particular, a subject that we're on. I think it helps a lot. Nobody else is doing that, and nobody else knows the depth that I do on a lot of those issues. So it's just sharing things actually beyond the app. The things that I don't share with Eric, you can find there.
What?
That aren't in the app, I meant.
Why aren't you sharing things with me?
I said that aren't in the app because you're always in the app.
I want to know.
Because everyone hates you, Eric.
Oh,
Nobody hates you.
I forgot. Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah, it's important. Now, we have 90s auctions here. He might like it. Maybe we can get some support.
Well, he's a good guy. That's why.
Wait, follow-up comment. Good evening, gentlemen, and Eric. Ooh, he separated you.
All right.
Well, that wasn't nice.
We're showing baseball cards. Is what we're doing.
String art wasn't bad. It was easy to work for the most part, but you do have to do a lot of things. And if you don't know where everything is, you get a little flustered at a certain time.
Yeah, it takes practice, but at the end, like that's why I just asked. I figured you guys. It seemed like you guys did okay. I caught a little bit on the replay. I did hit the like button, so I paid for it, so we got that covered. Yeah, so we got that covered. But no, it seemed like, and more or less, it seemed like you guys had it set up. So that's all right. Yeah. Not too bad.
It worked okay. It was a little glippy, like I said. That's on my end though.
Yep. And good evening to you, Max Headroom. That's right. You got to catch up though, Golden Hour. You got to catch up because like I said, we'll try to get Dan Bannock on a little later, but it's just about getting the internet to cooperate. So we'll do our best. We'll see what we can. And the usual suspects are all welcome. So let me ask folks. I'm going to ask you, what do y'all want to chat about? Had a little fun, obviously, with the episode. Right now, there's no real news. The one thing that was fun for me, I got to take advantage of the whatnot thing. I got to have a lot of fun with Big Bride trying to oversell it. Although on the Cardboard Cynics thing, I did get to have a lot of fun specifically with Brian Gray trying to be, all of a sudden he's like, oh, with all these problems, I got to go. And then literally this month, weeks ago, he's on Dustin's channel as a whatnot seller. And I'm sitting there like, really? My dude.
Doesn't get better than that.
My dude. It was like, Eric, at a certain point, you would think the man, maybe the problem is that Brian Gray, it talks so much, he doesn't even listen to himself. He's not even listening to what he's saying.
Oh, no. He forgets. He's
always, what is he doing on what?
Gas pedal down.
A guy like Brian Gray, Bobby, I would say would do well on it because and again, and I'm sure he'll complain about this and say like that I'm insulting him. Not. He's a carny.
Oh yes,
he's a carny. Now,
very good talker. Yeah,
I've already got a tremendous response, Eric, in case he ever complains about that, because he'd be like, "Oh, but I made all this money and I sold it for all this money." You know who else is a carny who has a lot of money? Vince McMahon. Yes. Vince McMahon has billions of dollars, and Vince McMahon is a carny. 100% a carny. Open. From beginning to end,
Golden. It could have been anybody.
No, but specifically, Bobby, Vince McMahon is the ultimate carny.
Yes,
and he became a billionaire as a carny. So Brian Gray has been very successful in what he's done. He sold Leaf for a lot of money. I have no question about that.
It's not like a carny's a bad thing, though. It means you're a good talker in a low end setting.
Good bullshitter.
Yes. It means you're full of a lot of crap, is what it also means.
You're a good bullshitter.
Yeah. So it's one of those things.
That's a compliment, really.
Yeah. So Phil Negro fan here is asking why are Peachy cards worth more than tops. So this wasn't always the case.
No.
There was a long time. So that just to give a little answer to this, there was a long. So today, the justification is that a lot that is again year by year, some of them vary. So I'm not going to speak across a board. There were just less of them. So obviously, if you're looking, so we'll use a one that's a good example, the 68 Nolan Ryan, the Ryan Kuzman,
and they're different.
That one is available in tops. It's available in O-Pee-Chee, and I think it's available in I think Nestle. There's like another one, or not Nestle. There's like a brand that's available. You can actually get the card in another format. The name is escaping me.
Well, they did Nestle, but did they do it that early?
There is so there is.
I have
so
Nestle.
It might not be. There is a 68. There's another set that 68 was included in where it looks very similar to it. Okay. It's the same design. It's still tops, and it's still the 68.
Milton
design.
Bradley or something.
Bradley, thank you. That's the one. Milton Bradley. That's the one I was looking for.
Hey,
so for that,
I know baseball.
So for that one, you've got 3, and the thing is, the tops could be the most common of the 3. The other 2 are tougher, and as that's the case, obviously that could be more attractive for the person who already has the tops. If they like Nolan Ryan, well, then they can get the other 2. But for a long time, the O-Pee-Chee wasn't regarded because people didn't want it. And then after a while, some of those collectors were more advanced. They finished their sets and did all that. They were looking for the next frontier, the next challenge. All of a sudden, O-Pee-Chee became interesting.
The fronts are the same, but the back's different.
Yeah. In a lot of cases. That's why I say I don't want to say anything across the board because some years are exceptions to that. They did change around format. Some years the sets, there was less cards in the O-Pee-Chee set and then more cards in the top set. Some years in the O-Pee-Chee, we'd have more Blue Jays and Expos in a lot of the 70s sets. So you have to you can't take it, you have to take it like year by year and then compare the 2. Compare the checklist, compare the composition, and then also compare the availability. Yeah, tops Venezuela and Ryan. So there's 4. So a Venezuelan
Oh.
Nolan Ryan, the Milton Bradley
Yes,
Nolan Ryan,
that's right.
the
Yeah.
O-Pee-Chee Nolan Ryan, and a Topps one. So if you want to get the gamut of them, there's 4 good options right there. They're all
Well, for
very
big
good.
There's-
stars, yeah, people do that. Oh, there's the cards.
There's Thurman
71.
floating head.
Yeah, for 71. Yep.
Ta-da.
O-Pee-Chee?
That's a nice one.
Yep.
It's a nice card.
Everyone
So that would
likes
be a
to
good
say
Do
example.
better, but I mean,
So that would be a good example of like a Yankees collector and someone working on it would be a very interesting card because it's already a card that a lot of people like anyway. But then add in the O-Pee-Chee element, and there you go. Gives them a lot of reason to be attracted. And with the black borders, getting one in nicer condition is a little tougher. So you're combining all of these things.
yeah. Well, the way I saw it in the 2000s, it would seem that guys who had Nolan Ryans or they
Come on,
would
man.
go, they would go for
Like-
the O-Pee-Chee, but
Look at that beautiful 1.5.
SGC or is that KSA?
SGC.
SGC. Okay.
All right, real quick. I'm going to read a couple of comments. I'll get caught up. Bassier says, don't shade Big Bri. Don't forget he broke the internet with his 2 announcements. Firstly, about a huge business he never announced. Then a lawsuit about one now that very few people care about. Yes.
That's what I want to talk about. Good comment there. So, what was that big announcement that he never announced?
Oh, the business?
I guess, yeah.
I
that's
have-
never been done before. Maybe that was Whatnot. I don't know.
I don't know.
Because he never did. But anyways,
I don't know.
but it was something big he was going to do, and then all of a sudden, dead. That's a year ago now.
Mhm. So Agel says 91 O-Pee-Chee Premier Baseball is visually appealing. There's a 91 and a 92. There's 2 of them.
Yeah.
And then by 93, O-Pee-Chee had its own design. Regular O-Pee-Chee in 93 was a different design. That was the
Completely.
first one where they changed it.
That's right. Yeah, I know that.
I said before, when I see Brian at the Dallas show, he'll talk my ear off about what I'm seeing, bought and sold, and I'm a nobody. He never stops. No, he likes to talk. He likes to talk a lot. Love the 71 Topps O-Pee-Chee cards. Well, 71 O-Pee-Chee cards, but yes.
They're tops.
Right.
Really.
Yeah.
Eric still
Not
hasn't
like-
figured that one out yet.
Everything's O-Pee-Chee.
Everything's O-Pee-Chee.
Yep. Went through a phase 20 years ago where O-Pee-Chee baseball was really hot. I think for that one, Baz, it was certain specific cards.
It was
Because,
the key cards.
Because if you're talking about 20 years ago, and also during the 98 home run chase, people were really after some of them, like the McGuires and some of those ones.
Mhm.
And then the Bonds O-Pee-Chee took off when he had his home run thing.
Mhm.
Because so there was a draw to specific cards, certain specific cards got a push. And then down the road later on for some of the vintage, that got a boost later.
Come see tabs.
That'll teach them. Yeah, 71 O-Pee-Chee backs are better design. I agree with this. I think the 71 O-Pee-Chee back of it with the floating head and the yellow and everything, they did a better job with the design.
Yeah.
It's a better looking card.
Good time.
Mhm.
But yeah, a lot of it came down to for a long time, it was dependent on the set. Certain cards, obviously, there would be people would be interested. But then eventually it became that for a lot of the years, the O-Pee-Chee was tougher to find. So for the folks that already have the regular versions, they're like, here's the next challenge. Get yourself that one.
Yeah, it was the trickle flow flood thing, and then everybody wanted O-Pee-Chee. It was just like, oh, this stuff is hot. And man, it's flying.
I remember like 15, 20 years ago, there were some guys that were ahead of the curve because they were trying to finish their sets. They were literally like chasing after. So there were a couple of guys, one of the guys that was in that OBC group that I've talked about in the past, he would come up from Michigan with a checklist full of, but he'd be seeking out the O-Pee-Chee. He would specifically go dealer to dealer, every dealer that had any vintage. He'd be like, do you have O-Pee-Chee? Do you have any of the, and he would try to grab 70s, 60s, anything he could get his hands on.
Was that guy? He has a website too, right?
Not this one.
No?
Not this
Well,
one.
there's another guy
He's got,
who
he's got a want list, but he's a collector. Pretty much,
Okay.
it was for collection. But he did very well. Like for years, because he would be ahead of the curve in terms of trying go out of his way to like really seek it out.
Mhm.
He was able to fill a lot of his checklists over the years. But that's what those guys had to do. Because to tell you, in the 90s, how little people cared at the time. I went to car shows in the 90s. So like, say I was looking through a box of 70 tops. There would be O-Pee-Chees in there and they just wouldn't bother to look at they literally just put them in numerical order and it didn't matter. Like I bought a Willie McCovey 70 O-Pee-Chee and it was priced the same as the tops because they were just not paying attention. Just threw them together. Like, here you go. You can have either or. They were both in the box.
Well, it's the same thing with Topps O-Pee-Chee with hockey too. Even though they would separate it, like a lot were mixed in together, especially in those dollar boxes.
Yeah.
It was just like,
they were,
oh damn, I bought it. It's freaking Topps. I can tell by the dirty back.
Yeah. Well, the first trade I ever did in that group was I traded somebody a group of 75 O-Pee-Chees because they were working on the set. So I traded them a handful of 75 O-Pee-Chees for some cards that I was working on for my set. But they were specifically interested because, hey, look, I can't get, because they were in the States, I can't access the O-Pee-Chees as easily as you can. And I had a small stack of them. I go, here you go. I'll send you these. You send me those and we're all good. No worries. The guy this wholesale deal in the States and went by O-Pee-Chee cartridges and sold all his inventory and got out of the brick and mortar. He wasn't fairly big. O-Pee-Chee has better color in some years when it comes to hockey. That is true. Again, it'll always vary year by year. So I never try to give I don't try to go and just give one answer for the whole run. But there are some years where there's definitely a big difference. All right, Dan, how's your Roboto going? Are we good?
I think I'm good.
All right.
There he
good.
speaks.
And we're gonna dance.
How's it going, Dan?
It's going really well. I'm super happy about how well the new Cynics is doing. We're getting a lot of numbers on it. People like it.
Oh, that's good.
Well,
Good.
I've actually been
After 24
impressed
hours?
with the number of comments. The number of comments in short order the folks were on active in the comment section, which is good. I like it.
Yeah, I think people kind of looking forward to this every
I think
couple
people
of weeks.
People have gotten
You know?
bored of the regular mainstay, so I think the different type of show coming from a different angle is really good.
Are you telling me I'm different, Bobby? Is that what you're saying?
No, just the different way you guys do things.
Well, I think what's
And
funny
you are
is
different,
that
yes, Dan.
very much so. But what's funny though, and Bobby, I gave you credit on the episode. We were the only ones to touch on the BBCE thing.
Mhm.
That was the only we actually incorporated
Yes.
into there, and it gave me the
Yeah.
excuse to do the Logan Paul clip. But nobody bothered to put two. So nobody really discussed it. Obviously, BBC isn't necessarily on everybody's radar, but also nobody put two and two together. So I was kind of able to rebring it with the Logan Paul thing. I also brought back in Shine because
Mhm.
Shine was also in the video.
Oh,
So that's
yes.
why I said, like, remember the same names keep getting recycled. So sometimes it's helpful to reconnect the links because people forget as
Sure.
time goes by and go, yes, I'm having some fun with Steve Hart here, but Logan Paul is part of this, and so is Shine. They're literally all in the same room. All these 2 out of these 3 names are still actively on people's radars with stuff that's going on. The Shine Index, Mr.
Mm.
Wonderful, not Paul
Or
Orndorff.
Mr. Wonderful Index.
So these names are still around. Shine is still involved with him. Logan Paul is still around with the stuff with Golden and that Pokemon card. It's all full circle, Bobby. We brought the pieces back from 2022. We brought it back into 2026, and here it is once again in front and center.
But now Steve's stepping down, taking a break. So
That was the news.
I'll be curious to see though. Like, so do you want to touch on this though, Bobby? Part of what I mentioned on there was we discussed it at the time of we all got duped agreed, and obviously had a lot of fun with it back then. Do you think it's actually burnout, or do you think that there is something else to what specifically has led to the burnout right now?
yeah, I think there is something there going on. I'm not too sure what it is, but
Yeah.
I don't think it's just burnout. Nobody says burnout. I don't know. I don't think I would say burnout. Would any of you guys say burnout? I'm burned out. I need to get out of here. And you run a big business.
Eric's been trying to get out of here for the longest time, but he's contractually obligated in perpetuity.
You haven't used the word burnout yet, so that's why.
The shoe may be dropping. There's something maybe coming down where BBC made a big mistake and millions of dollars, were lost. It's a possibility. We'll see.
Yeah, maybe
Well-
Nat Turner's box was no good. 54.
Well, Dan, you understand, of course, if that turns out to be the case, we shall shamelessly take credit for being way ahead of the curve here.
Oh, yes.
Me. I was the one who said it.
He did say it. You said drop the shoe, and Carlos said something else. I forget.
No, I'm the one who said the other shoe drops.
Yeah, that was he got the phrase right.
And I also have the
idea.
Logan Paul, and I also have the Logan Paul clip. We all got
Oh.
duped agreed. It's all,
Yeah, we all.
got duped agreed.
Yeah, I think there is something going on. So,
I
It's a
really
guess.
enjoyed when you played that clip because I hadn't seen that in a couple of years at least.
It was
It's
the
been
perfect
4
as
years
soo-
since it happened. So.
as soon as Bobby gave me that piece, I'm like, this is the perfect opportunity to play one of my favorite. I'm like, let me cue this thing up. I had it ready to go. Let me cue this up. I am ready.
Can we
Mhm.
watch it
moment.
again? Is it possible?
It is. We could in a moment.
We
Sure.
got 10 minutes out of it. That was good. 15.
No,
maybe.
I mean it's good cinema.
Oh,
It's-
such good cinema.
It's good entertainment.
Good evening, Josh. Yep. People like a show with Carlos and Dan and no Eric. Who knew? Listen, don't get him encouraged because Eric has been pitching. He wants for the Patreon people only, 24/7, all Eric all the time.
I don't want to be here. The people that watch the show don't want me here. You guys don't like me. Why am I continuously?
There, I fixed it.
We're
Now it's
waiting
fine.
for your adjacency to end,
Yeah, now I fixed it. It works really great.
and then
I
you're
think it's
it.
perfect. I think it's perfect.
Once you go it's over. Oh. Okay, Eric, you can come on my show too on occasion.
Ooh, I think that'd be interesting. That'd be
Ooh.
fun.
Bobby's coming in here and recruiting all of your people, Carlos.
I like it. Listen, Dan, if he's able to put together a good package, I'll just go live and just put him on the screen.
That'll be it.
Just
Yeah.
run it that way. Bobby's like, why is no one? It's like, no, people are watching. Just in adjacent.
Indirectly, yeah.
The watching is adjacent.
You'll end up with more hits than I will.
Probably from that one, it would probably work. The last episode was a little long, but good overall. That's fair. I'd be honest. I think 80 minutes is
Oh,
good.
it was good.
Yeah,
lot of
like
different topics.
because there was enough topics to go into it. I don't subscribe to the idea. I kind of chuckle.
Wait. Orlando's giving us shit
You
about how
got
long
it.
we went.
Mm-hmm.
Orlando's used to Sports Car Clubhouse. They've got like this militance. We cannot go over an hour. And I'm like, on a podcast, you can totally go over an hour. What are you talking about? Get out of here.
I don't know. We were having fun. I thought it was fun. I wanted to
was.
keep going.
I think I enjoyed that one the most.
Well, the thing is, for me, I believe that for a podcast, I think you want to keep it to under 90 minutes, but over an hour is completely legitimate, especially if you have more than one topic to talk about. If you've got one topic to talk about, then maybe 35, 40 minutes and maybe top it out there.
Yeah.
But if you got more than one, like, do you need? I don't want to speed through something and ignore some good points or things that can be added because we would have had to cut the Logan Paul clip. Like I could have cut a couple of minutes out of it, but why would I do that?
Yeah,
And
that was gold. That was
And that's
total.
what I want to do on my thing is 40 minutes. That's, pretty much the max.
Yeah.
Don't really
If
wanna
you're
go
focused
much
on a
beyond
specific, if you're focused on a
Well, that's
specific
the whole
theme
idea
or
behind it,
topic,
right?
if you're
Yeah.
focused on a specific theme or topic, then that's fine. But if you're covering multiple topics on it, like no, your choices are to speed through it. In which case, you're not really. Then what are you doing? Then what are you covering? Then make it 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Don't even bother going beyond that. That part doesn't. I'll always subscribe to. I think about 70 or 80 minutes is good if you've got multiple topics.
Mhm.
Rob says, I think you're okay for a Boston guy. Look at that. Isn't that nice,
There you
Eric?
go.
A compliment. Yeah.
Hmm.
We still send you a Christmas tree every year. Look at that.
Yes. And it's very nice that the people of the Halifax send us a Christmas tree every year because we help them during the explosion that poor seamanship caused when one ship crashed into another ship and blew the entire freaking city to pieces.
What is Eric rambling on about?
I don't know, Blue Nose when it exploded in 19.
There was a Halifax explosion back in the day. Eric is discussing this because he knows all about Canadian history being in a Canadian protectorate state.
Well, he's not far from it either, too. So,
No,
And also, there was a guy who's kind of sneaking around there, some guy who was talking about cars. So I'm
Mhm.
wondering if maybe it's one of those situations where, yes, I rescued people from the fire. Didn't you start the fire?
we didn't start the fire.
Mhm.
Sure, you didn't.
It was always
Sure.
burning. Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
My grandfather was actually blinded in the Halifax Harbor explosion.
Really?
He
Wow.
was. Yeah.
Mm.
That's
That's
where
some big ass explosion.
it was. And he was in the middle of the city.
All right.
So
Halifax was gone.
gone. Yeah, was torn up.
Indeed. How does my grandfather live through it? He was 6. There you go.
Wow.
Yeah. Halifax has had definitely has some interesting history. I'll tell you that. You know, with the explosion and
Brad and
histories, but a lot of people may not know that many of the victims of the sinking of the Titanic are buried in Halifax.
Mhm.
So Halifax has a lot of interesting history.
Mhm.
They have their own graveyard just for the
Graveyard explosions. That's interesting.
They have their own graveyard, I believe, for the Titanic victims.
Hockey says, speaking of Halifax, Brad no longer comes on the show. Too much PSA heat. He explicitly said, I can't deal with that fucking Hockey 99.
That's it.
Well, he may have said that, but I'm pretty sure he also said he doesn't want to share screen time with me. I believe that was the ultimate thing, though.
No, it's pretty much Hockey 99. He's like, delete that guy and I'll come back. And I go, well, Brad, he's going to have to say something for me to delete him officially. He's always on that line, but seemed kind of mean, but it is what it is. Also, Brad is running around. He's literally flying from one spot to another. And also, it's kind of late for us where he is most of the time.
Toronto, Halifax, and he's another hour ahead. So.
Yeah.
When the office was supposed to open up, it was supposed to kind of free him up with a little bit of time. It's kind of done the opposite. He kind of has even more stuff going on now than before. We'll get him at some point, but we're gonna have
And
to
the
get
other
him.
trips to California, so it's like,
how often really you guys got a chance to see each other since he moved to Toronto?
Well, I saw him at the CSC
other than
show,
shows.
Yeah. And
You
then
went
I
to a
did see him
baseball game?
initially when the office was going. Yeah. Like he's only around like for a day. He'll be like flying for like a day here and there, and then he's out.
Yeah.
So he flies around.
want to go to a ball game? No. Okay, bye. See you.
Josh says, hi, Dan.
Hi, Josh.
Listen, Eric, it's very complex. It involves the science.
They didn't just leave the floating bodies out there. When the rescue ships,
what is a body?
The bodies.
They collected.
They picked them up in PBD.
As many bodies as they could get.
There you go. Now you're speaking English again.
And then they docked in Halifax, and that is where the bodies are buried.
Bodies.
They picked up as many people as they could get. Well, okay.
Well, I mean,
I'll teach you to speak. I'll teach you to speak English.
Over the way. I mean, there were bodies everywhere.
They picked up as many people as they couldn't get. I don't know. Just wondering.
Let's figure it out. Simon 466. Good evening, Simon. Lots of Halifax talk, not enough Guelph talk. That's right.
We need some fun facts about Guelph.
Not a real place.
Yannick, bless you for asking this.
The bodies are buried in Guelph.
I am going to probably. What I'm going to do is
like a Guelph trivia.
Oh, let me tell you. In the description, I'm going to put a link. I had actually saved this. I was going to bring it out at some point, but I hadn't gotten around to it. I have a video that is a short history of Guelph.
Oh,
I'm saving it for old Eric.
Not a real place.
Oh, the YouTube video seems to differ, Eric.
No.
Maybe you'll
it's on the
have
internet.
To get kidnapped and go visit Guelph.
I've seen what AI can do. Don't give me that Guelph AI crap, all right?
Like
if I could be in
remember, once
with Ray
once you're on this side of the border, maybe you'll get kidnapped and you'll go visit Guelph, that you like it or not.
I don't. Not a real place. I'm not concerned.
You'll get tied up, put in the back of a white van.
I have a white van.
That I'll be forced to sit in traffic between Mississauga and Toronto again.
It's not Sauger, it's
Sauga. Eric,
Saugus is where you're from.
Eric, you won't be between Mississauga and Toronto. Don't worry about that.
Mississauga.
We'll put you up at the top. We'll put you up in the tower in the cathedral, and you can be like the Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. I like
Could
it.
be. What's his name?
Probably should do the Ontario Classic and move to Nova Scotia.
Nobody wants to move.
Oh,
to
my
Nova
family's from Nova. Well, some of my family is from Nova Scotia. So Quebec, Nova Scotia, and Scotland. Whatever.
Mm. So you know what this means? We were talking about it earlier tonight. I've got it queued up. So who wants to see We All Got Duped Agreed?
I could go for a little bit of that.
I want to
All right.
see the. Can you
Little-
pause? Can you pause before the face?
Oh, I will. Oh, I will. I know exactly
Please.
where it is.
Just before
is-
the face, and then we'll discuss again.
Yes.
Oh, it's such a beautiful thing. Beautiful moment. So the video is called I Lost $3.5 million in fake Pokemon cards on the Logan Paul
Yes.
YouTubes. It has been
You mean
watched
on real
over
GI Joes?
on Real G.I. Joes. It has been watched over 8.3 million times. 4 years ago.
Surprise. It's a surprise ending.
Spoiler alert.
So we start off with Shine on the screen. So I have sped it up slightly to 1.5. So here we go.
He's shining.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do? We know it's not because we went through a security check in Philly. We just happened to go in a government building. We know that. Yeah, we know that. The reason why I was mostly concerned was because the person who brought it to me, he had so many inconsistencies in the stories.
Oh,
it was
yeah.
like 3/4 of the story. That was my issue.
The dramatic music is what sells.
The guys
it.
from BBC who authenticated it are here to basically stamp their authentication.
If this is fake, we're all in trouble because it looks so good. There's first edition packs in there.
For the record, that let me actually go back a fraction of a second here. I just enjoy the joy on his face, and it's like the stages of Steve Hart. These are the
Yes.
stages. So this is early. This is the joy of Steve Hart here, and then we'll progress through the various stages of Steve Hart. Here we
In
go.
there. We're
get a
both- the case value
motorcycle
is
out of it?
double, triple.
It would legitimately be verifiably 100% the only sealed case in the world. That is 100% real. You're from BBC.
Yeah, I'm the owner.
You're the owner of BBC, and you authenticated this.
Yes, me and Michael are going to go over when it came to my office that day what I looked for, and then we're going to speak back and forth about why we like the seals. If it's good, it's worth a lot more than the 3.5 now.
But in this case,
I hope it's real.
Back in March of this year, this case came into my office. They asked for my opinion if the outside of this case had been tampered with, played with, reproduced in any way. You can see in this piece of seal that was put on there by Wizards of Coast, this tape is aged onto this case. This label too, the same embedded lines of the cardboard from age are in that label.
There's no evidence of tampering.
One edge would look different.
Anyway,
Yep. I did my diligence just like I do for a sports case.
Not the words you want to hear.
Diligence. Dillinger.
How does this
Diligence.
guy still have a job?
So
Are
Eric,
you from BBC? I'm BBC, bitch.
So Eric, one of my favorite shows that I like to watch on the YouTube sometimes is called Seconds from Disaster.
Yes.
And I could literally do an episode of Seconds from Disaster and literally
with
do
this.
the countdown of all the steps leading up to the moment. And we are approaching. We are mere moments from disaster now, Bobby.
How
We're-
does he
And you
approaching.
would have star power.
It'd be amazing.
Logan Paul, Shine.
So here we go. And I will pause one more time before the critical moment, but it's coming. Here we go.
oh yeah. All right. I like where that's going though.
Sorry, early. I mean, come on, guys. I ain't gonna be sober for this.
The wine.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Wait, hold on. Okay, that's a good sign.
No, it's not.
What?
Why are they so puffy? Why are they so puffy though? See how the shape all?
They don't look right.
They don't look right.
They don't look right. Uh-oh.
See how
It's
they're,
like
they're like they're curvy.
Faded
Very
yellow.
light. They don't look right. Okay, let's get it going. Let's open more.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. That look good.
Oh no! Oh no! Why is it bending like that? Why is it bending like that? What's inside of him?
You know what's inside.
Mother.
Motherfucker.
Look at the hard face.
Steve Hart's face contorts about 12 times in about 5 seconds. If it's just like
The lips. Yeah.
it's like all of this as he's looking at this box, he goes, I fucked up so bad. I fucked up so hard. I am so scared. There's a camera in my face.
I
am
rode
so
them into
fucked."
town.
Hey,
Can I go
Eric,
home?
Eric, you can literally see in his face. He's like, I am so fucked. There's
Oh,
a
I'm
camera in my
so-
face.
yes.
I am so fucked.
The whole world's
He
watching.
almost short of doing this. Get that camera out of my face.
Here we go. We're almost there.
Almost.
First, we have to have one of my favorite lines in YouTube history forthcoming.
¿Por qué?
Hold on.
It's up in a box.
Oh, yeah, right? Oh.
Look at this bullshit.
Why doesn't this one say first edition on it?
Oh, no.
Don't ask that question.
Why doesn't it? Well, you authenticated it.
You tell me.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God, bro. G.I. Joe? G.I. Joe?
Why is he throwing it? That could be valuable.
It could have been anything else.
Could have been anything else.
What does that really
I
mean?
told you to
G.I.
pick something. You throw G.I. Joe?
That's it. Yeah.
GI
You're
Joe
supposed to put Kiss cards in there.
Yeah, no
could
shit.
have been
Awesome.
could have been anything else, people. It could have been anything else.
I don't know what that even means, to be honest.
No. Could have
No.
been like 79 Superman cards.
No,
They
this
had
is
that
all good.
Care Bear, Kiss, G.I. Joe, or Transformer.
People focus. This is important. People focus. This is already very good, but we haven't reached the penultimate moment. The ultimate moment has now arrived.
Mm.
I said it with Dan. Steve Hart now, his credibility is in shambles. He's already contorted his face. He has to say something profound. He has to say something. Eric, he needs the punchline to get us out of this dark
He's a
moment.
punchline.
He's got
He's
the
about to say-
motorcycle already.
He's going to say the thing. Here we go. He's going to
Thinking
He's
hard
gonna
right now.
restore order in the unopened box world. Here we go.
Say something, Steve.
We all got duped. Agreed?
No, we do not agree.
Agreed.
I love that little head bow before he says it. Rewind it and see that head bow going. We got to do.
Yeah, we got duped by you.
We all got duped. Agreed?
Agreed? Agreed,
A
people.
million
Please
people-
agree.
Everyone not going to sue me? Everyone
Please
agrees?
acknowledge
Million.
me.
A million memes were launched that day.
Yes.
A million.
We'll never have so much fun.
And Bobby, I got to tell you, I mentioned to Dan that I milked that shit for months.
Oh, yeah.
We got duped agreed meme. It was like,
It had a
so
life
good.
of its own for sure.
it was so good. It was classic. All right. Let me quickly go through these. I'll get caught up. Let me know what a shine is. So that's shine 150. He's involved with Kevin O'Leary in the shine index. So that's his claim to fame today. Back then, he was involved in stuff like this.
I'm gonna close the door here.
It's on his way to 25 million now.
Got new Eric and Ray photos. You never know. Always tune in. We got duped. Yes, he got duped. That was the best part about it. It's like, Eric, he's supposed to be the expert. When he says we got duped, everybody should just be like staring at him going, what the fuck?
Yeah, you duped us. Thanks.
We? Who's we?
Yeah, there's no we.
Yeah.
Jackass.
Simon says, Steve, I believed the science so much his face that he wasn't concerned up until that point. That's right.
It's like
Probably the most delusional moment in the hobby.
box.
Yes. Looks like Ralph and the Simpsons when Lisa's heart ripped his heart out and Bart played it in slow motion. Yes.
Yes.
Valid comp. What would have been better is if better than G.I. Joe? The hobby question's never been answered. That's true. Look, and look, I think I said it at the time, but Dan, I'm going to double down on this. For hobby history, I kind of want a sealed provenance established. I want one of those G.I. Joe packs in a certified thing.
Oh, yeah.
I want one of those
You know,
packs.
One of the things you said on the episode yesterday that was released today is that we don't know really how many times he screwed up because most of these cases, in fact, 99% of them have never been opened.
Yeah,
This is
especially
like
the high
one
dollar.
time they
The
opened
high
one.
dollar.
The high dollar ones, right? Like, how many times has this kind of thing happened? You know,
Mhm.
if
You're
they didn't
never
open
that
them,
big.
you would never know.
You're not supposed to open them.
I want a piece of that tape. I really
That'd be
want-
good. Yeah, that'd be good. But I'm serious. I would love to have one of those G.I. Joe packs.
They could have
I
sold
like-
them
yeah.
for big bucks.
One of the legit G.I.
They
Joe
should've
packs
sold
from
them.
that.
and
They
I
should've
want
sold
Steve
them.
to authenticate it.
Yeah, but I need
PSA
to make
would
sure
do a
like,
nice little label. like
somebody's got to
they-
certify it from the.
We were
video.
duped packs.
That-
We got
We were
duped.
duped. Agreed. We were duped. Agreed. That's what I want. Feels like a Carlos Turn Back the Clock episode. Yes, yes. Question there, expert. Why does it seem like they're opening the case with so much skepticism? It's almost like they halfway explain. So the prevailing
That's
theory is that
paranoia, natural.
the prevailing theory is that Logan and a couple of the guys. So the prevailing theory for a long time has been Logan already knew. They were just doing it in order to basically
that's my
it was
line.
it was to
G.I.
sell.
Joe?
It was to sell the kind of the thing. Logan mini cars, right? BBC knows more about sports. He stepped out of his own, which is true. I don't think it's that often. I think it's way more often than you think.
I'm a little cynical of that. Like sports. There's got to be plenty of sports boxes out there that were faked that are still sitting
100%,
open.
but we don't. They don't open them.
It's
because of the price.
overconfidence, and that's where you fall, is when you go beyond where you think you should be, and I don't think he should have done that.
Should have not stepped outside of.
No, he went
Sports.
way outside. We're talking about a case being taped like that he's never been exposed to, or anybody else for that matter. So
Bobby, that's the key piece, because even like I said, I use the rattled Pokemon example. Even the Pokemon guys were able to piece it together, but very few people had access to any kind of a sealed case except for back in the day. So those cases are long gone. So what are you going to compare it to? Like, if you don't have the exact understanding of what it's supposed to look like untampered, how are you going to? You're basically basing it on nothing. So when he did the line though that he said he did his diligence like he does with the sports card is actually one of the worst things he could have said.
You could have left that one out. He would be okay.
Like, you probably should have left that line out of the conversation. That doesn't give me confidence in your other stuff.
Well, that just makes us know that he was not in on it. So
yeah, you're guessing. That was the thing. The conspiracy theory that a bunch of the guys in the room knew.
Oh, yes.
I think Steve Hart is the one who did not know. He's not that good an actor.
No, but he wouldn't put his reputation online if it was that.
Yeah, he also wouldn't have done the "we got duped, agreed" punchline.
And they brought him in too, which was let's fly you in for this. Come on.
Yeah. The other guy from the deal sold the box disappeared. Yeah, the Kahuna guy or something. Kahuna was the one that was part of that thing at the time. Yeah, I heard they refunded the money, which yes, that is correct. Yes. Left for now, I'm still talking about G.I. Joe case. Yes, always, Dylan. Look, Dylan, we need to focus on the important issues. We can't talk about 72 tops and crap like that. We need to talk about G.I. Joe cases.
G.I. Joe.
Forever.
And one of those packs has to be one that was the thrown from the box.
Yes.
A dented pack.
Mm-hmm.
The We Were Duped Shine version thrown. Yeah.
This is what I want. They can sell G.I. Joe packs and have a disclaimer on the back. This may or may not be an actual pack for Logan Paul case. Bobby, you know what would be the ultimate, though? The ultimate to this whole thing? You get the G.I. Joe packs from the infamous thing, and the G.I. Joe packs were also resealed. Oh. Like the G.I. Joe packs weren't even good.
Maybe.
That'd be amazing. That's kind of what I hope.
So I did notice one thing watching this again 4 years later, that Logan Paul is very thin in this. He's not muscular now as he is now. I think we might be able to presume that in the last 4 years he's consumed quite a bit of the juice, so to speak.
Well, he did bring out that drink company, right?
Prime.
Yeah.
Well, in the years since, he's done the WWE thing. So once he got into that, it gave him a lot. He also did the boxing. He and his brother both did the boxing thing for a while.
He's actually a wrestler.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that was one of his nascent attempts at acting. It wasn't very good, but that was an early attempt. So you can tune into the WWE to see Logan Paul continue to try to act in the year 2026. WWE does have a serious drug program now. Yes, like the one that Randy Orton failed twice. And then magically never failed again, even though he's become more jacked since he failed it twice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Paul is correct that they do have a program that they do it. I would venture that if one of the high profile guys was ever in danger of failing it for the third time, which is supposed to actually be a firing, magically they'd never ping a third time. Ever. I want to know more about the G.I. Joe card collecting. Who knew? That's right.
I'm looking right now.
And the other one was just for the vibes. That was another good one.
Oh, yes. It was all about the vibes. The vibes is important.
Vibes,
we need to know about the vibes. Yes.
That was some great scamming back then. That was awesome.
Well, the 86 Fleer packs was only a couple of weeks later. Like, it wasn't long.
Yeah,
it was around the same
close.
time.
Everything went bang, bang, bang.
Yeah, it was around the same time.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think we're in
The
field
good
for
old
weed.
days, right?
Hey, that back then. So back in the early 2020s, look, we had 2 live streams back then. We had so much stuff to cut. We had stuff good gold like this. handed
Friday
to us
night,
at-
Friday and
night.
Sunday, wasn't it, or something?
Wow.
Yeah, Friday and
Yeah,
Sunday.
that was during the lockdown. Like we're
Yeah.
home. Like,
Let's
there's
face it,
nothing else
Yannick.
to do.
Well, also the hobby was coming up with stuff all the time. Like it was
Oh,
all
man.
new at the time. Like today, it's old hat. We've done it.
There's a
enough
new
times.
channel every day in the news every day. Or
Yes.
whatever.
Eric was in Clubhouse all the time.
Ooh, actually, speaking of Bobby,
Uh-oh.
so I may include this one as well. So I'm going to include, for Eric's sake, I'm going to include a history of Guelph video. That's going to be fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
But
My life.
there was also, I actually saw a video that somebody did a history of Clubhouse.
Oh, no way.
Yes.
Get the hell out of here.
Eric is in it.
But it's just you can only listen, you can't watch.
Yeah, I found it here. All right. I'm going to save this one.
Documentary. Eric is in it.
He probably is.
Stop
So
it.
it's called Version History is the channel. It's from The Verge. So The Verge would talk about all these different internet phenomenon and programs and things like that. They have an episode dedicated to the Clubhouse, specifically Clubhouse, and things that happened during that brief run of Clubhouse.
How did they, what kind of connotation did they come across on it? Is it positive, negative, or indifferent?
So basically, it was actually, I think for the most part, they kind of went neutral on it from the perspective of it was kind of basically it was really weird, and a lot of things can come out of it. But they did have recordings of some of the stuff that happened at the time.
Oh, there was some
on
crazy
Clubhouse.
stuff. I mean, it wasn't just for cards. You guys know that, right? There was subject matter.
It went beyond, sure.
That covered anything in the world, any subject in the world. They had groups in there. It wasn't just
Yes.
a card platform.
Yeah.
And there was some
Lots of desperate people.
crazy,
Yeah. Very sad.
crazy stuff going on in there.
But it was divided into rooms, so you could go in a card room, correct? And-
Yeah.
But you would talk
I met everybody.
world events too?
Oh,
There were
every-
definitely rooms that talked about that for sure.
No, I meant
You can
in the card group.
Well, Eric usually talked about double fisting and Bobby Orr, or some combination.
Sometimes for some reason people weren't interested in talking about that.
That's how the Clubhouse folks got really close, Bobby. They shared a lot of things that probably were best left unshared.
All right, my internet is screwed again tonight.
Yeah, looks like it.
I gotta close up.
We can,
As a successful lawyer, you'd have
You'd
money
think.
to buy good internet, Billy.
Yeah, Billy.
Some people
Yeah.
are trying to shut down Dan.
Yeah. Oh, maybe.
Simon asked a good
Logan
question.
Paul.
In lieu of one of the actual G.I. Joe packs from the scene, would Carlos settle for a G.I. Joe pack signed by Steve Hart with the inscription, "We all got duped, agreed"? If he did the "We all got duped, agreed," that would be a pretty good inscription.
They would go for a lot of money.
Fire
I'd be
up
in
another
there
club.
for one.
See, Josh is trying to coax you in, Eric.
Oh,
It's like addiction.
hmm
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I don't listen. It's getting late, and I just don't have the energy for Tim right now.
Liar.
No, no, I don't have the energy for Tim right now.
Well, who does?
His wife, I think, his new baby girl.
Yeah, Daddy
Roids are
Tim
no
now.
joke. Josh says, "I'm just glad Eric is finally talking about the past." That's right. That's
I'm not-
right.
I'm not here to talk about the past.
Get on the couch and talk.
I'm not here to
Let me
talk-
tell you about the Clubhouse chapter.
Mhm.
Oh my god.
You could do a good video on it, Eric. All the things you can't say that you said.
I'm gonna include I'll include a link in the description to that episode on Clubhouse if any of you are morbidly curious.
Please do. Yes.
I mean, listen, I met a lot of wonderful people, and
Tim.
Mm.
People I'm still very good friends with, and I mean,
And Tim.
Mhm. But there were a handful of people that I met through Clubhouse that there's one person in particular that I want to physically harm still to this day. And if I get the opportunity, I shall. And then there's other people that I don't ever really want to talk to again. So You know, but the majority of the interactions were positive, educational, fun, funny, enjoyable. But then there was this other, you know, handful of people that were involved that I don't ever need to interact with again.
It was an audio club, right?
Yeah. There's
In
people,
the age of videos.
but there's people from,
Just,
from all over
it never
the
made
world.
sense to me.
There were people from all over the world in different time zones, and it was really interesting, and I really enjoyed it, and I got a lot out of it, and it was the first time, I've said this before, it was the first time in my life that I was able to share this hobby with anybody, because I've done it alone since 1988. I didn't have a hobby buddy, you know, to go to the shop with or the shows with. I did everything alone all the way up until 2000, 1920. And then all of a sudden, 2019, 2000.
Yeah, well, you came on the show, what, in 2020?
So
2021?
it opened everything.
It's something like that range. I don't know.
Right. So the pandemic was really good for me and my, collecting and finding other like people, because I've been alone in the hobby since 1988, which I'm not complaining about, but it was nice to find all these other people from all over the world and become friends with them and learn from them. And now
Did you not go to the Shriner show?
I went by myself. I walked around, I bought cards, I left.
You never met anybody?
You didn't even interact with the Shriners, Eric?
I met one particular person from Halifax.
Oh.
That was where I first met my friend.
Mm-hmm.
And then, he don't like me no more.
Well, he probably saw you attacking Shriners. I'd have a problem with you too.
Mm-hmm.
Jerk.
Josh
Josh is asking you a question here.
Yes, I did. It's awesome. Yeah.
I'm wearing one of those tassel hats if I ever go to the Shriner show.
Yeah, he's pretty
Just
fun.
saying.
So I've asked the question
Red one.
before. I'm going to ask it again. Josh, if you're around, I can send you the link to the Instagram. I did previously. I can send you a link if you want to come on here. You can talk about Clubhouse times.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about Eric and saying horrible things that will never be spoken of. We can talk about the past.
I would love for Josh to come on if he's available, but
It's up to him. He's around. He was around in the chat. That's all I can say.
If they played back what was said in there online,
Here's a good
how
question.
much of it would be played?
very, very little. I mean, talking about just the card group,
Bobby, everyone would be canceled.
No,
The whole hobby would be canceled.
Mhm.
there was a
I'm just thinking.
there was a button to stop the recording, because
Who had their finger on the button?
whoever opened up the room was responsible for hitting the button to not record it, because all sorts of things were said in that room, those rooms. Most of it was just, humor and, guy humor and stupid shit.
Double fisting.
You don't want that coming back and biting you in the ass, though.
And then we're just, and then this is Bobby where we hit play. And it's just Eric is going like, ha, 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 that's right. That's where I buried the bodies.
Mm-hmm.
But
that's right.
Guy humor.
But if
locker room talk.
But every once in a while, I would jump in these other rooms just out of curiosity.
And did any of them confess murders?
Vile, horrible, angry, miserable, sick shit I've been into and listened to, and I'm like,
Bobby, what he's describing right now is the Mother Teresa room.
Yeah,
I think so.
Like they were sitting there talking about God, and Eric is like saying all these horrible things.
Yeah.
This is vile. This is terrible.
He hated it. After 4 or 5 hours, it kind of got you, right?
Oh, some of those rooms were freaking brutal, and people threatening to kill each other and all sorts of stuff. Yeah.
Really?
So now we're talking about your room again.
I only threaten violence on one person, and I still will stand up and do that if I ever get.
Matt from Providence.
No.
Well, Josh is asking a valid question.
No,
You took that later on him, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And remember,
speaking of the Columbia House,
Amanda has been on the show and has agreed with me on the violence that needs to be put on this person. So It's not just me.
Violence is silence.
Look, all I'm saying. Let the record state, Eric, you may pass it along to whom it may concern. I did leave a link, and I said, don't leave Eric hanging.
Please. Please, Josh.
Just saying.
And Josh will know exactly, if I told Josh who I'm referring to, I'm sure he'd agree with me and wouldn't mind getting a couple of punches in too. So
Lonesome Eric, that's right.
Shod foot kicking.
Zach, I got the exact same
Like
thing
a
out of what
group
Eric was
beat
saying.
down or what?
There's just
there's a lot of things going on there.
Some human garbage out there that
Zach here is catching what I was catching from Eric's statements. He goes, the pandemic was good for Eric's cardboard collecting, so he could make some friends. He goes, you know what? All of you who died, fuck you.
The pandemic was good for this entire hobby because without it, it was dying. It was heading in a downward slope.
No, it wasn't. It was on a
It
steady...
absolutely was not.
No.
Where the hell were you doing over there?
It was like
that shit was going up over here. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe for you, Eric, we were not having that problem.
it was slow and steady going up. It wasn't dropping off at all.
My prices were going up pre-pandemic, Eric.
Yeah.
Listen, I could ask a certain friend of mine who owns a certain business that I may or may not work at, and he would tell you things were looking pretty grim.
And so, Eric, what you're saying is we should have let it die so that the good part of the hobby could live.
And the pandemic,
that place where he works at,
saved this hobby and made it bigger and more valuable than ever before, and we all know that. So
what you're saying is it saves sports world much to the detriment of all of us. If we had just let sports world
everybody's
die.
collections grew, they became more valuable, buying and trading, stuff on the internet, apps, everything grew because none of that stuff was there before.
Comparatively speaking, yes, it went.
We had eBay for decades before.
Oh yeah,
decades.
All right, wait a minute. Listen, I'm all for you busting my balls. I sit here every week and allow that to happen, but you're not going to sit there and say that the pandemic didn't explode this hobby, right?
Oh, it did.
Oh, it exploded it.
But, all right. The problem. Make sure that you're not that stupid to say that.
Well, we went through the 2012, so there was a little dip there.
But Eric, here's the problem. Here's the problem.
It had nothing to do with.
So anyway, I'm going to explain real quick what Eric is talking about. He's talking about the American market and what he's surrounded by. Over here, we never had the massive drop off that you had post baseball strike and all that. When the hobby died, I was at the expo twice a year. We were there.
Yeah,
we did not have this problem. It chugged along. And prior to the pandemic, it had already been upswinging for years.
Yeah, we had a little downturn or a little bit of stagnancy at 2012.
In the early 2010s. But by 2018, 2019, which is
it was already
upswinging.
Yeah.
So if the pandemic had never happened, it would have been a slow increase instead of this.
And it would be a little
this
bit better.
Wouldn't have been so bad, but this was already happening. So if he's saying sports world was going down, that's a sports world problem. We did not have that problem. And to be honest, we didn't need sports world. We could have let it die. We're fine. But around here, we were not having an issue. The dealers that we were dealing with were doing fine. After pandemic, it exploded, but they were doing okay. What's going on south of the border? That's a south of the border problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I remember my prices going up, and I remember people bitching and moaning because Be a Player. Remember when Be a Player came out and the cup came out, all pre-pandemic, by the way, and the price was going up every single year, and people were bitching and moaning about it. For some reason, we didn't need the pandemic for the price to go up every single year. Up.
I'm not denying any of that. As long as we're all in, we're all in the same reality that the pandemic exploded this hobby.
Yeah, and PSA was coming into its own a little bit better, and the registry was growing. There was a lot of different factors along the way. So there was a constant growth. It was small, but I mean, it was steady. So, the pandemic just, skyrocketed, which is never good because you're always going to get the down end of that. So, but now
it was an unhealthy increase. It was an unhealthy increase.
It is. It always is when it goes shooting up. It doesn't matter because there's always a down.
Do me a favor. Did you back up one comment? that person's a complete dirtbag scumbag who deserves a beating, but that's not even who I'm talking about. I wouldn't walk across. No, actually, I would walk across the street to spit on him.
All the way across the street?
But I'm not.
Well, they got chocolate sticks there.
I don't have. I don't have violent rage towards him. But I would
infinite rage.
Wait, do you have infinite rage?
I have infinite rage for somebody that was in Clubhouse. I do not have infinite rage against that person, but I would walk across the street and spit in his face.
So your rage varies.
Oh yeah.
He has variable rage.
Variable rage, yes. Infinite variable rage.
Like with Name, if I ever get a chance to meet Name, like that'll be like a level 5 rage. I'll just kick him.
Well, Name was at the expo. You just ran away from him like the coward you are.
But I would just like kick Name in the shin.
That's all you could reach. He's tall.
Yeah, he is tall, ain't he?
He's tall. Yeah. Fire. Paul said, despite all of Eric's rage, he still just around in a basement cage. I like what you did there.
I like what you did there.
Is infinite rage similar to defensive rage? These are the valid questions, Duke. These are valid questions.
Yeah, it's
I'm liking
smashing
where we're going with
pumpkins.
this. I'm liking where we're going with this.
Just a rat in a cage.
Good old days when cards cost $5 per card on bulk PSA subs.
Yes, $8. Oh man, yeah.
It was $8 US. $8 US is what it was.
Yep.
So that was 2018. I actually think I still have the sheet for PSA Canada. It was $8 US per card.
And then there was a special where they had there was a bulk rate, and I think it was like, oh, this is going back early. I think it was like $4 or $5. It was just like, wow. And guys were sending in like, man, it was just killer. That's when a lot of the stuff happened, because they would go on specials because they weren't getting enough, obviously, cards to grade. So the specials were monthly, and it was almost like a repeat every other month. It was like, oh yeah, special, $5 special, $3 special, whatever it was. It's just like, holy crap, how can you afford to do that for that price? Now it's a little different.
Do you think that, I mean, I know what the last press release was for, PSA and things, but look at all the grading companies. Do you think their prices are up simply because they're greedy and know that people will spend the money? Or is it just to try to get people to stop sending so much in? Or is it a combination of both?
Actually, I really don't believe that it's expensive to grade for the most part. If you want a nice card graded, $30 isn't really that bad. Is it $30 now?
It's close to it, yeah.
So $30 really for a piece of plastic, someone to get it in, do the handling, and grade it for you, a professional. Same. And then package it up and ship it out to you for a $30. If you only got one card done, I'd say that was worth it.
Given inflation, though, $8 to $30 is a really large jump.
Yeah, but it's not about inflation.
Well, it didn't go.
Yeah, when it was the $8, they were looking to get volume because they were like, it was basically to motivate. Yeah, no, that was the regular rate.
Oh, after, yeah.
And the point was to get volume. The intention was to make it, because remember when I'm talking about the PSA Canada thing, obviously they were still a bulk submitter at that time. They were not under PSA collectors. No. That was during Eric's best friend Len Potty. So the idea was they will do that for you, but then we still had to fill in the form by hand and also add in the shipping and this and that, the other thing and whatever. It's been streamlined since then. But the idea was, and it was in US dollars, so you have to do the conversion as well, and it was all part of the deal. But the idea was to get volume. And by having volume, it would justify the bulk submission. So that's how they would play it at the time. And for PSA standpoint, they weren't doing a fraction of what they're doing today. The funny part is a lot of the other companies today are kind of doing PSA 2017, 2018 numbers because they're a small fraction of what they're now. It's 1 million cards a month, almost 2 million a month.
Mostly back then, it was sort of the premier cards. You'd send in a lot of rookies. You send a lot. Now it's like commons. They try to get 9s and 10s on them because they're worth crazy money. So,
but the thing is, at $8 per, it also allowed you to send more of the cheaper cards as well.
Sure.
So at $30, can you still do it? Absolutely, you can still do it. But for some of the cards, it's not worth it because even if you get a 10, the value isn't there. So all of a sudden you have to do the math and go, hey, wait a minute. You have to make sure that if you send in, well, you paid $30 and plus whatever you paid for the card. If it got a 10, what's that worth?
Yep.
If it's worth $40, it's not worth it. If it's worth $50, it's probably still not worth it, depending on what the card was.
No.
So all of a sudden, so it's like, yes, they're trying to discourage it, but at the same time, if you insist, then they'll take the money, but then they're going to charge you more money for the privilege. They're going to be like, well, if you insist on this, then charge it, pay the extra. So KSA Atlantic Grading Services, quite the mouthful. So it just send 65 cards to KSA for my first ever using their service. Now I haven't seen many YouTube videos on PSA. Was I scammed? So I got a question here. So technically, so what does PSA have to do with KSA in this question? There's two different companies. If you want to send to KSA, then no, you're not scammed. But you have to understand you're getting what you're getting. And your name is also KSA Atlantic Grading Services. Eric, what do you want to go with this? KSA Atlantic Grading Services is asking if they're scammed sending it to KSA. It goes, you tell me.
I think someone
did we all get duped agreed? Wait, did we all get duped agreed?
Yeah, I think we all just got duped again.
Yeah.
I think someone's trying to do a little bit of a promotion and then forgot which screen name they have up.
Yeah. Paul here says, Paul Bowman says, if you had a minor league card of yourself, would you ever get a graded? Totally. Yeah.
Sure.
100%. So in that instance, Bobby, then the value no longer matters. I just think it would be fun to have it in the holder. It's a card of me in that case. Yeah, totally. I would do that.
Or even if it's just for your PC. Like,
yeah, totally.
Just get them.
And at that point, Eric, I'm paying for one card. It's not a big deal. Yeah, 100% I would have it graded.
Yep.
Totally. And probably if that's all I got to grade, Eric, probably I would do it on site. Just give me the card back. Literally, I just want you to give it to me. Honestly, at that point, I'll overpay for it. Just give me my card back. That's all.
I'll wait. Yeah.
I'll wait the 15 minutes.
Yeah. If I have a bunch of other cards to send in, then whatever. Then we'll do the bulk rate. But if it's just one card, at that point, if it's my card, minor league or not, I'll take it. Just give me my card back. That's all I want.
I think the number one thing that most people are concerned about is getting the card to and fro, right? I mean, you're gonna put it in the mail. Everybody on this side of the continent, it knows that it has to go from here all the way over to the other side of the continent. And I don't know about the Canadian Post, but I can't get a Christmas card 4 doors down without it getting lost. So I'm not sending a Gretzky rookie all the way to California through the mail. That's most people's biggest concern is like, okay, I have a Mickey Mantle card. I'm going to send it. I'm just going to throw it in the mail and send it to California. Most people are very concerned about that. So most people would pay the extra to hand it off to somebody, go into PSA City. We all know what that means. And then you stand there and all of a sudden they walk it back out and hand it to you. Most people will pay the extra for that.
Yep.
Peace of mind.
Well, we said that to the Stephen with the PH. Best to wait. Rather than getting it in the system and what have you.
And in his case, especially since it's a very nice card, but it's also a pricey card.
It's
one of those things.
Sure.
It's also one of those things where like you want to spend as little time away from your property as possible. You want it given back to you as quickly as possible with the least amount of extra friction.
Sure.
Just get it back into your hands. And like I said, even in that case, in that example of the minor league card question, that card obviously wouldn't have necessarily, in this hypothetical scenario, that card doesn't have a ton of value, but it has personal value. So I would rather just give it straight back to me. I'll pay the extra and just give it back. I'm not worrying about trying to get it in the best possible pricing. It says only PSA 10 or any grade. No, for a personal PC card like that, any grade, doesn't matter.
Yep.
Stu says I made a card set in 2004 for player autographs at a college event. Doubt a grading company would grade them. So Stu, I don't remember if a bunch of the other ones are still around. There were some grading companies that actually had a specific tier for we'll just encapsulate. And some of those companies would honestly just take your business. If you really just wanted it in a holder, they would be like, yeah, sure. Because for them, they're not certifying it as a quote unquote real card. They're just saying, here you go.
And they'll encapsulate it on the title anyways.
Yeah. They'll like put custom card or something like on it.
Yeah.
And that way, if it says custom card on it, I don't think anybody's going to complain. So there's some
Vanity
companies that
card.
definitely would
Yeah.
be happy to get a couple extra bucks that way, honestly.
Right.
Honestly, that's probably what the coaster makers should do. Just get into the custom card encapsulation business. Just put the word custom card on it. Then you don't have to certify it. You don't need the 1,000-point scale. You don't need any of that bullshit. Just engrave the name of the thing and put custom card and be done with it.
Yep. Slab it, forget it.
Yeah, honestly, I totally think that's a viable business though for some of these companies. You may as well. You get at least a couple bucks from some folks.
Well, some of the
should
other
be your-
companies are like that, anyways.
That should be the slogan. Slab it, forget it.
Right.
Hey, don't steal my stuff.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That should be
PSA
a
stopped doing
slogan.
custom card autos. Yeah, no, totally. KSA. I don't know. I feel like at one point they did. I feel like you could have asked them to do like a custom encapsulation. Obviously, they wouldn't certify it.
They will
Yeah,
do
they
a lot
wouldn't
of stuff.
certify it. Yeah.
They have done stuff that, there is some error in some of the stuff that they're doing, but they will do stuff like that other grading companies won't. So it's out there. If you can convince anybody that, this should be graded, that's fine. It's sort of like me contacting, like Tim Long at PSA and saying, hey, yeah, you guys should grade these. Like, you have to do it with, a little bit of evidence for what you have. You just don't have the word to say it. And, I went through that with a couple things, and I don't want to ever push the envelope. I want it to be sure by me, and then, assuring them too on top of that. So, but KSA would be the same thing. Hey, this is this. What do you think? Yeah, sure. You're paying, right? Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean. Like as long as they're paying. So Paul Bowman here is saying, I've got two different cars, 1994 Fleer Pro cars and Classic. Thanks for the input. Well, good on you.
That looks like his card there, basically.
Yeah. Well, so like I said, what I'll say to you is, hey, congrats on having a card anyway. It means you still got to play, so good on you. But yeah, I would say 100%. It just, if it's for your personal collection, have at it. If you just want to keep it in a one touch, put it in a one touch. You want to get encapsulated, have fun, enjoy it. Nothing wrong with that. PSA will sticker custom cards, just not encapsulate. Yep. Custom card revolution. We've already had a revolution. Now we need another one. Too many natives were putting stickers over reprint kabooms and shit where they stopped. Yes. AI grading or AL grading.
Ow.
Could be AI or it could be AL.
ALF grading.
Send you the label and slab, put your card in. Self-locking slab. Yes.
Well,
Four
see,
collectors by.
Sorry, go ahead.
Four collectors by collectors.
Yeah, the four collectors, those cards, you want to slab it. I'm sure anybody will slab it for you. Just put whatever on the, on the sticker tab.
I just think a lot of the third-party guys should just include that as a feature. Like, but just make it clear. This is custom card slabbing.
Yes.
And then again, you make it clear this is for custom. So you're not certifying it. You're not saying it's, if there's an autograph,
And nobody will be misled. Yeah.
As long as it's clear cut, this is a custom card and you're literally just slabbing it, knock yourself out. Then who cares?
Yep. You don't have to get into the grades and, hey, I got a 10 out of 10 on the autographs. Not on those cards, but I mean, yeah.
Yeah. You're just giving somebody a memento. You're giving them something they can take home with them if they want to, and that's it. It's a really simple thing. That says JMA used to encapsulate custom cards. That again, JMA would be a perfect example.
Oh, yeah.
They could make a couple extra bucks doing that. Why not?
Didn't he live out of his parents' basement or something like that? Was it him?
There was one
the
other
other
one
guy?
with a similar. I don't know if it was the same one. Could be. If it's the only card slab, it's in the top 15% to qualify for a fancy sticker.
There you go.
Yes. Have to call it unslab. Valid.
Yeah. Nice. Packs, grading. We're really getting into it tonight.
Hey, we gotta do what we can, Bobby. We're the longest running episodic, whatever it is.
I wish somebody would figure it out.
Well, you could work on it, Eric. What do I leave you to do when we log off at the end of tonight till next Friday? What is it you're doing?
Watching bicycle
Waiting
races
for next Friday.
Yes.
Well,
no,
I
Monday.
won't be here next Friday. I've already told Carlos that I will not be here next Friday. I will be at,
What are you doing?
at the Boston Celtics game.
He's going to the Celtics.
Larry Bird's not playing anymore. You know that,
It's
right?
the Atlanta Hawks,
Oh.
where I have the tickets.
Who got you those tickets?
I had to buy them myself, and I'm not
Like
happy.
Claw. Yes.
And I wish. No.
He went by the box office. He was like, "Hey, is that a bird?"
And who
Larry
are you
Bird?
bringing to this show?
I really, really wish I didn't have to pay for them.
Well, you might have to pay for the hot dogs and pepper too.
No. So, long story short, I'm bringing my son for his birthday, which was in his birthday's in June. So in last June, we said, for your birthday, I'm going to bring you to a Celtics game when the season comes around.
Mm-hmm.
Now the game's up. So
and then you're going to have to get him something else in June.
No, this might be his last birthday present ever. He's freaking 35. He's not.
It's got to stop at a certain point.
Yeah, he's not getting any more presents. Screw that.
I keep getting presents.
No, I don't get any. I got my
Really?
daughter got me these. My daughter got me these Empire Strikes Back cards I just put in. That's what I got for my birthday. That was the best gift.
Those are going for big bucks in the 10 now. Watch it.
These are not. These are wooden. I don't think these are even ones. But it's the thought that counts, and it brought back a lot of fun memories. Because I had a lot of them back in 1980. So it was funny that my brain could remember. Oh, I had that one. I had that one. I had that one. So that's what I got for my birthday because I demanded I get nothing. But she found these.
And yet you don't know that George Washington is no longer president.
I have no proof of that. So I'm going to continue.
So what proof do you have that your son is 35?
He told me so.
You could have another 20 years of presents you need to be giving.
Maybe.
No, he's not getting it. No, the money I paid for these freaking tickets. He's not getting another present for the rest of his life.
Oh, so did you get him good tickets, or are you guys like on the outside watching?
No,
yeah, he's got a lawn chair, and he goes, "We're going to project this outside of the building."
That's
behind a post somewhere.
Lower balcony. They're decent.
Why can't you be on the floor? Why can't you be all fancy with the celebs?
Yeah, right. Because they're like $5,000 a seat or some ridiculous crap.
Yeah, but you just sell a Reggie. That's all. Like just one Reggie.
Cash in some of your ill-gotten Dallas card show gains.
Yeah, give those up. Not yet. It's still too hot, man. It's still too hot.
It's cooling off.
Let's get the Celtics Sunday night. That's right, Stu. Last time Eric pulled out his wallet, a witch flew out. Damn.
I don't like taking the money out, man. I like putting the money in. I don't like taking it out. Because I've
taken out a lot lately.
No, it's allowance money. Michelle gives me my allowance, and I like to save up. So
I wish I lived that life. Oh, to live the life.
Today was her last day at her current job, and she's taken like a week off, and then starting her new job, which the building is right across the street from her current job. So
different company.
She's after 10 years, she's leaving this company and
starting a new adventure.
In a week. So it's very exciting around here.
Yeah.
I think
10 years is actually a pretty good. 10 years is actually a pretty good run in like a
in today's world. Yes,
in today's world, corporate world, yeah.
If it wasn't the unforeseen circumstances, she probably would have stayed there till she retired.
Unforeseen okay, what'd you do, Eric?
I didn't do anything. How can I affect a multi-billion-dollar company?
Oh boy. Hey, I've seen some stuff happen.
I was gonna say
you took Beckett down.
Single swash.
You took Beckett down.
Yeah. Beckett took itself down, that trash ass company.
No, it took decades, Eric.
PSA.
And it took decades, Eric. That's pretty good. That's pretty strong.
Yeah.
We all got duped to greed, and they literally did this for 20 straight years, and they were still kind of hanging around. Yeah. That's pretty solid.
They're still getting duped.
Yes, indeed.
Guys, that's I gotta have to go for tonight, but I'll keep watching a little bit.
Okay, sounds good, Yannick. Just remember, Yannick, when you go to bed tonight, I need you to ask yourself one question: did we all get duped to greed? It's important. We got to think about that.
Anyone who watched even a second of this show tonight got duped. Agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Good night, guys. Take it easy.
Later, buddy.
See ya.
If Eric sells one Beckett stock, he can sit on the floor. That's right.
Yes.
He's got the monies.
Yeah. He's got
Well,
allowance.
yeah, with Michelle's new job, I'm hoping to get maybe an extra, dollar or so.
So she got an increase, obviously.
I'm not going to discuss that. I'm just saying that I'm hoping.
It's a yes or no answer. It doesn't mean amount.
I'm hoping that my allowance may increase maybe an extra $1 a week. That's all I'm saying.
So she got an increase. Okay.
I'm hoping to get maybe an extra $1 a week and increase in my allowance. That's all I'm hoping.
Is that what you're hoping for?
The new place is across the street. So is that closer to your home or further away?
It's exactly the same distance. It's just
So your place is perpendicular? You're not closer, you're not like more to the left of the street or more to the right of the street. We know the proximity of Dunkin' Donuts, but we need an angle on that. One of them is at least 15 feet closer, Eric. Don't lie.
Has to be, at least. It might be a tower, so maybe 10 feet. But
Now we're gonna find out Eric's house is in the middle of a street. He's
It
like, no,
might
no.
be.
It's literally it's
he is the dead end of the street.
the street just operating on both sides of it.
Oh, my life is a dead end in the house on the street.
So out the back of his street, it probably goes down to the ocean there.
It's a very confusing configuration. What Eric talks about when he talks about the ocean, he's talking about a moat. He's just a moat all the way around.
Moats are cool.
To keep me in.
There was a song about this. It's our house in the middle of the street. Eric is literally our house in the middle of the street.
Yeah. That was a good song.
I remember when that came out. I'm so damn old.
Oh my God. When did that come out? Man, that's
80s.
Yeah, late 80s, maybe.
Oh, I think that might have been early to mid.
That early?
Oh yeah.
I think probably closer to mid. Yeah, I think that's about right. So quick aside.
Oh yeah, it would be because I graduated in 81, 82, so it wouldn't be till 10 years after that, or close to that.
So
someone
I'll
look that
ask
up, please.
Yeah. So I'll ask the chat a question here in a second. But first, Eric, I'm doing an update from the podcast episode. The Concies. The faster of the two, because for one of them I did a smaller grouping and I had it sped up a little bit. There are 13,000 items ahead of my order. So it is chugging along.
Yeah.
13 items.
Okay.
Well, Eric, it was 18,000 on Monday. 13,000 would be less.
Wow.
That's kind of quick, really.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
If you sort of amortize that or divide it out, like you'll have your stuff back by tomorrow.
But I'll tell you,
the other one. The other one has moved about 80,000.
Wow.
There was like 840,000 ahead of my order, give or take. I think it was 840. I'll double check the exact number. But right now there's 769,000.
These numbers are just insane to me, and it just shows you whether it be, PSA doing 1 million plus cards a month.
You got to be a machine for that.
And this company doing this or ComC doing that. These numbers are insane.
They're like busier than Zet's restaurant on
it's
expo weekend.
What this hobby is still doing. I don't think anyone would have predicted the boom lasting 6 freaking years.
Well, I don't think it lasted
Eric, but we talked about this a week or two ago. The boom didn't last 6 years.
Yeah.
We had the first boom, and then we had the after boom boom.
The after boom boom. Well, the after boom boom is doing pretty damn good.
It is at the moment, yeah. ComC processed 41,000 today. I'm still tracking my order. Excellent. Thank you for checking in on that.
That's just amazing.
ComC is huge. And remember, those items are individual cards, obviously. Like if somebody's got a bigger order or whatever. So that's how the numbers can kind of shift, because one order could be 500 cards, 1,000 cards, 100 cards.
Handling, eh?
Yeah, but that's the reason they're doing by the individual SKU is because each card is a SKU. So it's like,
I'm just glad Giannis left, because he don't like talking about the ComCs. He gets very upset.
Now this did lead me though. Here is a question, because this actually reminded me of something I was going to bring up, and I had forgotten about it. I should have written it down, but now I remember. Boston Card Hunter did a couple of videos this past week, but one of the videos was where he got one of the former PSA graders to do a little test. And he had, I think it was Trek Sports Cards, gave some cards, and he had him try to basically do a grading exercise. Had him try to basically grade the cards on the spot. So I don't know if you guys saw that.
I follow him on Instagram, and I didn't see this.
Yeah, so that was on YouTube. So I'll include the link in the description for people if they want to check it out. So now here's the thing. I'm going to give you a little bit of a heads up on this. It is interesting, and I do think it's illuminating. So I would recommend that people check it out. But I do want to point out something that a lot of people have already and will continue to gloss over. The point of the exercise was this guy who has been trained in the PSA way of doing it. He was asked to do it the way he would normally do it, which is to say he's looking at the card. This is like a 20, 30-second thing.
Right.
Now, he was taking marginally longer because he was actually explaining a couple of things as he was doing it. So he was at least verbalizing a couple of things. I see this, I see this.
Sure.
Now, there's two takeaways that I took from that, and I will recommend that you check it out and take your own takeaways. But I want to give you a couple of thoughts. One of them is that, and it made me laugh, so many people obsess about the centering. He literally didn't employ any kind of a centering tool. He was eyeballing it.
Eyeball?
Yeah. So when a lot of people saying like, oh, but the
he's
centering is this and it's within the southern tolerance. No, but the reality is, Bobby, that's what I was saying. Like, a lot of them are not measuring. So when you're saying like, oh, but it's within or outside of the tolerance, it's like, well, yeah, because they're eyeballing it. So, and he literally did it. Like he was on the screen showing you he was doing it. So if you're eyeballing it, then yeah, you're not going to be that precise. Versus the ability, you can use technology or ruler literally to measure, and you would be more precise with that instrument. But one of the cards particularly was more indicative, not necessarily of the process or training, but more indicative of what he did on one of the cards. Because in each one of those cases, the card had already been graded by either PSA or another grader.
Okay.
So they had the original grade and they had cracked it out. They gave him a raw card, and he was able to look at the raw card and give his assessment, like his quick on the spot assessment.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
And then they compared it to the previous result. In most of the cases, he was either close or within a grade. So he was pretty close to in most of the instances, which is fine. That's within tolerance that most people can accept. There were a couple of them that he was very off. But one of the things that struck me about it that made me laugh is there was one that was a messy card, and he identified a scuffing on the front of the surface of the card. And this is the critical thing that I've talked about with some people. A scuff can mean more or less depending on what you want to evaluate it as. I can take that same scuff and I could make the point that it should deduct more to the grade. From his perspective, he felt that because at arm's length he couldn't really see it, he felt it should deduct less from the grade. So he acknowledged the scuff, saw the scuff, but decided it shouldn't penalize the card as much. In the original grading, they penalized it much more.
Yeah, if you go back to the HGA or even get into the Jeremy company there or tag, they get finite right into it deep. So at what point does eye appeal turn into 1200 DPI scans, turn into super high resolution? Like at what point do you call a card because they're going to have it's going to be something on the card regardless if you go 100%.
But in this case though, Bobby, this actually plays into something, Eric, that I've talked about before. In this instance, he acknowledged that specific flaw, but now it's open to your interpretation how much or how little, because I can go to the standards for you for PSA if you want. There's nothing specifically about a scuff.
No.
A surface issue.
That's surface, yeah.
Is a little open-ended. So like the question is, how much is a scuff? How much should you take off for a scuff? Now, in one of the cards, he completely missed it because he actually didn't look at the back of the card and there was a crease on the back of the card.
Oh.
Once he noticed once he's heard like, oh wait, really, he heard the grade that was given, and then he goes, really? And then he flipped it. Oh, there's a crease on the back. I was like, well, you kind of should have looked at the back. So technically, Eric, the original grade technically was correct, but he didn't look at the back of the card.
I wonder if it's because he was distracted because he was, doing this show.
It's possible. I'm giving the benefit of the doubt.
Sometimes these guys are just moving so fast they don't even think about doing that.
Yeah, they got duped.
That's exactly what it is. So the question becomes, so that's why the point that I'm making here is that in some instances, the grader actually got it right the first time. It's just, but you didn't look at it. So literally because he didn't look at the back of the card, he missed a crease that critically would bring the grade down. The back is part of the card too. So you have to take into account a crease on the back of the card. If you can't see it on the front, doesn't mean the crease doesn't exist. It's on the back. So you have to look at both. So you have to kind of level that out.
It's sort of personal, I guess. Some people who like centering and some people who like sharp corners, and everybody has their preference. A scuff doesn't matter. Does it? Some people hate that. Some people say that's not so bad. It's all up to the grader, and you're going to get that variance all the time. It doesn't matter. There's no consistency there because you have different people grading different cards and different predispositions, I would say. So it's going to be like that. But it's interesting to learn how they show you everything, and I think we all know how to kind of grade. It's but
Bobby, no,
it's different.
I guarantee you 95% of the hobby doesn't know shit about grading.
I meant us here.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, Eric, I got your questions.
What's
I can't even vouch for everybody on the screen.
What's grading? I don't even grade what.
Boston Bruins are all poor. Boston Bruins are all poor. Dennis said originally the card was a 4, and he said it was an 8 or 9. Yeah. So it came down to Bobby that now obviously I can't see the scuff in question, but he obviously saw the scuff. He did see the scuff right from the beginning. The question is, how much or how little should the scuff detract from it? In this case, we know what the flaw is, this specific flaw.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, we'd have to look at it to gauge. The problem is none of the standards are that specific on this. Because when you're talking about surface, it's not the same as corners or edges or whatever. You have to kind of, how detracting is it from the image of the card? He was taking it from the eye appeal perspective.
Mm-hmm.
He was saying that because, yes, I can see the scuff, but I have to tilt it with the light in order to see the scuff. I am treating it as less detrimental than something that's more obviously
obvious.
Visible.
That's
yes.
At every angle. Yeah.
Which is fine, but I'm saying that changes how you're going to interpret it.
Yeah,
that changes how you're going to interpret it. Because we could both be looking at the same scuff. We could both be looking at the same scuff, and I could be just saying flat out, if I'm more militant on this, Eric, I could be like, the problem though is I can still see the scuff. It does exist. Right. Therefore, the surface is damaged. So I could be harsher to it than the other guy, and we're both looking at the same scuff. We're both seeing it. It's not that one of us missed it. The question is, how punishing do you want to be?
That's a tough call on those ones. Like scuffing, especially, we're talking new cards that are shiny, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
This was a chromium card with the surface of it. Yes.
Yeah. So, correct. Man, like, how many grades can you really go down depending on the scuff? I would imagine it's not a bad scuff, but it, so is that a grade? Is that a half grade? Is that 2 grades? I don't know. That kind of hurts the card to me a lot more in my head than it does anything else. I related to that. I'm just saying a scuff is a big thing because that means something hit the card.
Yeah. And but the funny thing is, now here's another, we've talked about this before, but I'll just throw it out again just as a reminder. So now imagine I take the same thing, but the scuff in this case was over to the bottom corner. It's over in the edge a little bit. So it's not on the player itself, but it's there.
Mm-hmm.
What if it was over the player's face?
Yeah.
It's a more prominent thing. The identical. I'm not changing the scuff. I'm changing the position. I'm changing the location.
Sure.
So now, if you put it like at arm's length, it's not so bad. You're not really seeing it. But as soon as you tilt it and light hits it a little bit, it's literally over the guy's face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
To some people, that's immediately more impactful. But I didn't change the severity. I just changed the location.
Well, location is everything too, right?
Yeah, but that's what... These are the nuances that a lot of these things can't account for, because the problem is now your answer, Eric, may differ than mine. In this case, we both have access to the same information. How do we want to interpret this information? How do we want to use this information?
Well, if you had a George Vezina rookie card and there's a crease through his face and a crease on the corner, and then another same card has 2 creases but in different places, it's a big difference on that grade.
It can.
It does. No, well, eye appeal is like a thing, especially now. Eye appeal is like,
and eye appeal though is in the eye of the beholder.
It is.
What one person considers acceptable, another person will be like, no, that's an automatic out. Like they could look at the same thing, the same defect, and be like, nope, absolutely no go.
Yeah, and we all have our determinations of what we think. So, and you have to be open minded a little bit, but some things are just let go too far. Mm-hmm. And I see a lot of things.
Stu said I bought a nice Chicago Blackhawks legend, Boobior, today. Thank you, Stu.
That's not funny. That's not funny.
Dennis says I was grading cards. I'm listening. Just cut my labels out and put the cards in the slabs. That's right.
Well, they sell
That's
the
why
slabs too, anyways, on where eBay or something.
You can basically print out your own. So they've got basically like these one touches that are like
Holders.
magnetic, and you can make your own custom labels.
Yeah.
He likes to create his own custom labels for them and kind of create his own cards,
Yeah, that's nice.
which you can totally do. Like it's perfectly fine. Again,
Yeah.
your collection, do it however you want, whatever makes you happy.
True.
I think though the key, and that's why I thought it was interesting, Eric, and the reason I want to give people the link is no, go check it out. But I just want to make sure that I give that information that hey, on one of the cards, he literally didn't look at the back of the card. As soon as he looked at the back of the card, he go, oh, there's a crease there. Yeah, okay. That might be impactful. That might have something to do with it. Okay, that makes sense.
He's rewatching that right now, going, "Fuck! I knew I should look at the back of that card."
I screwed that
I'll
up.
be right back.
Yeah, and the thing is that happens. It's going, but you have to remember then that a lot of times though the people get the card back, Eric, and the first thing is, wait a minute, they totally missed something. It's like, well, did they though? Did you actually look at it? In some cases, I'm sure they did, but in other cases, like, no, actually, you're missing something. My favorite one was the Geoff Ken Griffey Jr. rookie that I mentioned forever ago. He was like complaining about it and doing all this stuff, and it was like the hologram on the back was literally partially removed. Like, remember I zoomed in on that one, Eric? I literally showed. It's like, no, part of the hologram's missing.
Right.
The hologram is part of the card.
Exactly.
You missed that? That's damage. So I'm sorry, knocks your grade down a lot, actually.
Yeah.
And it should. It should knock it down a lot. That's part of the card.
That's right.
So Baz here says, hence why a grade has to look at each technical grade to confirm it. Yeah. Should a scuffs mark on the border be treated different than one that is on the main image? So that, Brennan, is I actually would love for the chat to weigh in on that. So I can give you my answer, but here's the funny thing. You are going to get different answers on this. It is my opinion, Eric, if the goal here of grading is to determine the grade of the card, then the location of a scuff mark should not be considered into this. But if you take eye appeal into consideration, then it should matter.
Yeah.
Because if it's directly affecting, give you a simple example, Eric. We all agree that if a card has paper loss, it's pretty much automatically a poor card. Like, done, end of story, end of conversation.
Yeah.
Does it make a difference if the paper loss is kind of down on the corner versus if the paper loss is the player's face? His face is gone.
No, not if you're grading it.
If you're technically speaking, it shouldn't matter. But obviously, as a collector, it matters a lot. Like,
but
the location matters.
But what matters in that is how much you're willing to pay for it. The
Absolutely.
grading shouldn't matter. Grading standard should just be like a paper loss. Boom. This is the numbers that you get for that, right? But here's a perfect example. All right, let's look at the Orr rookie. There's an issue that goes right down his face. All right. Now, if that issue was over to the left or the right, on either side of his head, this card would be more valuable. If I were to sell this, I would not be getting the same amount of money because it goes right down the middle of Bobby's face as I would if it was to the left or the right. But grading wise, the grade should be the same if they're doing their job correctly, no matter where that paper loss is and that scuff is.
Okay. But, and to be clear, I'm good with that. So so we're all on the same page here.
Yeah.
What you're describing right here, and Dylan has the correct word, so I want to make sure we're all on the same page. As grading stands, it should not make a difference because it's technical. So are we saying, and I'm okay with this, because all I want, so here's the thing. People talk about grading consistency. What they consider grading consistency is not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is let's get consistency in the verbiage here. I'm okay with it if what we're talking about is technical grading. If we're talking about technical grading, Eric, then what you said then stands. The defect, regardless of where it is on the card, is the defect. We measure it based on these defects, creases, missing paper, whatever. Then the grade is X. Where the crease is doesn't matter. As a collector, you can say, hey, I would rather, if there's going to be a crease, I'd rather be it over on the edge, away from the main image, And then the rest of the card looks really nice. As a collector, that's eye appeal. That's not a grade. Grade is not eye appeal. The problem is, Eric, a lot of the graders are taking eye appeal into consideration.
No,
because as soon as you do that, you're changing how you're grading.
Yeah,
you're actually doing it based on a different concept.
And that shouldn't be happening.
Yep. Sort of like a wrinkle and vintage card across the face. Pumping booby ore. That's right. Looks like the Strangler got ore in a great spot there. That's right. Grading is the biggest scam perpetuated on this hobby. 90s card auctions where you can find graded cards. I just appreciated the irony.
You leave Josh alone.
Universal grading scale. Absolutely not. We've already proven there's at least 2 versions of grading tonight. We got the eye appeal version and the technical grade. They're 2 different things. And they have to be. We don't have a choice. And even within the technical grade portion, though, Eric, then we still have to discuss how much should the scuff take away. If the scuff is visible when you tilt the card versus when you look at it straight ahead, should it be more or less? The scuff is there, still
small
there,
percentage, but it should be.
And that's fine. I can accept that answer, but I'm merely asking the question. I am asking the question of the chat. I'm asking the question of here. And this is the problem that grading actually provides. When people, Brandon always talked about the universal grading scale. This question that I just asked defeats the universal grading scale. There will never be one because there can't be. Because whatever you come up with, I immediately can break it.
Yep.
Because there's going to be situations
it's opinion
where you're
based, right? So,
and that's your problem. The problem is we're determining, even if we all agree on the list, the laundry list of issues that a card has, that doesn't mean we agree on where the things should fall on the scale then.
So what's the eye appeal of this? Chocolate chip cookies.
Is this just regular chocolate chip, or are we introducing anything else to it?
It actually is chocolate chunk, and it's a soft cookie.
I like soft cookie. I like chocolate chunk.
Crispy now. Yeah. See, now, is it still good? Yeah. There you go.
I think consumption appeal is still high. Consumption appeal is still good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, agreed. Grade is not eye appeal. Exactly. So that's why. But the thing is, some of the graders, Eric, try to connect the two. They try to put eye appeal with grade, and I'm like, well, technical grade is a different thing than eye appeal. Eye appeal is your determination of how the card looks.
Mm-hmm.
So you could say, hey, I know it's a 1, but because it has a pinhole, technical grade should be a 1.
Yeah.
Pinhole is paper loss, like the paper's gone. So it should be a 1.
And there's a hole through it.
What if there's a pinhole through his head?
That's the thing. So some people that may be more impactful. But you could say to yourself and say, well, if it was literally just put on somebody's wall at one point, so the pinhole is up, almost where the border is, it's still there, by the way. We all acknowledge it's there.
Right.
So we all agree it should be a 1. But we can also say, hey, that's a really nice card.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It could have
2 different
sharp
things.
corners. It could have, perfect edges. Could have.
But technical grading says, Eric, no matter what, it should be a 1. Automatically, no questions asked. It's
Absolutely.
a 1.
If you're going to grade it, that's what it should be. If you're going to sell it, now it's
a 2.
Now it isn't about the number. It's about
it should have been a 2.
What the purchaser believes it's worth.
Correct.
Them.
Yes. Which is on them. And they can do that, as they wish. That's completely within their hands. Yes.
You have worn corners. You have a pinhole on top. Both 2 cards, same card. One has, rounded corners and what have you. Some obviously creases and what have you on top of that. The other card, sharp corners, nice edges, no crease, pinhole. Where are we? Tough call.
Yeah.
One looks better than the other. So eye appeal is really an important factor, but maybe not a deciding factor for getting away from the grade. And I think that's where Mike Baker comes in, putting his sticker on things because that one looks better, right?
It all
I'm going to get an eye appeal on that one because it's better than the other one.
And Eric, if you put the Mike Baker sticker over the pinhole, there is no pinhole.
There is no pinhole.
That's what the sticker's for, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's Troll Digger's cat, isn't it?
Not exactly, but sure. Zach says, "How can we have a universal grading scale when card companies can't agree to the cards grade within themselves?" So that's fair. And what's funny is that the differing scales actually benefit the card companies, and I'll tell you why. Because they can offer different interpretations of the scale. Not everyone's going to agree with every scale. Some folks want the half grades. Other people don't necessarily care about the half grades. Some people want to have subgrades included within it. So if you provide that and other people don't, there's your differentiator. But then as soon as you do that, you're kind of changing the game on this a little bit.
Well, I think if it goes from a 7 to a 7.5, I think that's basically the sticker, meaning it's a good solid 7. It's almost.
I like
an
pie
8.
appeal. I like pie appeal, Eric. That's strong. Pie appeal.
I would
Cherry or apple?
I would eat an apple pie right now. Like it's going out of business.
Oh, I had an apple. What was it? What do they call those long ones with the German ones?
Strudel?
Strudel.
Strudel?
Yeah, Sylvia brought one back from work. She stole it. Took it.
The claw.
Well, actually, they put it out free for the lunch for people, right? So
Eric thinks of that all the time at Sports World. This is just laid out for me. You mean
But
inside
those
of a
are
locked
cards.
cabinet? Inside of a lock? Well, yeah. It's
but
inside of a,
I have the keys, so I mean that I can
obviously
take what I want.
Uh-huh. David Chase here. Good evening. Did someone say I appeal? Maybe.
Yes.
Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice. That's right. Here's a problem solution as far as grading scales. Yes. So I thought I would ask the question. Like I said, I'll leave a link in the description. You guys can check out the video. But I just wanted to lay the groundwork because I think, Eric, a lot of times when somebody watches the video, they already have the agenda built in and it's kind of lazy. I don't like it. I'm not a fan of that. So I'm sitting there like, guys, he actually proved why some of these things exist. You know, he didn't measure the centering on any of the cards. He eyeballed it, which automatically means, well, now you're all over the place. Now, how good is your eye in figuring out left to right, top to bottom, border? Like, come on, guys. So, like, if that's his process and that's the way he did it, then that's fine. But I just let you know, then that's going to create variation for you. By the way, it's going to, because you're eyeballing it.
Diamond cuts are really the tough part of all of that.
There's a lot going on there.
I don't even know how to do that.
68, 69.
Perfect and not perfect.
Yeah. Dylan says I've graded my own cars simplest years. I always use the PSA scale, even when I have to give my card a lower grade than I want to. That's fair. Yep. Can't even measure the card consistently. I know. Scandalous. A divided hobby as far as grading standards of cash cow. Yeah. And the thing is, it should, Brendan, like I said, I know you would like to have the universal grading standard. And the thing is, no matter what standard you come up with, I disagree with it. Sight unseen, I think it's wrong. And that's the beauty of it, because I have my own standard.
It's personal preference at that point. So whatever you like, enjoy.
Exactly. Like,
and you have to suffer through getting somebody else grading. You know, unfortunately, you may not agree. And a lot of times we don't agree unless it's a higher grade than you thought it was. So, you know.
Yeah, I think the funny thing about a lot of this stuff is that we don't actually have to agree in order for it to be useful.
No.
What it really does is it provides an anchor for you to decide where, because really what it is you deciding what the value should be.
It's price point, yeah.
Yeah, because otherwise, you know, the old way used to be the dealer says it's near mint. It's torn in half. It's near mint. No, that's not what near mint means. Torn in half is not near mint, sir. It's in two separate pieces. And
the only person who can grade correctly is somebody who's not in the hobby, because they think everything is mint. Ever get a guy coming? Oh yeah, it's mint. Like, yeah, dude, mint? You're not even in the card. Like, whatever.
Half the card's missing. It's gone.
Yeah, but it's still mint.
Yeah,
whatever's left.
Yeah. Don't look at the card for 30 seconds. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The centering is actually where you could actually use your tech. A lot of those ones are actually pretty good at it. They can give you a pretty good sense of it within literally just a quick snapshot. It would take 1 second. Quick snapshot, boom, it'll give you an approximation. You don't have to eyeball it. It gives you a lot of help. The technology can help you with that piece. You don't have to spend a lot of time.
The borderless ones are hard.
They are, yeah.
Like the 55 Parkers, those ones, they don't know how much that red line, because the red line's higher on some of the cards and lower on some of the cards. So people think, it's off center on the top, but this top measurement is basically the same across the board, but it varies with that line. And I've seen grades just and then whether it's left or right is another thing too. I'm going, that's off center. They don't realize that the name at the bottom is like the 20 card number 20 is right close to the line there. It shouldn't be. It should be over, a couple millimeters, like at least. So it's so hard with every different card. It's so many cards. It's a tough business to be in, honestly.
Oh yeah.
Imagine doing that all day long. Like that's tough.
I wouldn't want to.
That's
it wouldn't be worth it. It wouldn't be worth it. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. That's what the irony, Eric, is that I don't care how much money you're paying, like your eyesight would suffer actually. The longer you're doing that, the more your eyes would actually be hurting. It would actually be terrible for your eyesight.
I'd have migraine headaches. The monotony would absolutely kill me.
Yeah.
It'd be fun to do for a day, maybe, and then I'd go home and go, all right, that was fun. I don't need to do that ever again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So really, grading companies are saving our eyes.
I've used them as a tool.
Theirs. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I've used them as a tool, and I think it can be. There is value to it as a tool to save you one step of an annoying conversation. It gives you a starting point. By the way, you're allowed. The irony, Eric, is that a lot of people forget you can disagree with the grade and therefore not even engage on that specific. If you think the card is incorrectly graded in the wrong direction, you don't even have to then engage in the negotiation on the card because you're not going to agree.
No.
But if you look at it and you feel like, okay, this is within the ballpark, well, now great. Now you've resolved one of the issues you're going to have to discuss. Because now when you're discussing value and you want to do the back and forth, you've got an anchor point. So the question is, look at it. Look at it and then make a decision. Go from there.
Then we got comps to deal with.
Yeah. But it saves you one step. At least in order to even begin the comp, Bobby, the old comp, again, I remember some of these old dealers, I had to be like, look, it's not a mint card. It is not a near mint card. What the hell are we talking? So before you even get into the conversation about comps, Eric, I'm already having a problem because now you're trying to grab that number in the Beckett guide back in the day. And like that number is bullshit because your card is already inaccurately graded. So we're not, that number means nothing.
You're not in the high column. No.
Yeah, you're not in the high column, sir. That ain't happening.
Because they just go like this, there. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
No.
Whatever the bigger number is, Eric, is the one they would look at.
Move
whatever
that
the bigger
finger
number
over.
is. So now I have to argue that piece for 20 minutes before I can even get to the pricing piece. So first I have to get you down from this ridiculous number because the card is damaged. And then we got to talk from there. That's a pain in the ass.
Well, I think it went EX to near mint in the guide. So if it was VG, then you got a lot of shit to figure out. And if it's a high-end card, I'm just saying,
Well, there was a chart. They would literally give you a chart at the beginning of the guide in the actual magazine.
Yes. Yep.
And but it was also, Eric, based on the decade. Because if you looked, the vintage had different percentages than the more modern ones, depending on how you downgrade. So if you go back to the old one, there was a little chart. So for the vintage, there were different percentages. And then there was a range of percentages. So now, Eric, first, I got to convince you that no, your card has damage and flaws to it. Then in order to get to the comp, Eric, whatever that number is, then I have to go over to a chart and we have to do the maths. And then I've got a range. I've got a range of maths.
We don't want to do it now.
Eric, this sounds like a miserable experience is what this is.
It does. Not a company I want to run.
Yeah, I don't want to go to card shows anymore. I'll have to do maths.
I think it's funny, Bobby, that sometimes almost the Pelican kids will never know. Like I'm sitting there like I'm almost impressed that we ever got a deal done. Because I did have to have arguments with these guys. For the newer cards, it was less of a problem. For the vintage, it was actually a pain in the ass because
it is hard.
I was buying lower graded cards. So I'd have to try to be like, look, man. Like, look, man.
We buy stuff all day long at work, and there's arguments that go on, and sometimes they've gotten more heated than I wish they would have, because the customer is, they're looking to cash out, right, and walk out with $1 million in their pocket some days. And they start telling you, yeah, I mean, it's kind of what Josh is saying, you know, it's like you brought in a graded card. It says it's a 7, but you want 10 money because you're trying to convince me that the grading company sucks, the grader sucks, they're wrong, and you're sitting there going over it and saying, look at this, look how perfect this is. You know, this is complete bullshit. I want 10 money for it.
You get them scruff.
Yeah, and it's like
you've seen those videos, those memes.
Yeah, I mean the stuff that people come in with all the time, and
yeah,
you know they're trying to convince us we should give them more money.
You just have to tell those people to walk right at that time.
No, you just say, well, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to make a deal today, but thanks for coming in. And they don't want to leave. They want to keep fighting. Then they get mad.
Then they get Eric after them, and it's like, here we go.
Yeah,
grabs a bobby or stick. Yep, that's how that got broken. Remember?
I don't recall. I'm not here to talk about the past.
Well, you are vintage. It's past.
It's all about the past.
I don't.
And then leads to another annoying argument. Looks better. Yes. What is a 2020 vision standard for graders? I kind of doubt that. We'd see. Imagine if you could buy PSA glasses, maybe.
Yeah.
Make some money. Sell it. Why not?
30-time loops on your eyes.
I assume that their workspace kind of just.
Well, didn't they have that light in the magnifier thing?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And so they don't really have to strain because everything's right there. So it comes.
No, it's doable, but like I got to be honest. Like, here's the funny thing. Like going back to kind of something that Orlando made the comment a couple minutes ago, the 30-second thing. A lot of people make a lot about the 30-second thing, and I agree with you. I get it, but I guess my question is, and I don't know. Like, I'd be curious if your goal here is to look at the card and try to evaluate it. How much time do you actually think is appropriate? Do you honestly think that death staring it? Because guess what? If you death stare the damn thing for 25 minutes, you could probably find more flaws. But what's the point? Like,
you got to stop at a certain point.
And what, like, but what is a reasonable? What would you constitute a reasonable period of time? Because again, you have magnification, you have some lighting, you can tilt the card around. How much time do you feel like you need, Eric? Because 30 seconds is actually. I'm not telling you that's the appropriate amount of time, but I'm saying that's more time than you think. Like, how much time do you actually think that is when you're looking at the same thing over and over again?
If you asked me that question a couple of years ago, I probably would have told you anywhere between 1.5 minutes and 2 minutes. That would have been my answer a few years ago. I no longer think that amount of time is necessary.
Okay.
But I also question not so much what is necessary, but what the PSA company, the SGC company, et cetera, is demanding of the graders because of the backlog, that you need to move this shit along. And we're demanding that you get your job done in 20 seconds. And you just doing this all day long, every 20 seconds, because we're backed up. The phones are ringing. People are yelling and swearing at the girls who are answering the phone. You got to get this crap into shipping like today. So do I think a high pressured, demanding 20 seconds is the way to do it? Absolutely not. I no longer think 2 minutes is necessary, but somebody with a whip and a chair behind the grader all day saying you're only getting 20 seconds because we need to move 1 million cards a month, I don't see how that's positive either.
I think you need about 1 minute. I think 15 minutes for each of the 4 different things to determine. 15 seconds for the corners. You can pretty much figure it out. Centering, 15 seconds if you have to measure it, especially,
I think for the centering though, like we talked about this before, I think for the centering, Eric, I think you really could. I think they should probably just leverage an app. Like there's a lot of them that do a really good job that could
It would
probably
be
handle the
perfect
centering
every
for you.
time.
They could
That's
pretty much
one
handle
thing
the
they could
center,
do.
and it would save you one thing. It would say then you could focus on the corners, edges, surface. Surface, honestly, is probably where you're going to find the majority of your stuff.
Yep.
A
Especially
lot of
in
the other stuff
vintage.
is a lot more. Surface is where you can definitely play because there's things that can come up on the surface of the card in different ways. That's where I feel like if I'm going to allocate, I would focus a lot of my attention on the surface because that's where you can catch something or miss something. There's a lot of that. I think corners and edges, I think for the most part, a lot of it's visible enough that you're going to get it. It's just like surface can be tricky. Surface can play games with your mind if you're not tuned in. And then, like I said, centering, if the technology can help you, the centering, it can help you. It can save you some precious moments to give you a little time. And also, I'm hearing, Eric, that you would like to have a job with a whip.
Yes. A lot of people do.
Well, I was a lion tamer for several years for Ringling Brothers, but
Before his carny job, but yes.
I would like to get back to that.
This is, it's interesting. We talk about different cards. Here we have one, white borders and what have you. On the back is the red borders, but this shows you all the corners where the true wear is, and you can see it in 2 seconds. Where on white, it's hard. It's very difficult. So the back, I can see, oh, that's why I got a 5. Okay. Oh, down there, it shows it right away. But you look on this front side, you go, oh, looks pretty good. No. Bang. Shows it. Yeah. Anyways, just saying. Lots of different ways to determine things. So grading's never going to be perfect, but it can work. I think centering, I think scanning it, I think that's a perfect thing for get the centering down. It should go through a machine, go bam, done, or whatever. Then you don't have to worry about that. Then you don't have to grade 3 things, so you can get it down.
Well, that's why I say, like, I
seconds.
actually think it would help I actually think you would give the graders a hand there, just to take that one out of their hands, because that's the one where the scanner could do the job for you. I think the scanner would do a perfectly serviceable job most of the time on that, and they'd be fine.
Yep.
And then the rest of it you can deal with it yourself with magnification and lighting. That'll handle most of what you need in a lot of instances. 30 seconds is reasonable, but it's supposed to go through 5 sets of eyes before slabbing. Should be 0 mistakes. I don't think you're ever going to get 0 mistakes. That's why I say, like, we joke about the infamous, the coaster makers. They make tons of mistakes. Tons. And by the way, the one they struggle with the most, Bobby, surface. Shock off shocks, surface is really a challenge.
AI and surface is not going to work.
Yeah. And by the way, human beings struggle with surface too. Like, there's some tricks there. Things can play tricks with your eyes. And one of the examples, Eric, in that video, that's why I say I think it'd be illustrated for people to check out the video. For some of the newer cards that have patterns on their shine. So they got their whole refractor thing going, but then they've got like the cracked ice and all that. People are looking at some of this, and some of that stuff at first glance could almost look like there's a line. But the line is actually the cracked ice. It's actually the design that's actually been put on the card. So you have to differentiate between an actual surface issue and what's actually designed as part of the card. This is actually part of the design.
Yeah, some
leave that alone.
Some cards, especially in the 90s, were textured.
Yeah.
And an AI or whatever tags got going on may pick up on some of those things as being a negative when that's exactly how it's supposed to be.
Yeah. And that's going to be critical, because if you know that the card is supposed to look a certain way in those parts, then it allows you to bypass that and focus in on things that fall outside of it. Actual breaks that are, no, that's actually a scratch on the card. That's not part of the design. So you have to separate. And that was one of the things the guy was having he was actually talking through it. And as he was talking through it, he was trying to differentiate. Now, I feel from my immediate check, Eric, I feel he immediately attributed a lot of things to the design of the card. And he kind of downplayed, like he actually was using the design as kind of a way to walk through it. I bet you that would have knocked it down if he had evaluated it a little differently. But again, this goes back to what I said earlier. It's not just about training. It's about how do you interpret.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've seen 2 cards, or actually they were tickets, a 72 Toronto, the 72 series, Summit series.
Yep.
They were both 3s. One was toned. So if you were looking at it and going, okay, it's about a 3, you're not seeing the tone difference because you don't have another one in your hand. When you put them together, it was like, oh, hey, that's, this one, I'll take the one without the toning on it because it was quite dramatic only when compared. Otherwise, you looked at it normally. So, and they don't know because there's 50,000 different cards, right? So they can't determine the tone, but it should affect it. And that happens with Parker's cards. They don't have such a seal on the outside. The paper is different. And, the transference makes a brown border, and then you see some with white borders and you kind of go, wonder what happened.
Mm-hmm. So Kazman Cards uttered phrase, it may never be heard again. Eric just nailed it. It's not how much time the grader
twice a day.
Hey, bask in the moment, Eric. This is your moment. It's not just how much time. It's not how much time the grader requires to grade the card, but rather how much time the company needs the grader to take to grade the card. Fair enough.
Well, I'm sure there's a happy medium between the
If
two.
you're not meeting your quotas, and the managers are in the room and they're seeing that you're behind schedule. I mean, and they're, giving you a hard time and cracking the whip. I mean, you have stress, you got frustration, you got anger, you got, resentment,
denial, acceptance.
Yeah,
Sorry,
go
go
through them all. So,
depression, rejection,
and now you're an unhappy worker, which affects your job. So, yeah, I wouldn't want someone standing behind me going, all right, that one took 35 seconds. Come on, you got to do better. Let's go. And I'm not saying that's what happened. Nobody really knows what the hell happens in these grading rooms, right? Because they've kept it secret for so long. But if you could imagine someone standing there, your boss coming in with a stopwatch, and you went over the allotted 20, 25 seconds, and they're, ripping you a new one. I'm not a happy employee.
So that's why everything is so peachy. Dylan here says surface is 100% the hardest part. Yes. David Chase here says, if the surface of modern is the problem, why won't tag AI grade vintage without fancy surfaces? Great question.
They hadn't calibrated for vintage.
Last
time I said, right?
I could make jokes, but rather than simply make jokes, let me answer the question. Think about this. If surfacing is the challenge, which we just talked about, we agreed that surface can actually present quite a number of challenges for different reasons that we just outlined.
Fish eyes, scuffs, indentations.
Totally. A lot of different things, yes. And
indentations hurt the most because that's a real thing,
And dimples was one of the ones we talked about. With the vintage. I will tell you why I think. Look, I have my issues with the coaster makers. They are documented.
Really?
But let me try my best. Let me answer the question, Eric, to the best of my ability as a man of peace.
Well, as a man of peace, yeah.
As a man of peace.
Did you have a cookie too?
I didn't have.
I already ate my cookies earlier today.
Eric.
Oh, Eric should try and have one. I think one of the big challenges, though, is that with the vintage, the cardboard in a lot of cases has different types of textures. And here's your problem. No scanner is going to be able to accurately pick up on a lot of these textures to get it right. There is a real likelihood that, again, the tag guys can argue with me, but there's a really good chance that if they try, because it can't pick up surfaces and textures very well, Bobby, there's a really good chance they would probably grade a bunch of fake cards, no problem. Because they can't tell the difference. They just can't tell. So if you're tag, why would you want to venture into the water? Okay, it's a 950 on your 1,000 points. Cool, it's fake.
On a scan, you can't tell the hollow. You can't tell the difference.
Yeah. You won't get the grade. You won't get the grade of the actual cardboard. So Eric, kind of what we talked about in the past. If you know what you're looking for with a lot of those vintage sets, you can hold some of these cards in your hands and very quickly be able to tell just from that touch to be able to say the cardboard on this is wrong. This is slick where it shouldn't be.
Right.
This is off. This seems. And by the way, the scan might be perfectly fine. You can look at the scan and the scan looks fine, like whatever. It's okay. But then, by the way, this cardboard is completely the wrong kind of cardboard for this. This is glossy where it shouldn't be glossy, or semi-glossy where it shouldn't be at all. This should be porous. It shouldn't have any gloss whatsoever.
Stuff come in all the time like that with this fake crap.
Yeah, scanner can't do it. Scanner can't do it. Not as it stands today, not with what they got. So I wouldn't blame them for not even wanting to try until they can differentiate between an obvious fake and a fake and, you know, a genuine article. And I don't think they can. So I don't think they want to touch that.
I think if I ever started a grading company, I would have specialized opposed to generalized. I think it would be a little bit more of a focus, and then you can trust people because they get to know the cards so well. Whereas, you know, the graders don't. There's, like I said, 50 million cards, you know, different issues. Like, it's amazing, you know, how they can even keep track of what's naturally there, what's not supposed to be there. I'm sure there's, you know, if you got that 1 minute, how do you look up something to reference? Like, I don't know.
Yep.
Tough.
The waiting is the hardest part, indeed. I can't believe the majority wants subjective grading standards. Just baffles me. I understand the market and price aspect. Come on, there should be some form of craftsmanship, for lack of a better term. Never. Yannick says, yeah, today, when Chuck Norris arrived at the gates of heaven, St. Peter showed his ID to Chuck Norris.
Yep.
We appreciate a good Chuck Norris fact. David Chase here says, I can upload my dad's high school yearbook photo and submit it to AI, and then I'll get a photo of him doing the Macarena, but AI can't review a card. It already failed.
Mm-hmm.
They've tried already a couple, and they failed miserably. They didn't just fail. Like, they didn't even get close. So, like, no. The companies in the space right now that purport to use AI in their grading have documented miserable failures. And they specifically graded cards completely incorrectly or missed very obvious issues on the surface of the card. Completely whiffed. And it's been shown not once, not twice, many times. So no, the robots haven't gotten it right.
I like that he invoked the Macarena on that one.
Yeah, but the thing is, there's a lot of things that AI has been able to do very well. But like when it comes to some of the, like the failures are incredible. You sit there like, guys, you can see it. You can see it from space. The issue's right there. Like, nope, completely missed it. It's a 10. Okay. If you say so.
Yeah.
Chuck Norris didn't die. He killed Death and took Death's job. Right, Yannick?
Maybe.
Castman here says, for those members of Team Canada, what are your thoughts on KSA? Consistency, turnaround times, cost. Could they be a viable option for US customers? Oh, please, God, no. So let me answer this.
No.
They're fun. They serve a purpose. How do I say this?
You said it already.
Bless their hearts.
There you go. That's
as the Southerners would say, bless their hearts.
Yeah, that is
bless their little hearts. Yes.
You got that right. That is
bless their hearts.
Right there.
Good for them.
I actually saw a little bit of a short on KSA when they were interviewing him. It was like about 30, well, no, maybe about a minute or so. I went, oh, I've never seen this one before. It was interesting. I just was scrolling past something and it just went, oh, there's Nathan. What is he doing? And he was giving the rundown of what KSA and what we do, and it's interesting.
This may affect some collectors. It looks like Mean Joe Green passed away.
Oh.
So hold on. I heard about this, and in the Discord we talked about it. I heard that it was a hoax.
Really? That
so
happens a lot.
Yeah, let me double check because we actually were discussing that earlier today in the Discord chat, and I heard that it was actually a hoax here. So let me see if I can confirm here.
You can just go to Wikipedia. They're usually pretty good at that.
Yeah, so let me see what we can do here. Got it. Mean Joe Green viral death hoax shut down by Steelers.
Excellent. So I'm glad he's still with us. That's good.
Yeah,
that can affect card sales. That can a lot of that stuff, you know.
Well, there were some votes. So there were some votes. Well, obviously, you know, that'd be a big deal. Wes in the Discord there was actually he had actually sent off a car, or maybe it was a ticket or something. He had sent off something for Mean Joe Green to sign. And obviously that would have been unfortunate. But then, we were looking into it and it seemed like it was a hoax based on what we were talking about. So it looks like the Steelers confirmed that, which is great. But yeah, apparently that was, I joked with it in the thing. I just said back, what he should do is inscribe, I'm still alive. Mean Joe Green.
Yeah.
He's just inscribe it on a bunch of them.
That's what happened to a dealer. Everybody said he wasn't there one day. one of the shows just a few months back, and then they said, "Oh, Shelley died." I went, "Oh, really? He's right at the front corner. He's been there forever. He's been in the hobby forever." It's like, "Oh man." And then he shows up, and everyone goes, "Oh, I think it was this other guy named Shelley who was just a collector or something like that." So every time I see him, I said, "Oh, you're still alive. Good.
Yeah.
Good to see you."
That's a situation where you should go back. Hey guys, how's it going?
So I'll tell you. Here's a kind of a funny story. So there was one of these fake rumors about Steve Grogan, the former New England Patriots quarterback, right? And Steve still has a huge following here in New England. He's a Patriot legend. And we got word that, some people called and called the shop to talk to Phil, who's friends with Steve, and said, I'm sorry for your loss. We've heard the news that, Steve Grogan passed away. He went, "What?" He said, "Steve's not dead." "No, it's all over the news and Instagram and this and that, Facebook, that he passed away this morning." He goes, "All right." He hangs up from the guy. Calls Steve. Steve answers the phone. "Hey, Phil, what's up?" "You're dead." "What do you mean I'm dead?" "No, you're dead. I'm talking to a ghost. It's all over the Instagram and Facebook and everything that you died today."
Because everybody wants to get that news out, That's
like
the thing.
no stuff, right? So he goes, "Yep, it's all over the place that you're dead." Steve is laughing his ass off. He was like, "Well, I don't think I'm dead."
People do that for
He should have done the
clicks and
Monty
likes.
Python thing. "I feel fine."
Yeah, I'm not dead yet.
They say you never know until you know.
Better. But yeah, so we just had a little something like that around here with Steve Grogan, and Phil just called him and said, "You're dead."
Hey, at least somebody told him. Can you imagine how awkward it would have been if somebody didn't say anything?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But, so I
been
think
awful.
I think Steve appreciated the heads up.
Yeah. So David Chase here says, or maybe PSA doesn't want AI to work. Possible payouts if we can determine a card is altered.
Shit.
So look, I have a lot of fun with this. So Eric, I am now, as we close the final moments of today's episode, I will have a moment of sober reflection.
Okay.
Here it is. I'm a technology guy. I like technology and I want it to do well. But the desperation, yes, I'm going to use desperation, of people to push the tech to do things it's not ready to do yet. There is a lot of things it can do. What he said earlier about what you can do with images and stuff, and there's some really cool stuff. And by the way, some of it's gotten really good. And it is improving all the time. But there are certain things that the person can do with the card to look at it and examine it in certain ways that the machine simply cannot do. And by the way, when you finally get to the point it can do that, what's going to happen, and I'm warning you in advance, when it gets to the point it can actually do some of those things accurately, it's still going to get it wrong. Because it's only as good as the inputs. Inputs are everything. If the inputs are bad, which will happen, by the way, I'm just letting you know in advance, just warning, fair warning. When the inputs are bad, and they will be, all of a sudden you're like, but the fucking machine graded it. Yeah, the machine says this is 7. What is the problem with it? It says it's got this thing, and then if you see it under 50 times magnification, it's there. So now it's a 7. Fuck off. And you're like, I disagree with the machine. Well, now Eric, we're still stuck in the same problem.
Yeah.
I still disagree with the machine.
Right.
But it has the scans.
Well, the assisting by using machines, which is basically a scanner like that, or the center or whatever you want to do after the scan, that's a great thing. If that helps you, great. But it can't do what humans would do, and it will never be able to. One of the things about even AI is that it's out there getting a people's opinion, which are basically layman's, and you have 2 experts and 50,000 layman's. They're going to take the layman's definition of whatever it is, and that's what carries through, because majority rules, right, in AI's world. So how good is AI? I think they've oversold it a little bit too much. It never turned out. Like, I remember it went from ChatGPT from 3 to 4, and I went, I don't see any difference.
Well, so the reason I gave that phrasing
pictures, yes.
The reason I gave that phrasing a moment ago is that it is only as good as its inputs. If the inputs are wrong, and with some of the internet stuff, good evening, name. some of the inputs it's getting is also AI generated. So it's garbage in, garbage out. So you're actually getting like, it's actually really bad. So sometimes it'll get certain like really obvious things wrong because it's pulling from this pool of data. So I'll give you an example, real quick, tangible example. Linus Tech Tips on YouTube, massive channel for technology stuff. They're doing this video series now where they're using Linux. So they've the newer iterations of Windows are starting to get pretty bad. So they figured, all right, we'll do some Linux content here because hey, it'll give people an alternative. They can look into some options.
Andrea Lennox is perfect. Yeah. She's good.
A lot of the yes, absolutely, exactly what we're talking about. But a lot of it has offered there's some good options now. So, but what Linus, who is in charge of a lot of things, did, he went to AI to select which Linux distribution to choose. I'm not going to get into the nitty gritty. I won't bore you guys too much on this, but just high level, all you need to understand is it's like choosing what version of a software to choose. That's all you need to know. So it pulled from the internet articles. The problem is some of those articles are written by AI. So it's AI interpreting articles written by AI.
Mm-hmm.
So as a result, you're getting shitty results. So what was funny is it was giving him kind of bad information. So he tried to use some of it, and there are some issues that he's encountering because there was no context to the information it was pulling.
Yeah.
It was just grabbing this data from the internet. Well, the problem is it's only as good. There's so much garbage information being added with good information. The good information is being drowned by garbage.
Mm-hmm.
So AI is trying to read all of this and is trying to interpret it, and 98% of it's garbage. So guess what? What is the result you get? Garbage in, garbage out.
Yep.
So you have to kind of I'm sorry, that's kind of the way that works. People coming in, so die multiple times a day. Yes. Cartel says it won't. In other words, AI will never have a nose and AI will never have fingers, unless we're talking about the Bicentennial Man, played by Robin Williams. Yes, that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we need some more likes. Eric, make Eric pay. That's right. You show him. Based on how many times Teapots Griffey came back too big or small, I'm 100% certain these companies are using AI to measure cards. Maybe that could very well be an issue. Seeing Eric's scowl is what I'm here for. Made my day. That's the right name.
Well, if you
AI is often AU, artificial unintelligent. Yes.
If Name goes back into the show, he'll get to the part where I said I'm going to kick him in the shins. That's right. You were mentioned. All right. Threats were made. Promises were made. And when I see you, I'm going to kick you right in the shins. And I'm probably going to wear steel toe boots.
He's spitting guys in the face across the street. Shins, beat the hell out of some. What's going on today?
Right.
Considering how long you've been ducking names so far, Eric, how many decades until you finally kick him in the shins? What's going to happen here?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if I have to wait any more decades, I probably won't be alive. So I got to get it done soon.
Do it quick. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would get on with that. Yeah. Just let you know.
But you were mentioned earlier in the show. Threats were made. And I plan on first time I see you, I'm going to just drill you right in the shins. I swear to God.
Double fisted.
Double fisted.
Oh, yes.
Shins. Right in the shins.
Double fisted like Bobby Orr.
Whose birthday it is today.
Is it actually
almost over?
Is it actually his birthday?
No, it's actually over.
It was 8 minutes ago.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Carlos a man of peace. Eric is a man of violence. So is him. Yes. Yes. But that's but look, that is actually a lot of times with this stuff, Bobby. Like, again, I'll go back to what I said earlier. I don't have any qualms with technology. I like technology, but people ran desperately to be like, oh, solve all our problems. No, there's problems with that too. Like, again, garbage in, garbage out. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
If you're feeding it bad data, you're going to get bad results. I'm sorry. So you're relying on this. Don't run to rely on this before you've gotten some of the kinks out. Like, there's some serious kinks to get out. And some of it, unfortunately, you may not be able to solve. Not in the short term. If you want to make a funny image, AI is fantastic. AI is fabulous for that. Low stakes, Bobby. Make a funny image. Perfect. It can work really well. You want to make a funny song. That could work amazingly. That could be great.
Suno, yeah.
But there's a lot of things where, like, look, I'm not trusting you to do that. I'll handle that myself. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. So, I did test it once. I asked it to give me all the information you have on the 7071 Daz cookie issue. You know, it was honestly, other than the measurements, which vary actually, measurements and saying it's from the NHLPA, that was it. But any which way, the information that I have is 3 paragraphs of detailed information, and he can only grab like less than a paragraph, half paragraph. I went, is there anything more to this? You know, it has stars like Bobby Orr and Gordie Howe and blah, 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 even though it was his birthday yesterday. But yeah, I'm just saying. And this is the extent of them. So he's searching the internet, getting 50,000 different opinions or people that wrote about whatever. And then you have me who has researched it. He can't get there because it's behind a paywall. So unfortunately, what are you going to do? It's just that's AI for you. It will not take one professional's opinion. I'm not a professional. I'm just saying, and take the common man, layman's opinion, and run with that. And it can tell you, there it is. Yeah, and they vary in size. They're never cut evenly. They're just, you know, it's one of the flaws
This thing
behind that.
floats around, and you know, this was before they put the, you know, they actually
The
made
sleeve.
and could put the little corner things in.
Yeah.
So
I actually think they added in like little inserts to kind of stop it from shifting around.
This thing all flies around and everything in there. So,
Eric, that one is supposed to be a maraca. It's a feature.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you need to do with that one. That's how it works.
But you mentioned,
but it doesn't know anything beyond the measurements and the players that are in there. But there's so much more to that set. How it was issued, what it was issued in, the problems they had, so many things, and it just doesn't know those things. And they're behind paywalls, and they don't have access behind paywalls. They can't get into newspapers.com. They can't get into Needham. They can't get into anything. But will they be able to later down the road? If it has that freelance, they might do that. I don't know, because it can figure out an algorithm to get past your paywall, right, or something. Eventually, it'll get to that degree. But at this point, AI is good for some things, yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, it can be a shortcut. It can be a shortcut for certain specific things.
It is a good. If you want trivia, bang, it'll give it to you.
But that's why I say, like, and then you're asking it to work on these other things. It's like, guys, the data that's being fed and how the standards it's being given and how this information works, it's not going to give you the results you're looking for. The exact opposite. Open source database. Oh, the open source. That could be interesting.
Yeah, it's damaged.
I'm trying to center it. I think I got it now.
All right, chat. So a couple of quick things. So last thoughts, put the last thoughts in the comment section and the other last thoughts or things. Thank you to everybody for joining in. Thank you to Big Scott for joining in. Dan was only able to join us briefly. He is working on the internet situation, so we'll see if we can get that figured out for a future episode. But thank you all for joining in. And otherwise, make sure to hit the like button because Eric pays for it. And just in case you need motivation, in case you need inspiration, allow me. We charge Eric for every like. Likes help ease or make worse his pain. We thank you for your consideration.
And a percentage of that is from subscribing to.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So that Dad's Zord is the UFO variant, unidentified flying object in a slab? Correct.
Yeah, it
They
does.
don't say UFOs anymore now. What do they call them?
I couldn't begin to
I
tell.
don't know.
There's a new, they don't call them UFOs. They call them some other thing now. I keep hearing this stuff about this crap. And I'm going, okay, whatever.
They call them Erics? I don't know. Absolutely. Thank you, Rob. Log into your burner accounts and hit the like. That's right.
In the shins, man. I am going to kick you right in the shins. Oh!
So before I leave you, I want you to think about a few things. Number one, I want you to think about if we all got duped agreed. It's a good callback, and I appreciate it. I enjoyed it thoroughly. Second, I want you to remember that, here you go, they're IFOs now. They're confirmed and identify them. Amazing. So we got that.
Something.
Second, newest episode of Cardboard Cynics was dropped on the channel. Link is also in the description. If you're already on this channel, you can check it out for yourself. You can check out some of the things we talked about on there. So, and by the way, we're the only ones to have addressed on this live and on the Cardboard Cynics episode. We're the only ones that talked about baseball card exchange. All the newsy folks didn't touch that.
Nope, they missed it.
Same old shit.
Still has a job.
Same old shit everywhere else. We gave you that. We also did touch on the 1-0 thing. We talked about that too. We covered it. So let it not be said. And look, we've got more cesspools per minute spoken on this channel than a lot of other places that talk about cesspooliness of whatnot.
And we even celebrated Bobby Orr's birthday. So there you
we
go.
were on that train years ago. Years ago.
Happy birthday to
UAPs. Okay. What's the
UAPs.
standpoint?
That's it. That's it. Yeah.
Unidentified
Appliances. I don't know.
I don't know.
That's what
just
they
asking.
think. It's UAPs, and I go unidentified, but
aerial
Aircraft.
phenomenon.
Aerial
Okay, aerial phenomenon. All right, I kind of like that. That's all right.
it's a little better than UFO, but
Have a good night, Orlando. Wife's asking what's so entertaining. Definitely not Eric. Correct. Valid.
I agree. Why are you here? Why are you watching this crap?
I don't know.
Because it's the longest running episodic, whatever it is. Eric, they're tuning in to find out if tonight is the night we answer the mystery of what it is.
Yeah. If we keep
Alas, it's not.
proposing it and
Alas, it's not.
give them an answer, it keeps them coming.
Alas,
I just
it's
want to
not.
prove yet again, no one wants me here. Why am I forced to do this?
Because we know it hurts you deep down inside and we all hate
Oh,
you.
it does. Stupid.
Look, Josh specifically text messaged me and said, well, look, I can't come on tonight. I don't want to. I fucking hate Eric's guts. And
Ooh.
Clubhouse was garbage.
Oh,
That
wow.
sounds like
That seemed harsh. That
I
seemed
wish he would have
unnecessary.
came on and told us that. That'd been
That seemed
good.
unnecessary. That seemed harsh.
Mm.
But since he's not here, I have to assume that's what he said.
Yeah, he's kind of harsh. Yeah.
Wow.
Most
Hard
people
harsh.
see him as this really nice, easygoing, nice guy, but no, he's not.
Mm. But look on the upside, Eric. Tonight, I will include in the replay 2 links. One link will be to the history of Guelph, just for you.
Mhm.
Second one will be that podcast about Clubhouse. You can relive your heyday.
And the grading video.
Yes,
All
the
right.
grading video will be there as well. Yes, that is correct. We will get that. All right.
Oh,
So that's it. Thank you to Big Scott for joining us tonight. Thank you to Dan. Thank you to Yannick for joining us as well. We are now under. Wait, actually, let me get the final countdown before we tune out tonight. We'll update it next week. But here we go. All right, and this is the proper countdown timer here. Boom.
I was hoping we'd hit 39.
Not quite yet. 40 days, 15 hours, 42 minutes, and 18 seconds.
Hmm.
So by next week, we'll be approaching the 30-day mark.
Yeah.
Getting closer. Getting closer.
Mhm.
Name. Been a Guelph Griffin fan since day one. I appreciate you.
I am going to kick you in the shins with ice climbing boots. All right. I hate you so much.
Ice
Dude,
climbing
that's-
boots. You got those?
Eric will hurt himself putting them on.
Cool. Oh.
He will hurt himself in ways we haven't even described yet.
Yep.
Kyrie gets an Expo this year, Edmonton in 2 weeks. That's true. And then they've also got the Strongsville, Independenceville,
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Margaritaville, whatever they're calling it this week.
Saskatchewan
so-
too, or something.
Also as an aside, that's later. That's next year.
Oh, that's
so
no, it's fall.
yeah. So the other piece of the puzzle though, when the Strongsville, Independence, whatever they're calling it this time around, when that comes in, we do have our correspondence. So we will have coverage of the Strongsville. We will have not Strongsville coverage, similar to our not national coverage. It's going to be very exciting. We'll get there.
I'm digging.
So that's it. Have yourselves a good night. Enjoy the rest of your week. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. So, name, you guys got time left. Those of you on the East Coast, enjoy your Saturday. Have a good night. Catch you next one.
In the